Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's the 25th of June, 2024. We haven't done this for a while. It's been a week. We've been out. We just came back yesterday. We were invited out to a nice little cabin with a bunch of Netrunner folks. And we played Netrunner and board games for about 5 days. And it was really quite nice. Oh, it was really quite nice. So thanks to everyone I met out there. Just a fantastic time. But we're back. We didn't have a Thursday stream last week. Unfortunately, we also won't have a Thursday stream this week. This Thursday is my partner's birthday, so we're going to be doing birthday stuff. But that means that this time on Friday, we'll just do a Friday afternoon stream. So if you had any sort of productivity planned, if you're working at a Friday afternoon, nobody does work on Friday, right? I don't feel guilty. We'll do a stream, is what I'm saying. How's everyone doing? Dazzler, hello, y'all. How's it been? I feel like I haven't seen you in a moment. I haven't been out to the Tuesdays. Have you been going out to the Tuesdays on a regular? I'm pretty sure Nick just announced that this Tuesday we'll have like a GNK on a Tuesday afternoon at L'Expedition, which is kind of down the street from me, as much as it's been kind of difficult to get to for the last little bit. I need to put up, mind you, the Always Be Running for August 25th, 26th, I believe is the dates. It's the last Saturday that is entirely within August. We're having our NANPC Montreal. I'll get the Always Be Running up this week so that I can get that up. There's still a lot of stuff to happen there. In terms of we still have the commission stuff. We have to announce prize support. There's a lot of work to do, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Hey, Eric Hayden, how's it going? It's my Tuesday afternoon entertainment. Welcome. David says my nephews played their first few games of Netrunner yesterday. They are now hooked. How'd you do it? System Gateway? I think System Gateway is a really great starter game. It's like so good that the intro product is as good as it is. I'm glad they enjoyed it. I haven't like shown Netrunner to a new player in such a long time. I need to like get into those circumstances a bit more often. Again, send Pat and me to the convention. Thank you. Ryan, welcome back. Thank you. Jensen, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Thank you to you as well. 14. Oh, 14 seems like a good age to get in. That's like when White Blade started playing, I'm pretty sure. Hey, Lucio bopping pre-stream tunes. I'm on holiday this week, so I'm missing my locals, but that means I could watch the grid on Tuesday and live instead of the VOD. Oh, super cool. Hopefully you're, I don't know, maybe you're abroad for your holidays. If not, just enjoy your holidays. I know it's a bit of a heat wave out there. Maybe it's not too bad. It was like really warm here before. Speaking of that, Solomir, how's the weather in your area of the country now? It was really bad. Last Wednesday, which I actually left Quebec, it was like 43 degrees Celsius. That's above 100 Fahrenheit. It was incredibly hot. So I drove down to Pennsylvania, and it's like a 6.5 hour drive. And I drive a 2010 Chevrolet Clio with no air conditioning, no power locks. The car is old, and it had those features at one point in time, but it's not worth fixing. So I'm in that car, driving in the heat. You get to the border, you're stuck there. I finally get down to Pennsylvania. And it's like a 6.5 hour drive. And by the time I get there, in the last 15 minutes of the drive, where you're driving through like rural Pennsylvania and, you know, kind of 2-lane streets through forests and near houses and farms and stuff, you see a lot of deer because it's like 6:30, 7 o'clock. Like deer are just on the road. And I've had a really bad run-in with a deer on a highway before. I think the deer might have survived. The car didn't. We totaled the car when I was in college. So I'm really worried about it. And so I'm driving slower. You know, there's a speed limit. I'm trying to keep that speed limit because that speed limit's there so you can dodge out the way of deer. And 2 different deer at different instances like run onto the street, and then you're like, you hit the, you know, the emergency button so people behind you can know, and then you try and like slow down. And the older deer know what to do. They've been in this situation before. They see the car, they go away. The third deer was a tiny deer, barely the size of like 2 cats stacked on top of one another. Just a really tiny deer runs out into the street, and this deer doesn't know what to do. And so I'm braking, assuming that it'll know to turn around, and it doesn't, keeps going on the street. And I have to smash on the brakes so hard. You get that cartoon squeal, smells like burning rubber, all my stuff on the seats, just all over. The little deer finally runs away, totally safe. But then like 5 minutes later, I finally reached my destination. And not only am I disgusting because I've been in an unair-conditioned car on like the hottest day of the summer for 7 hours, but just white as a sheet because it really like got me bad. I thought something was going to get really hurt. So hopefully everyone's staying cool. Yeah, again, Bergamo's coming up. How hot is northern Italy? It heats so bad, going to die in Italy. Actually, how's it going? Keep that monster on ice. How warm is it in Bergamo this weekend? Or Bergamo, excuse me. I think I learned how to say it. Bergamo Weather Network. 25 IT. I don't know what these numbers mean. This is gonna be in European units, Celsium, I think it's called. Can I just get like normal? I don't need a graph. 21. It's cool in Bergamo. It's warmer here. Oh, it gets up to like 17 in rain. Come on. Oh, it goes up to it's beautiful in Italy. It's 20. You have to wear a sweater at night. Aksu, I don't want to hear it from you, but you're not used to the warm, are you? Hey, Kevin, how's it going? Droids, you returns. Thanks for the BTL video while you were gone. Looks like a fun deck. I'll be saving that for my weekly. Let me know how it goes. I don't say this at the top of the video. Mind you, we did put out a video just on Thursday in lieu of a stream, and it's the next letter in our alphabet series, which I promise you will speed up at this point. And it's built to last. It's a modernism deck. And I want to be very clear that I think this deck is, as I say at the beginning of the video, really good for newer players. Not that it's a bad deck. Is it a tier 1, the most competitive deck? No, probably not. But it's the sort of deck where I value having 3 X's and trying to keep the game plan simple. I know I go through it later in the explanation of the deck and say, like, you could change this and change this for this reason and for this reason. And I tested this and I tested this. And there's a lot you can do with the shell. I try and keep it simple on purpose. Have people ran into this on JNet? Has this been a problem? Has it been fun to play against? These are things I don't know because I just like, you know, I play like 24 games and get it out there. But yeah, just keep that in mind. If you want to change a card in here, I don't think you need a great reason to do it. I think you can do it. I think playing 1 Retribution is great as an option for sure. I think moving around the agenda suite is actually kind of really interesting. But the shell is good and the deck was like way more fun than I thought it would be. And you make like way more money with Built to Last than I thought you would. So very, very surprised. Start with System Gateway demo decks, got them to the System Gateway first decks. Ooh, that's where it gets really interesting. It's so hot, but I'm in a forest and the canopy of trees is saving me. I would hate to be back in Reading at this temperature. In the UK, 27, which is disgustingly unpleasant. Yeah, so like for folks who say here 27 in the UK and think like, what are you whinging about? That's nothing. I'm wearing the same shirt. It's the same guy. Let's get rid of that. It's important to understand, like, a lot of the infrastructure there is not built for 27. Right, like if it's 27 and you live in Texas, you got air conditioning everywhere you go. That's not from my understanding, the case in the UK. So a lot of the houses are way bad with heat, and a lot of the buildings are worse at retaining heat. They actually retain heat too much. So take that as you will. We had tornado warnings this week in NH. It was pretty wild. Photos of clouds trying to touch down 10 minutes away from a house. Yo, Eric, hopefully everyone's okay. I was driving through not New York. I did not get to drive through Vermont or New Hampshire this last week, which is a bummer. Because they're the nicest states, Vermont specifically, the nicest state to drive through, I think. What do you do when there's a hurricane? Because like I was thinking that I'm driving alone. It's like a 7-hour drive. And then like the sky's looking pretty gray. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, if there was a hurricane, what am I meant to do? Because I honestly don't know. Are you meant to just pull over? Are you meant to like go to a building? What's the game plan if you're driving? Actually melting like a popsicle man, a frozen monster. He stands up, there's just monster on the chair behind him. Protocon, how's it going? Not Netrunner related, but I'm excited that my copy of Yezeba's Bed and Breakfast arrived in my mail. Very eager to play it. What is that, Ryan? I don't think I know what that is. Yezeba's Bed. This is how you get Andre to search up some weird shit without... Awesome Creek Games. That's a tabletop RPG. Pre-order now. Colorful art. Fantastic characters. Very cool. I don't know exactly what this is. Let us know how it goes. Nice. Really quite cool. That is, I'll look into that. Glad that you're getting that in. I'm not a tabletop RPG person. I think this information came out recently. And for lack of trying, I'll be honest. There's a load of deer in this forest and they're adorable. One came out to our window earlier and said hello. It's hard to compare because both the UK and Mediterranean heat is really high humidity. I'd rather do 40 in dry heat than 27 in the UK, yeah. Any teaser on what's coming for C? Solomir, what's C? Coming for C? Hey, friendo. Hey, Jai. Hey, APAC champion. How's it going? Dividing by 2. How you doing, Jai? Good evening. I've been playing a modernism deck, and it's really fun. Go to sleep, Jai. Wiki, how's it going? Yo, I was watching the replay. I'm so jazzed that people are attaching their replays. And then I watched the first couple turns of this replay. So this is Wiki versus Jai. And seeing this replay, I'm like 4 turns in. I'm like, if this is my first 4 turns of the tournament, there's no way I'm not winning the APAC tournament. There's no way you're not winning the title when your first 4 turns of the entire tournament against Wiki nonetheless are these turns, okay? Just check this out. Sorry, I'm behind on chat, but just check this out. All right, World Tree Arisana, look at this hand. Look at this hand. First game of the tournament, that's the hand. Wiki she goes for the mull here. That's fine. I think you can maybe consider jamming this. It's 66 cards. I don't think it's actually that easy to stop a magnet, but we'd have to do like magnet off-world advance because we don't have a seamless, but whatever, we can mulligan that, that's fine. Great, we have Rashida boarding control, need to ice up HQ probably. Maybe you can bless and ice up R&D. I think given Ikwa is stolen early, it's sometimes hard for Arisana to do that because Arisana wants to install a lot of things and then run last click, and I don't think Jai's going to respect Ikwa from HQ, but after a mulligan, icing HQ is not uncommon. So greasing the palm is a good top deck. Rashida boarding control drafter, great. If it's a 50-50 on HQ because of the greasing the palm, yeah, you probably want to protect Ikwa. Not the point here. The point here is a turn 1, sure gamble, world tree, run, Cubon on HQ, get the coalescence, steal an off-world office. That's your turn 1 in the tournament, Jai. How do you not win this event? And then turn 2, okay, daily cast is down, Rashida fires, same idea, a drafter and R&D. Wiki ices up everything. You have to do that against these sort of decks, so the world tree doesn't fire. And then Jai like draws with Diesel, gets a trick shot, SMC in hand, so now there's no ice Jai can't break, and just sends it R&D drafter. So we do SMC for Muse Fazarum, which is a really cool line, so you have something to sell to the world tree, and then touches the top card of R&D, and it's another 2-pointer. How do you not win the tournament when those are your first 2 turns? It is so buck wild. Jai loses this game though. Wiki claws it back. I think Wiki has that Ikwa in hand for the whole game, and Jai pivots to Conduit, which, like, yeah, I get it. I'd probably do it too. I think after the mulligan, I don't think divide by 5 suggests there's an Ikwa in here, but unfortunately there's an Ikwa in there. But yeah, those were the best 2 turns possible for this deck. It is absolutely buck wild. Unfortunately doesn't get there, but not for lack of trying, that's for sure. I shouldn't be awake, but what the hell? Yeah. Oh, you've been told to go to bed, so there's reasons. I've been playing it on Jaina. I like it. BTL is my first court main. It's so good to play. It plays so smooth. It plays really smooth built to last. And like, it's so subtle. If I'm not using my like tracker to track how many credits I got, I'd be like, I think I got 8 credits. And then it's like, oh, you got 16 to 20. It's like, what the heck? Air conditioning is a foreign concept. My air conditioning is like a 5-year-old fan. Yeah. Yeah, not having AC is great, actually. Way better for the environment. We just use fans. Yeah, that's almost definitely true, but you can't survive here on fans. You will, like, no joke, be unwell. Oh, seeing the alphabet series, that makes sense. The C is not built yet. I'll be recording it tomorrow. It's gonna be a Captain Padma deck. I was talking to D recently, and D was convinced that when I did the alphabet series, it was like multiple letters of the alphabet together. So like, oh, this is a Taya with Adrian Seiss and Anemone and something like that, which has never actually been the case. I don't think it lines up accidentally, but you can do it with Captain Padma, where it's like it's Captain Padma with Cataloger and Trick Shot or something. But we'll get there. We'll get there for sure. I think Captain Padma is going to be a lot of fun. Somebody posted their Padma link, like their deck list underneath the last video. And that deck was on 3 copies of Kasi String, which, like, I think we got to play 1 copy of Kasi String at a minimum. I don't think I'd play 3 because it's unique. But, like, this card seems, if you can get it to work, better than it could be. And I think there's a lot of agenda suites that are weak to Kasi String right now. I lost this game, Lamau. Yeah, I know. I watched the whole thing. But, like, those first 2 turns were incredible. See, yeah, Padma's the only option, Lucille. Still salty that people did not vote for Acme in the series. Got to bring the misery. I'm surprised people didn't vote for Az. But it was, like, very close between Az and Natea. And I'm not, like, I guess I'm not surprised. I honestly am not surprised. I think the voting has been, like, relatively generous. There's not been a lot of, like, grief for voting. Like, oh, we want you to play Nova instead of whatever the other N is. But, like, H wasn't Hoshiko. I think the other H just wins. I think the other H is Hyobu though, so like I don't think that's griefing. I just think that's people don't want to see Hoshiko. Hyobu unfortunately is like less interesting than Hoshiko, let's be honest, but at least you'll see weird cards you don't know. Hey Yeti, how's it going? I've been saying Yeti, not Yeti. I should be saying not Yeti. How's it going, TMKF Netrunner? I was about to go to sleep and I saw a stream was happening. Cror, welcome to the stream. AVT, always a pleasure to catch you live. How's life been treating you? Really good. It's been really good. I just got back last night from some travel to hang out with some nice folks, some friends, and play some board games for a couple days at a cabin, and it was just a phenomenal time. Got to play like a bunch of board games for the first time. Got to like play a 6-player Millenium Blades game. Just like, you know, really great stuff. I played Oath for the first time. That was kind of wild. Like I've never done that before. I would do it again, I think. I thought I lost 2. Yeah, for your Star Wiki. That seems so rough. Cyberfeeder gets better animations. Awesome animations now. Oh, I'm excited to check that out. Rahi, she just messaged me like the other day that in short, a bunch of the settings I have to make my text is bigger than a lot of other than the stock Jinteki.net, but also than the stock Cyberfeeder. And it turns out the way that I do that is not actually through Cyberfeeder, but I also on top of Cyberfeeder have this legacy stylus. So stylus is a plugin that you can use to manage CSS styles from my understanding. And this where is it? Huh? Wait. It's up here. This is my just stylus for Jinteki.net, which was given to me by Vesper a long time ago to make JNet better for streaming. So this sort of standard, I think Rahi, she's going to try and work it into Cyberfeeder. So if you want your JNet to look exactly like the JNet you see on the Métropole Grid, which is like a mixture of my tinkering, but mostly like Vesper's work, that could be a built-in feature in the near future. Which, like, real talk, when it comes to streaming JNet games, I honestly highly recommend that Cyberfeeder is kind of the default option. Obviously, it's only Firefox, so it can be a bit tricky, but like watching streamed games on Cyberfeeder or not is like a huge difference. But this also helps for sure. So this will be easier to get because you have to install stylus and do a bunch of other stuff. This can technically all be done within Cyberfeeder. And hopefully it will be sooner than later. Oh, this is a Nyx deck. I wanted to play this, I think, as a start. We have some other stuff to do today, but I think we'll start with Nyx deck because it is a Nuvem deck, and I haven't played Nuvem in a long time. Congrats to Jai for finally bringing the APAC cons home after losing to North America like 3 years running. Yes. Yeah, APAC. I think that's the first time APAC has won APAC, which is great. Setting off for EMEA tonight. Yeah, this weekend. Firstly, safe travels. This weekend is the very exciting EMEA in-person Continentals in Bergamo. I believe it will be streamed. I need to reach out to HN to get confirmation of where it will be streamed. If it's going to be streamed, I'm pretty sure it's going to be streamed. If anyone knows, let me know. But I'm super stoked for that event for so many reasons. Yeti got nerve to show up here after almost stealing the Airbnb. Your Airbnb? Okay. Cataloging creative commission. Sometimes it's just that easy. Mangafeed, how's it going? Where I live, some folks have swamp coolers. Works well enough for me. I grew up without AC in the mid-Atlantic region, which requires a dry environment. Yeah, I think swamp coolers have to do with humidity, and I don't think you can do them here. Coalescence. Do we want to play Pudma with like Lobisomum Orca? I feel like I don't. I feel like it's so done. Like I feel like the breaker, it's weird. It's like obviously people complain about, you know, Turbine, Buzzsaw and all that sort of stuff. But I feel like Lobisomum Orca is actually like not that interesting either. I don't know what to do. Can I say that it was round 9 of the tournament before I won a game with World Tree installed? As in you didn't win a game till then, or you trashed every World Tree? John, what's good? How you doing? I needed to shout. I think I shouted this out before, but I'm not sure if you heard it, man. Jad, a lot of your games at the last Continentals were like some of the most fun games to watch, particularly in the top cut. I think you played really clean, and you played some very narrow lines that were super exciting. So, hey, well done. I hope you're fine with me linking your Shaper Rant to my Ari write-up. It was just too good. Which Shaper Rant? You definitely could do it. Did you actually do it already? Oh, no, it's just the corp list. Yeah, you can definitely do it. I don't know what rant it is, but it's out there, so you can share it for sure. Oh, this is probably my favorite game of all time. It really shines if you can play a few games on the same Chronicle. I jumped in like I think a game that was 2 games in from a Chronicle, maybe 3 games in. I think the last game was played at Mansion Runner, so there's already some work done. 2 of the players at the table were new players, and I think it took us a couple turns maybe to grok it. At least I know for myself it did. And I had a cool narrative going on. Like I was pretty single-minded in my ways. I drew a card really early that says, I guess minor spoilers if you don't know all the cards in the deck. This might have been added later, but it was called Insomnia, and I got a secret every turn, but I could only have 2 advisors. I ate one of my advisor slots, so I became this really single-minded secret person, and it was kind of fun. 6-player Millenium Blades was actually a lot of fun, Rahit. How's it going? We also played, which maybe we shouldn't have, but I knew the people at the table were like pretty experienced. For those who don't know, Millenium Blades is a game that I talk about fairly often. It is such a unique game for kind of 2 reasons. Well, maybe I'll come back to this point. I probably will forget. It's a CCG simulator. So all the cards are really goofy, like Yu-Gi-Oh styling. All the sets, mind you, are like incredibly jokey and like punny. So this is Blizzard Angst. This is meant to be Cloud Strife. So this is from the Final Fantasy packs, which are called, I forget what they're called. They have like a bunch of numbers on them too. But basically, you have 20-minute rounds in which there's a market and you have economy, and you're trying to build a deck from this like ridiculous stack of packs that each contain a single card abstracted away. And then the next part of the game is you go to a tournament, and then you play against all the other players trying to win the tournament. Then you go back to deck building and back to the tournament, and it just kind of oscillates between real time. You have 20 minutes to like throw around paper money and build a functional deck and a collection, and then 20 minutes to beat everyone else at the table. Well, technically more than that, because the tournament is not timed. And we played with 6 players, which is fun because it doesn't lengthen the deck building section. It lengthens the tournament section by a fair margin, which we might not have considered. But after every tournament, you go back to deck building. But specifically, even for the first time players, we played liquidation mode. So after every tournament, your deck that you brought into the tournament gets liquidated at market price. So you have to build a new deck. Generally, Millenium Blades, your starter deck, you can just iterate on that. You're not actually forced to make a big shift. But this was like, you have to technically build 3 different decks for 3 tournaments, starting from 0, which I think is the group that we played with are experienced enough with this sort of card games that that's not super overwhelming. But the game is, there's nothing like it. It's just such an incredible game. And I think everyone enjoyed it. I know I did. I did terribly. I was focused on the table. I came in last place in like most of the tournaments. I did really, really poorly, but it was quite fun. When you click through the Jai Wiki games, the Cyberfeeder animations were going, where cards flowed down when installed. Oh, that's probably new, Eric. You're right. No, that might be old. I know there's sort of like moving animations when they entered discard pile already existed. Maybe on install they didn't. It'll be streamed on NSG. Oh, Crower, thank you. NSG stream channel. Okay, so twitch.tv/nullsignal Netrunner. You're probably already subscribed or following. I'm usually a Chrome user, but now I use Firefox for all Netrunner related things. Yeah, it'll get you there. You can at least turn card names on in JNet, chat log settings if you're not on Firefox, but people haven't done it for some reason. I think there's a reason to not put on face down. Like card names on face up cards, I think you can and should do that, but I don't think you can do face down card names on JNet when you're a spectator for obvious information reasons. But I don't know. Tiebreakers and EA Sports managed to book the same Airbnb, different apartments in the same building. Oh, that's really cool. Which shaper, right? Lol. Okay. Thanks. Hoping to find even better lines at EACC. The flight is in 5 hours. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Yo, you're traveling out. I'm stoked. I think the quality of play at EAC is going to be fantastic. The deck list is already up. Okay, cool. So Jai put up 2 shaper lists. This is the one that actually won. I don't know what my list is. I don't know what the rant is going to be. I'm like worried to open it because we don't actually have sound. Did you link something in here? No. Okay, we'll find it, Jai. We'll find it for sure. But like, I can't open a link and you won't hear it because the way I have sound routed. It's legit the hardest I laughed on the Metropole Grid stream. Look at the Ari. Where is it, Jai? Underneath the second meme. Okay, wait. This is not going to have audio though, which is a problem. Oh, yeah. I know what this is. And I stand by it. Like, okay, so this is a clip of me zooming on my camera and saying like, hey, real talk, shaper can't be good. In any meta, the shaper is good, the game is bad. And I totally agree with that. And we're kind of there. Like, this is not a doomer take. I think World Tree Arsana is really neat. It's really fun to play. It's very powerful. But World Tree Arsana is probably the most restricting deck we're going to have on any meta for a really long time, for as long as it lasts. If we want to break into that conversation about why that is and why I think that is, you got to look at this list, right? We're twofold into problems, right? Hold on, let me just reopen it. Like, this list needs some sort of addressing because 2 things happen. Firstly, you can't go long into this deck because of course it's running like 2 turbines. So this one's not, but it's running every single value option, and World Tree is just the grossest value card over a long enough period of time. Of course it is. Yeah, sure. So that's a problem. But then also with the 66 card deck size, this deck is running nearly incidental tech to beat every archetype in the meta. Right, like we talked about how we were playing against this sort of like Isoak punitive decks, and this deck has Airblade, it has Stoneship Chart Room, this has No One Homes, it has Miss Bones. Like, this deck literally has every single tech card for every orthogonal matchup. And so now we have a deck that can go long and late, but also can produce every answer for every option. Now, of course, is limited a bit by card draw, and so the consistency of how it sets up is slightly a problem. I'd argue there's not a lot of decks that can make that a problem, but the decks that can make that the problem are the decks that are trying to win the game in sub 9-10 turns, which is why we end up on things like PD very consistently at the last tournaments, and I think we all saw that. I think this sort of deck is like a hard thing to deal with. Like, is World Tree ever going to be a healthy card in the game? Maybe not. And maybe you just have to make the deck less consistent, right? Like, I think we're talking about this on the weekend. If you like ban SMC, that might actually be a way to target this deck. And the deck is still probably possible to build, but you're going to have to probably make the deck smaller just to make it more consistent that you get the World Tree out sooner. And if that's the case, you probably end up cutting the tech cards, right? Like, I think World Tree can probably exist in a world where you can't play World Tree consistently with a whole shell of tech cards, and then the deck might actually feel like it has weaknesses. I think that's a hard line to fight, so I have no doubt that this is a nightmare card to balance around, and it's incredibly restricting to the meta. It's really fun to play. Oh, I'm excited to see what it looks like in person, because it's harder to play in person, and definitely a lot of folks might be playing this at EAC. But it's very hard to make a meta that's healthy when World Tree is the best card, especially when you're like incidentally playing Air Blades, you're incidentally playing Hush. That's not so much incidentally, but you know what I mean. You're playing Stone Ship, you can play No One Home, you can bring out Miss Bones. Like, this deck has nearly no weaknesses besides targeting the World Tree itself, which means Program Destruction, Amani Sinai. Not a lot of options to deal with it across all factions, so it's really difficult. I always wish I could play Millenium Blades with friends, but my normie friends aren't that into CCGs. Yeah, it's like you really need somebody, like, it's easier to play with people who have CCG knowledge, for sure, because they shortcut a lot of like basic, you know, intuitions about how cards should work and then how they plan out. It's kind of hard. Hey Sven, I love MB. Would recommend Argent the Consortium if you wanted something real fun with a worker placement core. I've always been on the edge of picking that one up. I know a bunch of the Argent characters because they show up in like Millenium Blades, and I actually have a bit more of one of their fighting games, BattleCon, than I probably should own. I want to try it out, Sven. I think that's probably a really good recommendation. Mechanically, what is it? A creature beater? Beater? No, not at all. And mechanically, when Millenium Blades works is you just play a card, you play 6 singles, you bring a deck box and accessories that usually have some other interesting effects. Deck boxes usually have scoring effects. Accessories have some sort of proactive or defensive ability. And when you play a single, so do I still have this open? Damn, I don't. When you play a single, it will say on it like play. Okay, let's see what Cloud Strife has. Gain 6 RP for every empty slot in your tableau. So if you play this on turn 1, you have 5 empty slots, so it gives you 30 RP. But then if this card is flipped, you lose 30 RP. So you might not want to play a deck that flips your cards, but opponents might try to flip your cards. Lose 15 if you discard this card from your hand. I like swords. So it's, you don't actually 1v1 anyone. You're just building a tableau, and then either you have play effects, ongoing effects, top effect. You can clash with other players, so you compare the stars on your topmost card and their topmost card, and then an effect happens depending on the card that caused the clash. But it's mostly about scoring the most RP in a tournament. So you don't generally like bash stats, because the only stat this card has technically is 7-star. But almost all the cards work like that. This is Meryl, play, gain 18, score, lose 20. So you want to flip her. And these are some of the more simpler cards by a mile. These are very simple cards. One of the players got Exodia off on the first tournament, which was worth 250 RP. They won that tournament pretty handily. Exodia said that you had to end the game with like no points, no cards in hand, all your cards flip down, and only Exodia, and they nailed it. So it gets really ambitious, and you have to build around the cards you draw. So it's very cool, especially if you're the sort of card gamer who picks up Exodia early and be like, I think I can build around this, and then you're on a very narrow line to make it work. But like, boy, did it work. It's a score maximization game in the tournament stage. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Lexi, how's it going? The tournament part is all about comboing cards for points or disrupting your opponent's combos. Exactly it, yeah. It's not like a creature basher at all. How's it going, Lexi? Welcome to the channel. Liquidation is interesting, but I feel like you miss a bit of the meta stuff when you do it. You don't always get to tune your decks against what your opponents are doing. 100%. And I kind of didn't want that. Like, I like liquidation because we just see more cards, and we were not taking it incredibly seriously as much as a lot of players did take it seriously and did well. But you're right. Like, I had a card that said name a card. It's the Banhammer. They can't play that card for the rest of the tournament. That only works if either I know what someone's bought, or they have the same cards going from tournament to tournament. But it's still, you see more cards and it's more goofy. You're forced to make more things. Anti-shape perception. It's almost as if reusable tutors are busted. Yeah. Alec, how's it going? Super busted. Erica went 3-0 with the tree deck this weekend. I think it's the best deck in the format by a mile. I don't think it's as easy to play. Like, I think there's a lot of players that this is going to be very difficult to play correctly. And I think it's cool. I think all the good players have largely figured it out. And I just don't see a way around it. Oh, Wayne, how's it going? I quit playing the game for the time being, after starting the game a month ago. Playing against the tree and spark decks is too frustrating. Oh, Wayne, how's it going? So sorry to hear that. The World Tree decks, if you're playing against this sort of thing, you're playing against really good players. Probably if you're on JNet, you might want to look for players who aren't really good players. Maybe if you're a newer player, you can look for a game on GLC and find someone of a similar level. I think Spark decks are, from my, like, those at least have a way that you can capitalize on them. Like, they have downsides. They have a very rigid breaker suite. Obviously, program destruction is not available to all corporations, but there are downsides. I actually have uploaded a bunch of videos. I think I'm constantly playing against specifically Track 8, who's playing Pudma with Spark, and I stack barriers on my remote server, understanding like at some point Lobosomum's not going to cut it if I put down enough barriers. So I hear your frustrations, and that's like totally noteworthy. I think Orca Lobosomum is like, it's wild. It is definitely very, very powerful. At least those to me feel like they have a bit more counterplay baked into them, but at certain levels of play, the counterplay can be quite tricky for sure. And I don't mean that in like a condescending way, unless it sounds condescending, in which you can call me out for sure. Didn't you basically invent this archetype? No, not at all. I think the first lists that were like competitive, I think D posted one. I think somebody else posted one before that. I was just the first person who took a shot at it in the last like TAI meta, and just said like you can put enough stuff in there. Mind you, I think it's a cool deck. It's a cool as hell deck. And then like it just took a bunch of players iterating on it to be like, actually, this is more consistent than I thought it was. This sort of deck was actually perfect for the Metropole Grid, because the way that I built my deck is I swung into bigger, wilder cards. Like I have a video up talking about the World Tree deck, and it's like I wanted to play Class Act. I wanted to play Maw, or sorry, we were playing actually Knob Curry. I wanted to play like a Virus Engine. Maybe it was Maw. Maybe we did both. And that's probably not the best first order optimal competitive strategy. Turns out it's not. You've seen these decks. They're not like that. But for me, it was like, I want to play big influence cards. I want to pull them consistently. I want to pull 1-ofs, and I want to do something weird. And so people took that shell, which I don't think is particularly creative, and made it even better. Which is like, of course they're gonna. But yeah, technically I might have pushed the conversation forward, but I don't really think there's much about it from my point of view. I've been looking into it, and you're making me want to drop an order on it, the late pledge from recent Kickstarter. I feel like my locals would love this. Yeah, if you can find a group who likes it, they generally really, really like it. It's on Kickstarter. It probably will be in stores. I don't know if the Kickstarter is cheaper, but they did just recently do a Kickstarter for all of it. So what expansions are needed? Base game is good alone, Lucille. If you want to play solo or co-op, you need one of the expansions. I'm not sure which, if it's set rotation or the other one. I don't know their names because I bought them years ago. But if you want to play solo or co-op, the solo and co-op is actually pretty good. Me want to hit the Metropole Gritty. Good morning. Hey, Henry, how's it going? Good morning. Hey, Tron. Happy Tuesday. How are you doing? How are your travels? You're not out there yet, are you? Feel like I'd rather see Turbine and DJ Fenris go than World Tree, but I don't know. I don't think that fixes it. Like, I think once Turbine goes, right, like you can move into a different breaker suite. The Snare Bears, very specifically when they're playing this deck, are also not running Buzzsaw. They're running, last I saw, they're running Inversificator. And I think that's a really cool idea as well. I think you'd less rely on Turbine. It's still very good. But I think at the end of the day, like the Infinite Tutor is going to be a problem. I think DJ Fenris is not in every single Arsana list. I think this is one of the flavor splashes. A bunch of the tiebreakers weren't played TJ Fenris. I wish Steve Cambridge just said different cards. I think it'd be such an interesting card if it said different cards, not the same card twice. I can't believe it doesn't. But I don't think that does enough. In the majority of games, DJ Fenris doesn't come down, and in a lot of games, Turbine does matter, but then you can just pull Takobi or, I don't know, Ice Carver doesn't make sense. Shout out to J-Dog Haxon, great reference, pretty mediocre card. Oh, J-Dog came down and was so good. So is it like this? One of the first questions that came up was, Millenium Blades, does Millenium Blades have a Netrunner reference? And Millenium Blades does have a Netrunner reference. It is J-Dog Haxon, which I don't know if we're going to see a photo of it, but it is like for those who played, the original Spin Doctor was Jackson Howard. And so there was a J-Dog Haxon, and J-Dog Haxon got you $1 every time that you, there was a clash. And then it basically adds cards to your deck. It's like a weird recursion card. I don't know if I'm going to find it. Damn. But somebody got it, and it was actually really, really good for their build. It was kind of huge for their build. Jackson Howard. It's like a guy in a blue suit or a green suit surrounded by toys. I don't think we're going to find art. If someone can find it, let me know. But yeah, there is a Jackson Howard. There's a couple Netrunner references in Millennium Blades. Mechathon moment. Is tournament the terminology for a game? Yes. Yeah, safer. How's it going? It goes between deck building and tournament. So in theory, you're meant to play 3 tournaments or 1 pre-release tournament and 2 tournaments. My family's home after too long. I'm doing well. Hey, glad everyone's back. After EMEA, I'm probably going to release the Tiebreakers World Tree replay tapes. I'm glad this deck is good. I'm a bit sad that in the hands of the strongest players, its power delta is so high, which honestly isn't a balance disaster, but it's possible it could be a bit better. What do you mean by power delta? Like the inconsistency of the deck? The difference between the player's skill, or the difference between like what it can do in a certain match versus what it can fail to do in a certain match? Because like inherently World Tree is giving you choices on every board state. Firstly, how to set up the World Tree, and then how to like what to get from it. And it's really cool that certain players are doing it better than others. Of course they are. The question is like, which of your 25 programs, 24 programs, we have a World Tree down, do you want to get on the table? And that can be the wrong choice. You see a lot of players just saying like, I'm going to get the Breaker Suite as soon as possible. I think you see a lot of players saying like, I'm going to get some pressure right now, just steal a card and then just sell it. I'm not going to even use the cupulation. I'm just World Tree the cupulation. And I think that at least is really fun. But like when you're looking at the corporation, they're just on a clock. They're just totally on a clock. I leave this evening. L99 has some issue mistreating their employees. Oh, I didn't know anything about the carry. Otherwise, Exceed is a perfect game. Oh, I haven't heard anything about that. That's a real bummer. I kind of think World Tree's in the camp of this can't be allowed to be competitively good for the health of the game. Yeah, I agree. If this card is good, the game is bad. Probably. It's weird how Op is kind of like this, but not exactly, because it's a bit more controlled. But I think the only world in which World Tree can probably exist in like a fair balance world is in which it is in a tier 2 or tier 3 list, or the inconsistency of the deck is higher than the power of World Tree, so it's not like generally determined to be a good thing to be doing. I think right now the problem is the power of the World Tree and just like the flat matchup spread of the deck. I think one of those things have to be fought. And at the end of the day, it might be World Tree has to go. I don't know. I'm not SPT. I have no idea. I just want to say like what I feel, what I see, what I hear. I would love this card to stay around because it's such a cool and fun and interesting card. It's cool that it shows up to be like, oh, you can actually play this maybe in Seb, and it makes connections a bit more better. Like it's cool that it has like a bunch of use cases. But when there's a deck like this that is like the toolboxiest of toolboxes, and your answer when you look at the corporation board state is just no, only certain decks can kind of say no, but if you know what I mean. DJ Fender should probably not exist. Hopefully will be rotated. Oh, DJ 100% will be rotated. Leaves at the next rotation, right? I think we were in a ways away from optimized World Tree. Ari? Yeah, well, yes. Yes and no. I think there's a chance that this is optimized for the tournaments it played. I think this is the sort of shell where you can move around the influence, let alone the green cards, and build something that's better for each unique meta. Right? Like if you're playing into that much PD, should this version of World Tree Ari be playing Light the Fire? Yeah, probably should. I think Ja was playing that, and that was a choice that I think is a really good choice for the meta. So I think the influence slots are super, super flexible. In the last raid of the Tiebreakers they said that this was the core influence, and then you have like 4 to 5 influence that you can use for flex for meta. But even then, right, like should Burner be played or should 64 cards be played? You can argue what is right there. Should you be playing Airblades or should you be playing Cataloger for an extra credit? I think you can argue on either side of that. Should some people are even playing the neutral like hardware? I don't know about that. I think Steve letting you pick the same cards is a little more interesting when you're actually playing as Steve, since it influences your deck building a little. It does, but Rohit, it influences your deck building in the most boring way, which is like play as many 3-ofs. Right? Like that's why Op is so cool to me, is you can play so many unique 1-of cards and they each have a place in the power of the deck. Now, obviously you are not incentivized to play 1-ofs when it says, I guess you are incentivized to play 1-ofs if it says pick 2 different cards. But now it's just like, oh, am I going to play 2 inside jobs or 3 inside jobs? Probably 3 inside jobs. 2 emergency shutdown or 3 emergency shutdown. 3 emergency shutdown. Like, I know what you mean, and you're not wrong. It's just like the way that it plays out is it's homogeneity over everything. I'm on the edge of Op. Op is an infinite tutor, but World Tree is less restrictive. Yeah. Op is on the knife's edge of being busted. Op is on the knife's edge of being busted. Op is the biggest like deterrent to NSIGs, and Op is such a problem for future design. Like the amount of restrictions on trashable things that you could play on the corp side because of Op might not be worth keeping Op around eventually. It's just the issue. Like you can't make a 2-cost card that trashes itself, right? Like this is not a great example, but like this card wasn't very good. But like this sort of card you just can't print because it instantly speed gets a Spin Doctor or Rashida at any paid ability window, like or a Snare. Like you just can't print cards like this. Like, it's almost definitely the reason why Cyber Sand Harvester is the way it is because having this card balanced and Op is nearly impossible. Citation needed. The power between the mean power of a runner deck and the power of this runner deck, which in cases like something like plus 5% is compared to the mean of its con so far. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Over everything else. I wish I was disciplined enough deck builder to shave the deck down to 60s or lower. Jai, somebody will. Somebody definitely will. I think people are going to shave this deck down. Not that deck, the other deck. You know which one. This one. Somebody will. It's hard to tell what it does to the deck. I think people were cutting teleworks, cutting nukas. I think cutting telework is still really good. But I know like a lot of the conversation around early World Tree was to cut telework. But obviously in World Tree it's pretty good. I think you should play Earthrise Hotels. I think there's some argument that you don't want to actually be drawing your cards. You want to be World Treeing them. But an Earthrise Hotel for 1 credit is hard to miss, especially when you're running 17 events. That version of the deck is a bit different. I also think Class Act slaps, but I don't think it's necessary. I think it's luxury, so... Every person can tune the Ari list to taste, and it's still busted. Some brave souls are also playing Gabriel Celessi and Mache in a World Tree Arisana. Only cool shaper players. Not gonna lie. You can also... You said also that Meeting the Mind is a bad card. Nobody plays it. World Tree is like that also. It seems powerful, but fails to deliver. I don't understand. But everyone plays World Tree. It's like the best deck in the format. I don't think I followed Dojin. Sanda was on T400 because it's Thule tech. Oh yeah, you're right. It is Thule tech. Hand size matters. You're right. I think it's important to remember that balancing can't be perfect. I think World Tree is fine at the moment, even if a bit strong. I would choose not to kill the deck. I don't think it's fine. I think this is a huge problem. We're to have to talk about what we're balancing for, but if we're balancing for tournaments, and like Andre says something confidently, EMEA happens, results are totally different. That's in some ways actually the expected result, because if we're in a meta that's like you can call it that hard potentially, it's easy for you to do something against the meta. I just don't think it's healthy for a value-based bomb deck like this that can play all the tech cards at very little to no cost and is one of the stronger, more consistent decks in the entire meta. That's just difficult. I don't see a world where this can last. And it's up to the corpse to prove that this is not the problem. And even if corpse can consistently beat Arisana, you're basically saying Netrunner corp games can't go beyond 12 turns. Which, honestly, I'm not too displeased with that sentence, but it's just like, go big or go home. Go faster, go home. Do we still have Belsky? We don't. I think Belsky was a Flashpoint card. But Belsky also, like, sends your hand to the bin. So it doesn't actually work well. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Mark Yell at Titan? Yeah. Mark Yell, when he scored that, like, Wayland barrier thing and you get, like, 14 creds clicklessly. Was sick. And 100 pounds spent. My local beta will love this. I'm 99% confident. Lucia, let us know how it goes. It's also bad for in-person tournaments, potentially. Yes. I'm so stoked to see how many people, like, just goof it. Because, like, if you think your games by playing this sort of deck are like, oh, I got 5 minutes left in the round, when you play this in person, it adds 10 minutes to the tournament. Right? To your round. Not to the tournament, to your round. Like, you waste 5 minutes to 6 minutes of everyone's time in a tournament playing this. And I don't mean everyone's time as in, like, you're taking time away from the corporation. That is actually a concern you should keep in mind. Like, if you're spending like, you can't be shuffling that much. The corporation needs to play the game too. You need to play the game. And Jaina does it for you. It shows you a whole drop down. You don't have to find the card, put it down on the table, then shuffle your deck, then offer a cut. Like, this is so much harder to play in person that it could be one of those decks that you mostly see in online. But like, it's just, I don't know, shuffling. Yeah, it's rough. How does this deck have World Tree turn 1? Tret Penguin, how's it going? So it doesn't need World Tree turn 1. You basically need 1 of 9 different cards. So how do we get to the hypergeometric? It's in here, right? So if we do more, so we can either get World Tree, we can either get Muse, or we can either get SMC. Ideally, we also need an economy play. Not that you need to get World Tree on turn 1, but if there's how many cards in the deck? 66. So in theory, if we have 66 cards in the deck, and we're looking for a minimum one of, we're drawing a 5-card hand, and we want to find at least one of them. %53 chance before you mulligan. Now, ideally, you have an overclock, a sure gamble, or a trick shot. That's so you can play the SMC or Muse on tempo. And then it's also not that expensive as it used to be in the previous meta, because whatever program you sell on turn 1 is a coalescence, which is plus 4 credits. So you can even afford to go down to 0 credits on turn 1, because you always start turn 2, generally with 4 credits. There's some also thing here where you need something to sell to the world tree. With Muse, it's really easy because, well, sort of. It actually can be a bit awkward, but there's some really weird lines. But it's really, really difficult. So the question is, if you don't have SMC anymore and there's only 6 cards you can naturally draw, it goes down to something like this. And that's actually a significant change to the power level of the deck. Now, you could argue that you can play Test Run, you can play Scavenge or Rejig, I guess it is, and then you just shrink the deck size. So if we were playing 50 card deck and we only have, like, you're not that far off. But it's more consistent than not. It's way more consistent than you think it'd be. Not only shuffling, but Lily Pad forces a draw right after the shuffling a lot of times, so you can't even put it off. Yes, you can't put it off. It's really, really ugly. There will be called shot, 3 to 5 world trees making cut at EMEA, and cost of no JNet. The cost of no JNet, shuffling, IRL fatigue, and no Cyberfeeder will devastate the deck. Yep. Yeah, it will. It's not gonna help. Ashen Umbra, how's it going? Overpowered or not? Tutors have a bad habit of making card games less interesting. Yes, I hear you. This one's a bit more interesting at a minimum because, like, you have to make choices and it's like you have to at least interact. But I agree, of course, yeah, that's my meeting of the minds problem. Like Diogen was saying something about meeting of the minds, and that's my problem with meeting of the minds. It's just a very narrow tutor to get like the most powerful cards possible. It'd be like, oh, do you need potentially, you know, do I want my twinning? Great. It just costs 3 credits. Like, that doesn't make games interesting. It makes games, in fact, much less interesting. I'm glad this card has seen no play. How many turns do you think a game should last? And how many turns should it take to pay off a long-term strat? It's a good question, Thanos. How's it going? I think that the corporation should have a range. The fast corporation decks, 6-7 turns. That's probably enough where the runner has felt like they've had some agency into it. That's fine. Dying on turn 2 probably shouldn't happen. Enjoy public trail, end the line. I think the long games should be in the 18s, 18, 19. Mind you, a long game you've played Netrunner like 10 years ago was like 24, 25. It depends how fast those turns are. A lot of those corp turns were like install an ice credit, install a card credit. Like that was pretty common. You see a bit more dynamic plays than that. But I just think as a corporation, if you have a turn that's going to be like, I'm going to play an 18 turn game consistently, that it feels like it's a winning line. And I don't think it does right now. And yeah, a bit of that turbine, like ice is probably attached to the most winning long-term game plans, and like making your ice do your heavy lifting is much harder when this deck will fully set up. So I don't know. So I'm not 100% sure. But generally, I think people want the game to last between 6 to 18 turns on average. At least on the runner side, no one's accessing your stack, so you can delay shuffling sometimes until the corpse turn. Yeah, but then lily pad interrupts. Like that's the problem, is there are genuine interrupts. Where you have to install a card, shuffle, then you world treat, then you have to shuffle. Or sorry, if you lily pad, if you world treat to install a program, you have to shuffle before you draw. So you can, if you're going to SMC, basically if you're going to do 2 shuffles in a turn and you want to shortcut that to a single shuffle, you can't if lily pad interrupts it. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh with this one, Kevin. Yeah. They banned Kevin Esser for this? I missed that ID. I don't think I missed that, but who knows? IMO 6 to 7 turns is too little. I agree. It's definitely short. It's definitely short. It depends how much like power the runners are playing. If you're playing a twinning list, yeah, 6 to 7 turns is too short. Anywho, welcome to the stream. I think we caught up with chat. We did it. We did it. I don't know. We'll figure out what happens with this. I'm really excited to see EMEA. Again, that's this weekend. If you're watching this in my time zone, in which it's currently 1:13, I believe Bergamo is 6 hours ahead, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be starting a bit earlier than you might be used to, which is great. Should be a 2-day event. I'm pretty stoked. In-person Netrunner streams are always fantastic. Caught up on chat for like a minute. Now I'm totally caught up. Yvonne, how's it going? Good afternoon. What is the tea? I want to do some deck building, some interesting, weird deck building today. Just some goofy stuff. I don't think it's going to be competitive. I just want to start here because I saw this is Nick Mason, if I'm not mistaken, from Neon Static, who brought this to a recent CO, came in 6th overall, 2-1 with a Nuvem deck. Players are doing good stuff with Nuvem. Like, well, okay. A minority of players are doing okay with Nuvem in some tournaments. That is the standing right now. A lot of the IDs from this last set are just clearly not out of the gate bangers. And I think Nuvem is the one that could do it. It could do it even with the current like play card pool. Just is going to require a bit of work. We've tried a bunch of Nuvems. I think it's pronounced like Nuveng, something like that. This one I don't 100% have the pronunciation now, so down, so apologies. We've tried a bunch of different things when it comes to Nuvem, and I just want to try any of the Nuve decks that are doing well enough in tournaments. I do think we've seen a bunch of Acid Nuvas, and this is not exactly one of those. Those decks, I don't think I like. I haven't played enough of them. but at least from a distance, they look like strictly better in op. I think we saw a couple that were being played at like kind of right on the window of getting to the top cut, in which we've seen replays. I think we're making fun of Alpi. We're teasing Alpi. I think it's Alpi, where Nuvem on a game got 4 credits, which like, at least this one has 17 operations is all I'm saying. So I read a bit of this write-up earlier, and so there's some changes we can make that are recommended. I think you can also watch Nick play this on Neon Static. He played it in person, I think like 2 streams ago, because just last night's stream, Holly and Erica joined Eric, which is really cool. I'm excited to catch up on that. And this is a punitive deck, which we tried punitive when we played Nuvem. It was the first thing we did, and I hated it. I thought it was awful because it's so inconsistent. Because you can run 59 cards and just run all 3-pointers. This one's running Divested Trust, which technically does work very well with 5/3s and fires on score abilities, as long as the 5/3 doesn't win the game. Now, that's cool. I think that's one way of trying it. The problem is we only have 3 punitives and 54 cards. Maybe that inconsistency is kind of, you know, balanced by Basalt Spire. That's pretty cool. But this is the sort of thing that I'm going to say is like this sort of deck, I think, is strictly unplayable when this, not this deck, when the Arasana deck exists. Because what we're trying to do is inherently tracks people out by going through data loop and then kill them with punitive. And Arasana technically has access to like 6 counters worth of air blades and then a DJ Fenris. Only 1 stone ship chart room. This could change, and I think testing might necessitate having more of these because it does win you to combo matchups and a hush. So at the end of the day, our ice actually doesn't do that much. So this is the sort of thing. It's like if you build an interesting and creative deck, there's a bigger chance that the toolbox can just find the tools and bring it down and just send it, which is going to be pretty tricky. 14 influence, yeah, 14 influence is like fine. I don't know what you want to do. I think there's some changes here that was recommended. Slash and burn to me doesn't make a lot of sense with the archetype. I think the most success I've had with Nuvem is building like seamless launch, like just go as fast as possible and just score out. And slash and burn is a nice way to score out a Basalt Spire because you can recover one of the slash and burns. But this doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. I think we can play another Basalt Spire in there. Maybe this is a good excuse to play out Eminent Domains, which I haven't tried out yet. If we're playing Eminent Domains, though, we'd probably change a bit of our ice suite, but that's a card I just haven't played enough with. And otherwise, we could probably play, I would want to play 1 Above the Law because that card's just cracked, or we could just keep it to Divested Trust and 5/3s. I think it's just really not great to run 4 2s, like 2-pointers in your punitive list, because as soon as they steal a punitive, or sorry, as soon as they steal a 2-pointer, you can't double punitive them off a 6-pointer, single punitive them off of a 6-pointer. Like you just want to get as many 3-pointers, because if they steal slash and burn, you're not going to punitive them, and then it's kind of cooked. I'm once again asking for the return of restricted list. Yeah, I think restricted list actually solves a lot of problems when gone. I totally hear you on that. I think that is actually very correct. Lou was even more of a punitive counter than burner. Hey, Spark. Yeah, but Lou, it's 8 any operation combo deck. That's fine. At least I think Lou was harder to play, but yeah, Lou was also suffocating, and that's why Lou got banned out. Vulnerability Audit, I'd rather never play that card and pretend it doesn't exist. Vulnerability Audit is one of my least favorite cards in the game. Sorry, Jam. I don't like it. The punitive being cut from the Iswak data loop list is super interesting. I wonder if this deck can play similar line or if it's inconsistently hurts it too much. I think if we're playing Divested Trust 5/3s, like, I think I've never seen a deck list that's not on punitive when it comes to Divested Trust and 5/3s, but like, maybe you could just play it as like a defensive option. Like, oh, that's my agenda now. And then you just play seamlesses, but at least punitive costs us nothing. Something to be said about Subliminal, I never played 3 Subliminal in Nuvem deck. The idea is that it's clicklessly 3 credits if it fires your ability. I honestly don't know if that's good enough. Like, I don't think there's any turn where the runner shouldn't run, especially where we have 2 Subliminals, 3 Subliminals in the bin. And so you're probably going to fire this maybe once. Maybe, I don't think once is good enough. Where like you can play Armed Acid Protection and it's not clicklessly 3 credits, but it's like 5 credits. That's probably fine. So this one's actually like kind of confusing to me. Like maybe you play 2 of them. I know it feels so good, but I'm not sure if it's actually correct in the sort of like pretentious capital C correct. So we'll find out. Directions unclear, restricted list reinstated with the 1 item. Hey, Kyle. Oh, man. You can also Physarum data loop. It's a barrier. You can't. Nice try. To be fair, when the set came out, everyone was playing 3x burner. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that was happening. Valenchao is really interesting in this list. Like, I haven't played Valenchao unless I've had bad publicity interactions, which this deck doesn't have. In theory, there is an upgrade or like an archives trap that clears bad publicity. They don't take a tag. Not that we care about the tag, but like you consider that. I think Magnet is like probably not the tech card I would choose for 1 influence in the meta. I honestly couldn't tell you quickly what it is, and Magnet's nice against Physarum, but that's the only thing it hits in the meta, so I don't think I'd lean on Magnet. And I think Hammer is just so damn good, I'd play 3 Hammer. We're going to play this as is. I think we're going to change the agendas because I don't think I like Slash and Burn. We're just going to try and do the Vested Trust and 5/3s just because running Archive stealing 6 points is like a legitimate win condition, unfortunately. Also, Liberation cards have now built-in pronunciation guide entries. Wait, what? Are you kidding? Oh my god, that's so cool. I think that's an O. Nuvem. Oh, that's sick, Eric. Hey, Ba, you rolled that positive Nuvem comment back real quick. Yeah, I don't know. It hasn't impressed me yet. I think it plays relatively smoothly sometimes, but like, so does BTL. Nuvem. Oh, that's so good, JNet. Keep keeping on. Boris, what's up? Tuning in. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm having a great day. Came back from some travels. Haven't been on a computer in like a week, so this feels kind of weird, but it's like riding a bicycle. I did like sub in Nuvem a lot during playtesting, but I don't know if I would prioritize it when you expect a lot of RE. Yeah, that's another issue. Is like, and admittedly, this deck is not built to beat the RE meta. This is just the deck Nick has been enjoying and working on for a while. Not every deck has to be built to beat the meta. Like the Build the Last deck that actually, for what it's worth, the Build the Last deck that I put out recently probably can beat RE. I genuinely don't think RE can beat Public Trail and the line. Because that deck needs to dump cards from hand on turn 1 and then access, and usually has like 4 cards on turn 1. Like this is actually like a legitimate strategy. Public Trail into SGP, I think, is one of the good ways they can tackle Ari. I think Public Trail is really good into Ari because Ari wants to run every turn, and Ari generally doesn't have 8 credits and can't afford to slow down because Ari gets economy a bit inconsistently in bursts. Chat caught up. Yeah, I caught back up. Can't be wrong. Yeah, 2x to 3x. We'll see. Subliminal's good with the Nuvem upside. Yeah, I know, but I don't think it's actually as good as an operation that does something. Let's give this a shot, though. We're going to change the agenda, sweets. I just want to play some Nuvem. This could work. It could be cool. I'm not going to be too critical about it, but I just want to see what Nuvem feels like. What did Slayer of Lads? Okay. Why did you gender it? So let's cut this. Let's play Basalt Spire, and then let's just play like one Eminent seems kind of cursed because then there's another 1 pointer we can lose. So we probably just play another 5/3, which is illegal. So then we have to play 2 or Divested Trust. This is where it gets really awkward, right? Like maybe we just play 1 above the law and then just hope that it doesn't matter. Now we're playing 23 agenda points. Like you generally want to play the minimum. It actually has a significant change on the amount of accesses the runner needs to get. Generally, if you play 1 point over the minimum, the runner can win on 1 fewer access. It's sort of intuitive, but you kind of want to go lower there. False lead? We can't do much with false lead though. Maybe we can with punitive. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, let's get false lead banned sooner than later. Flash. Eminent could be cool too, but like we don't have ice that works with Eminent really well. We'll give it a shot. Nuvem is super fun. I am all for people playing things that are fun, but not worrying too much about meta calls and clean tournaments. Yeah, I just want to be very clear. All their conversations, we have our tournament competitive hat and then like Netrunner's hella fun hat. A lot of times those are 2 of the same conversations, but right now it's just like, let's play a cool Nuvem list, okay? So we don't have expectations that this is going to blow the meta open. It's just going to be a fun thing you can bring to a Tuesday night. Enjoy. More people need to be confident to post their lists that are just fun Tuesday night lists. We're going to play it as this? No, we're going to change the agenda suite because I think Nick said to change the agenda suite in the write-up. We'll see. Also restrict the consoles just in case. NSG unrestricted the consoles. NSG gave us the ability to play with multiple consoles. There's a chance that the RE list could play multiple consoles. The problem is like the Shaper consoles are not really competing with Lilypad in that list. Alice, cool. Very cool. I fill the bin. Mulder runs it. This hand is cursed. So Alice, 50 card minimum. So we're in the same boat. Hey, fellow 50. Rock on. Thanks, you too. So we generally want to ice up archives because we don't want Alice to do like just kind of damage. Border control and archives is not exactly what we want. We only have 14 ice and 54. I would say that the odds of opening 1 ice in our hand after we mulligan is probably around 30%. I'd have to check. I think it feels like 30%. So we'll see. Like the best play we'd have here is like spin doctor on the table, border control, Rashida. This is where the inconsistency of 54 is a bit hard because like throwing a City Works and archives if we have access to punitive is maybe a thing. was looking for Alice deck lists on R&DB. Yeah, it hasn't been a lot in a while. It's been hard out there for Alice. At the thing I was at, we played Cube, and I actually lost to really good. Mind you, any runner you played was a 40 minimum, so I lost a very interesting game to 40 minimum Alice, and it was like really good pressure. Cube was a lot of fun. Okay, Descent is Descent, and then we drew 2 of our 3. Oh, you see? That's what you need. That's not often going to happen. I don't know if I said high jello shots. So we can just put some cards on the table. The problem is as soon as the 3-1 is stolen, we lose the ability to do punitive. Double punitive. So I think our line is Descent to Archives. Otherwise, if our Mulder runs Archives, we can throw out the worst card in our hand, which is probably punitive, which is a problem. Now, that's okay if we count on him running into the Basalt at some point, but I think we'll draw here. Well, shit. And now we're just hoping for no, like, Chastushka, because HQ pressure is really good with Alice, because generally it's kind of like Sabotage. It weans the worst card from the hand. Hey, Cat. How you doing? Good to see you on the weekend. Patchwork, very cool. Dirty Laundry. You should go HQ here. Yeah, that's good. So now we have a very important 40% here. Shit. All right. So not only did they know we're on punitive, we can no longer feed 6 points, which is probably the most unfair win condition we have. I would say their turn's really good. I'm just installing the second Rashida there. It might have been right, but I think Rashida was the card we would probably consider throwing out there. That at least is good. So Armed, in theory, we should play sooner than later. We actually kind of do need the money here. So this gives us 4 credits with Nuvem, as long as we trash the top of our deck, which I think we're going to do anyways. In theory, it's nice to know the top of the deck. It's a data loop. I think that's like one of the best cards in our deck, so we can't actually afford to trash this. Because we probably need data loop to push the Rashida. We only have 12 more ice in our R&D. If you score Divesta, you can still feed 6. Yeah, if we score, not if they do. That's for sure. Cool, Bravado. So they just have like extra influence. We'll res the Descent because it saves a card. Shout out to the stream. Hey, Lazy, this Alice looks spicy. Yeah, it's hard to read so far. It looks like just value Alice. Armed Acid. I thought that card was honestly worthless when I first read it. Me there, it was. It was one of the worst cards from that set. Now with Nuvem, it's like a bit better. Honestly, I think it's worse than Extract. I think Extract is just like a 6 credit econ card with upside, and this often doesn't become 6 credits. The upside like seems like it makes sense with Nuvem, but Nuvem throws cards face down, so I don't even think it's that good. Oh, we don't even have money for this. This is the thing where like, I played this before with a public trail and stuff like that, and like you just don't get money with Nuvem. Because you hold operations that you don't play. I think you want to have operations that are playable in all board states. So like, I'm a big fan of, oh, this is a good enough Winchester at least. I'm a really big fan of, no, we let this through. Economic Warfare is a 6 credit swing. That one's really, really good. Rashida, shit. Jinteki issues. Jinteki has fine economy now. Okay, Alago's down. No. Like, this one's good. I'm gonna technically you want to do this first. Like, Nuvem forces you into weird things. Like, in theory, doing this shows us the top of R&D. But if we're gonna trash it no matter what, which I think we're going to do, I think we should draw first. Okay. This I think is a bit better for us. Lagu? They lost a Botulus. Okay, so the Magnet actually has some play in this matchup. It's usually Beanstalk royalties, but sometimes better. Yeah, which like Extract is always Beanstalk royalties, and sometimes it's 6 credit econ card. I don't think it is always correct. Wow. This could have been above the law. Singles in R&D. With 2 punitives in hand, we don't matter. We don't care. So here I think we will predict it first. Actually, I think we draw 3. It puts us on 7. We can do install. It's a pivot. More like pivot to the bin. Unfortunately, we don't have a play here. Like, a 1 and an ice on R&D feels good. Border control on R&D doesn't feel good. We can put Spin Doctor on the table that might require a run. We could also score the NGO front, jam the false lead. That's probably what we do. We don't really need a subsidy here. Resing the data loop is going to be a problem for us, thinking. So we want to install 2 cards. So we can do data loop, border control, and R&D. This will put us up at 13. That's probably fine. Yeah, I don't really want to gov sub here because Nuvem is only once per turn, so we kind of want to like weave one a turn. So the question is whether Molder pressures a remote server. I don't think with 2 ice he will. So we can maybe do that next turn. Like we don't even have to score the false lead out. You want to install this card first to get information before you commit the ice. I don't think it would really change our turn. We'll see. Okay. The coffee was weird for a second. I think it was just me. This is a problem we want to win on economy. Patchwork's going to be a problem. All right, 37 cards. 2. There's still a fair few agendas in the deck. That was an Angelique got trashed. That's a pivot getting trashed. I'm happy with these trashes because if Molder steals here a 3-pointer, we win the game. That was a lot of money spent. So we don't actually have to do anything. A data loop and R&D is a bit expensive. So we'll gov sub. It's a hedge fund. Do we want 2 credits or we want to play the hedge fund for 6 credits? Is that a really good top deck for us? I don't think it's that bad. This is the issue. Like, Nuvem puts you in weird situations where it doesn't feel like your ability is working with you. Like, if we trash the hedge fund, it's clicklessly 2 credits. But if we play it, it could be 6 credits. I think we have to trash it because we just trash everything, but it doesn't feel good. We'll put this on R&D because it is annoying and we'll advance this. So at least our 2 centrals are have taxing ice on them. So we can hopefully score false lead and then jam spin dock or whatever the next card is. Buzzsaw's down, so archives is easy. That means that we can feed a 3-pointer. So this is not a problem. There's a ruthless R&D run. I think it was a bit of an overextension. I don't think the pivot's a really good draw. If they think we're on Punitive, the question is like whether or not, oh yeah, this happens. Shit, we have to ice up archives. Okay, crack fermenter is good. We don't need to add this. At least cost 1. Okay. Turbine in the bin, that's cool. Hammer on archive seems really good. And so either we can hedge fund. I'm going to hedge fund. We can throw Angie out if we need to. So Valen Chow. Valen Chow into Buzzsaw is pretty good. Valen Chow even into Turbine Buzzsaw is pretty good. It's really bad into Botulus. Just draw cards and feed them on points. If we don't have an agenda, we can. Like, we don't want to lose a card a turn for a credit. I think we want Valen Chow. It's really good into Buzzsaw. We need a virus in archives. That's what we need. So let's see if there's a good raindrops that'll make us annoyed. Oh, okay. Infinite recursion. Hopefully we go faster than that. So score false lead, jam Angelique. Probably. Add this back to hand. We don't need to. Oh, we knew the top of the deck, right? So if we install this, it means we can't use it to ping a single damage. Oh, this gets a Lago install. Maybe that was rough. Nuvem would be bust if Shock was around. Breach Dome? Anything. Archives traps. There's no archive traps. I'm so surprised RH did not get an archive trap at any point. It seemed like it was like screaming for one. Maybe we're better for it not having that. I don't know. A lot of like the recent RH decks are like 6 upgrades on archives with an added, what's it called? I honestly think we have to shuffle this back because there's a Spin Doctor. So we'll bring Spin Doctor back. And then what else will we bring back? Why is Audacity in the list? Audacity is not that great in the list. It's nice to close it, but it's not that good in the list. We don't really need pivot because we have everything in our hand. I think government subsidy is like probably the biggest econ play we have. It's a 7 credit econ card. Yeah, maybe. But they're just playing financial damage. Breaker Suite's almost here. All right, draw. Draw. Okay. Spin Doctor? No. Bummer. So now they know there's something good on top of R&D. So maybe we should just send it no matter what. All right, we're starting our recursion early. I think NSG generally try to avoid easy kill combos, maybe. They thought the archives kill with shock were too much. It's not so much the kill, it's like the disincentivization. But I agree, like maybe the game's better without it. We still have a virus, like there are ways to poison archives in meaningful ways. That's for sure. But like 3 damage when you're running archives, they would have to be like, I think a healthy way would be do 1 damage when this is access from archives, remove it from game, something like that. All right, Winchester's still pretty taxing into Echelon. Alice doesn't have a trace link, base link, excuse me. So if you want to break this is either 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring back Honey Farm. Yo, Kagoslav, did you ever play that? Kagoskab, excuse me. I've never played that. 6, okay. Hammer. So now we purge the fermenter for sure. Add descent, no. Honestly, don't know if we want the Valenchow. I think it is probably pretty good. Boarding control is like the least fair thing. We have boarding control and data loop is really good. That's it. Hammer is always going to be annoying until the turbine comes down. I think the turbine was shuffled. Turbine wasn't shuffled back in. I should pay attention to this. Ashen, I'd be like later, like, oh man. So much recursion. DJ Fenders could come down. I'm just so tired of the recursion. I honestly don't know what we keep. Hammer's just kind of good. It's just 3 credits. It's like the best return on investment into turbine. Valenchow is really annoying. There's leeches though, so we'll get rid of it. I play all the cards. Well, all the bad cards. I honestly don't think I've ever played Honey Farm. It was an archives trap that when the runner hit it, I think they lost a credit, you gained a credit, or I think only you gained a credit. And corroder. Okay, that's just a cool way to juice up your echelon. I'm not sure if there's a reason to have corroder and cleaver. Just not our spin doctor. Shit. All right. Planning limits, draw 3. It's nice that this is a draw 3 gain too. Okay, Rashida's good. Anji's you can't stack. Top card of the deck is a magnet that's useless. We have 21 cards left in R&D. So we can put an Anji on HQ, Rashid in their mode server. A Lago fires, it's gonna fire no matter what. They trash the labor rights, it gets bottomed. Server 2. Okay. Like we talked about, you don't want your game to go too long, and this is like exactly the sort of runner rig too that going long is really bad into. Because it just has infinite recursion, patchwork is 2 credits a turn, like maybe that's not saying much, but this is turn 11 and they're already getting so much money or so much value turn after turn after turn. Like you just need to jam a bit faster than this. Honey Farmer's runner loses a credit. You gain nothing. Okay, that's it. Runner loses a credit. So if we res this, the server costs 4 credits. So we can feed another hammer, which we can't afford to res. That drops us down to 16. That's enough. We can't make this free. Why is there corroder and a cleaver? I think it's just like echelon support. I'm not sure if there's any ice that like makes having a corroder that much better than having a cleaver. Like maybe the high strength stuff, and even then it doesn't feel great, but echelon, 50 card deck. So something like that. Hey, respect. Hope you're doing good. Getting back into the game in standard for the first time. Your video's been really helpful. Hey, welcome back. Standard's really cool. Netrunner's NSG's been doing a great job. Welcome back to the game. If you have any questions as a newer player, please let me know what they are. Game's really cool. Questions are always like really easy in chat. 17 credits, 6 cards in hand. Yeah, we're cooked. 8 cards left without Hoshiko draw even. Yeah, I know. There was Earth Rises in this. And like Lago's been firing with buffer drive with no quote unquote downside. Like it is just the reggest Anarch deck with some Alice pressure. So what can we do here? This drops us down. If we do all of it, 11. We lose our Rashida. We do 2 damage, so that's 13. We have no money. We can armed acid back, whatever. +5 min deck size. Yeah, they should be on 3 cards. You're right. We might not have wanted to show the border control there because the 1 credit difference doesn't matter. And having information there's a border control here is way more important for them. They break this for 3 though. That's kind of cool. Haven't been listening for a bit. Yeah, NRDB having a pronunciation guide pod. Me too. I had no idea. Does NRDB have like patch notes? So I don't know if they put their cards they want on the top of the deck or not. So we hit a steel skin. They lost a mimic. So they're running like the most. They probably have another decoder besides Buzzsaw. I don't know if it is what it is, but it looks like they're running multiples of everything. All right. All right. They have Fermenter. They're making 6 credits a turn. We're a punitive deck. It's turn 12. The only thing we can do is feed them a 6-point combo. Honestly, we might be okay. Because they have to run through data loop twice. Do you know art and boarding control is razor wire and not just shape? Yeah, it's razor wire. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, you didn't know that? It's like the top of a, it looks like over like, because I think you see a bit of the wood kind of, it looks like a trench on the other side of the trench, which is meant to be a border wall, I reckon. I think the runner would enjoy a 6-point combo. Yeah. Oh, they Ashened, so they removed 5 cards from the game. Doesn't really matter. I wish Ashen Epilogue did 2 core damage. I wish that was what Ashen Epilogue. Take 2 core damage, shuffle your deck. Be so much cooler. Because 6 + 1 = 7? Oh yeah, they actually would like that a lot. Okay, so now they're on 16 and an 8-click button. Like, what do we do? How do we win? Do you think NSG is going to print cards of similar strength in Dawn, or let the power level of the game fall when FFG cards rotate out? I realize they see the future question. No, see the future question is interesting. I think on average, the NSG power level is like, so NSG power level is a bit more consistent. FFG power level is more extremes. There's way more unplayable cards, and there's way more cards also that are like, how could you have printed that? NSG obviously bans cards that are over the curve, and they've banned a bunch of their own cards. Of course they have. Oh, they already popped it. Bummer. If they didn't pop it, that was a huge play. So I think they want the game to be slightly faster than it was in FFG times, and we're getting there, that's for sure. I think there's any like balance concerns. What's the multi-axis? That's really good for us. A subliminal, we can see the top of the deck. I want to keep that there because it means R&D is safe. Okay, I didn't think we would just get that. 3 core damage and doesn't RFG? No, it does both. It does RFG and core damage, but it doesn't trash 5. So I think NSG is going to continue printing NSG power level. I think NSG is probably going to focus on Dawn to make some of the factions that were underserved recently have better cards. I think it'd be weird not to. Like, their cards are just, it's just value. It's just value. Someone who runs Ashen and SI, I like the idea of doing core damage. It'd be really fun. Because for what it's worth, core damage is, congrats on score, thank you. Core damage is meant to be anything, right? Like, it's meant to be a religious loss. It doesn't have to be like physical damage. And I think Ashen Epilogue, you can maybe argue your way into that corner. I've been playing in a Sangren's tournament where decks of different eras play against each other, and the strong 2023 decks can feel pretty hopeless against some stuff just a few years earlier. I've seen a bit of that stuff, and I think Jeff's GOAT tournament is the coolest thing ever. But I think there's a lot of interesting. There's a lot of older decks that are just like too slow and not powerful enough. Like I don't think ETF is gonna win a lot. Sorry, Tron. They know I'm punitive. Nice. As a Yu-Gi-Oh player, wild to me that they printed Fiber Jar. Fiber Jar is banned though, no? Yeah, some of the early decks, like I just don't think they're either fast enough. But the game played on the slower scale. But like I think Andy, like there's some of the Andy decks back from the day, I imagine actually could play standard. Ugly. We're just gonna keep that in hand and double install it. We could do install advance here. Actually, maybe we should have. So let's think about where a line is. If we do install advance, we have to force them through. Yeah, actually, this might be okay. We have an Audacity in the bin. We do. So the Audacity I shit on earlier is actually a really legitimate win condition here. Okay, install advance. So if this is going to be stolen, it's going to be 3 damage. They get a 4th card in hand. Oh, it is a Steel Skin Scarring. Are you kidding me? They went from 2 to 6. You're meant to be on 3. Oh, that is so bad. You mean Ashen Epilogue? For what it's worth, there was an FFG card for the longest time called Levy AR Lab Access, which was just this with no text besides the shuffle your hand. Like, it didn't do anything besides remove itself from the game. And that card was very good, but not played everywhere. But this is basically a reimagined version of an existing card. It was not neutral influence, it was Shaper, and it cost 3 influence, but that card is very, very good. Which corp is looking strongest for Sangren's tournament? I haven't kept up on like the results. I've just seen like some of the replays. I don't actually know all the decks that are in there, but I saw like an ETF game, like the 2015 Worlds winning ETF Caprice Breaker Bay Grid deck. I think that deck has a chance to be really good, but it just feels like kind of fair compared to some other stuff. I think the DLR decks are probably too slow. Yeah, we're in round 3. There you go. 2021 PD is currently in the lead. All right, man, if that didn't have a Steel Skin, I think we would have a chance. But the problem is like we can't land a punitive. We just have to hope that this slows them down enough that we can do another one. Cool, a server costs 2 credits. I'm curious about how many NSG cards are near prints and obviously near prints. For those who are newer to the game, what percentage of NSG cards do you think are like near prints or references to old cards? Because that might be information that's not disseminated, like obviously enough. It's like more than you think. It's many more than you think, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think Dawn is going to have even more, considering system update leaves. Okay, so Mulder's going to have an absurd amount of money because of Bravado. Max like 10%. I think it's slightly more than that. Oh, but only slightly. Actually, no, 10% is pretty high. So if we crack this, he has to go back. This is 3 cards. This is 2 more cards. I think we have to crack it. The question is financially, will we have enough? The problem is like currently there's a pending trigger to gain 8 credits because Bravado. If we border control, does border control count? Does anybody know if border control counts? I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but then it'll be on 23. He goes back, he's on 22, and then 3 cards in hand. So we'd have to somehow make more money than he has. So actually, it's probably a reason that we bring back Armed Asset Intimidation might do it. Holy shit, Armed Asset Intimidation is going to win. Border Control counts? For real? Okay. Leech and Spin Doctor are the obvious examples. Yes. Leech is, I think, one of the ones that's the closest to having the exact same wording as the original card. So card perfect. And this is because the damn Lago hit the steel skin. Otherwise, we would have an option here. We need to remember to use this on his turn. So we're going to use this. Somehow we need to make more money than he has. So we're going to go grab an Armed Asset Intimidation. We don't get 2 credits. We threw out a Basalt Spire. That's its own problem. But this only gets credits if you do it on the runner, on the corpse turn, which doesn't really matter. No steel skins in hand. Not that it mattered. Hitting a strike fund, though. Mamma mia. So now we have to get more than around 20 credits. Oh, Angelique from the bin? Yeah, that works. Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Boom headshot. Thanks for the game. Yeah, Angelique, that's right there. I totally forgot. Was it possible? So 110 credits gained in 60 clicks, 70 to 49. 2 shots, 1 kill. Yeah. Okay, so what was the best line? Otherwise, I just want to see how much money we make for Armed Asset. So apparently there's just more agendas on top of the deck. That makes sense. Like, we don't know where the agendas are. So let's not trash that. If we play into Armed Asset Protection, we should be on 9 credits here because Angelique cost 1. But we got 2 from Expendable. Oh, we didn't trash. So if we do, in theory, the most we could have done is we could start it on 9 credits and 3 cards, right? 7. Okay, no, we were at 7 and we used Basalt to get in 2. Okay, so the most money we could get on 1 turn is we get Armed Asset Protection. City Works, trash it. We've been at 2. We would have Basalt Spire back the Armed Intimidation, which I'll just drag it to the hand. We can do Subliminal, Armed Asset. And so the most we can make the trace is 25. I don't know if we did that inelegantly, but if we didn't have Angelique on exactly 0 cards in hand, I don't think we had enough money for it. How much is Armed Asset Protection? It puts it into 2 abilities. So it's a 5 credit econ card. That's it? It's a 5 credit econ card? It's actually not as good as Government Subsidy? Because there's no agendas face up. Like, that's a problem. Face up agendas are so hard to do. It's just like Armed Asset Protection doesn't work well with Nuvem because Nuvem trashes face down. It's like so frustrating that you think it works and it doesn't. But okay, so this is only a pay 2 to gain 3. We are going to fire Nuvem no matter what. And then we have Asset Upgrade, Ice Operation. So 4. So it's 7. So it's gain 5. So it's strictly better to pull back a Government Subsidy, which is a gain 5 as well. No, it's the same. And then if we Punitive, the most we can get is Trace 22. Oh shit, yeah, we couldn't kill. Yeah. This is where I think Armed Asset, like this is the Armed Asset was gain 7, pay 2, so it's gain 5. This is funny enough one of the board states where like Extract is just clearly better. Because if I played Extract, it's gain 6. And if I trash my board state, we'd win the game. So do that as you will. But even then, I think we're short if it was an energy kill. But the economy on the runner's deck was absurd. It was straight up absurd. It's cheaper to play than Hedge Fund. The card just sucks. Yeah, it's not good. It's like so much of the money is tied to having face-up agendas, and there's no way to get face-up agendas besides expendable. And like the expendable agendas don't get played the way that I think might have been the first iteration. Not that Armed Asset Protection didn't come out way earlier. Bummer. It's absolutely maxed at Gov sub money unless it hits the agenda. Yeah, I am. I think Armed Asset is good if you're playing 3x Eminent, 3x Slash and Burn. The problem being a deck with those cards is so bad. I think Eminent's better than it looks. Slash and Burn's also a bit better than it looks, but it's a bit inconsistent. And then like Nuvem is inherently not consistent to be a combo deck. Clearly we need a Cohort, but Cohort put us a face down. I think all the Nuvem decks that I've seen that are asked are playing Cohort and loving it. And I think Cohort was the sort of card that was like really, really good in the early meta because people didn't respect it and it got worse. But even then, it puts a face down to Archives, unless I see if we flip it face up. Yeah, that's true. All right, let's do one more. I don't think we learned too much, but we can set up unfair win conditions with data loop, board control, and then having enough money. Is there a card that lets you reveal? Would it be better or still bad? There's no card that flips face up cards in Archives, I don't think. And then like you need that card to be good independently in your deck. So I don't think so. You can flip agendas. Yeah, with Cohort, you can do it. Might work if you're using a Sting or an Oracle and the runner doesn't want to steal. Yeah, or they're respecting Punitive. I think that's the biggest way. But then, like, it's hard for them to run Archives, see a Punitive and not steal. You need something with an additional cost. So, like, they run it, don't want an SDS drone deployment. And then, like, that's not a good spot you want to be in a Punitive deck. So it's really, really tricky. You need Eminent. You need something like that. Yeah, maybe we should play Eminent instead of the false lead. We had a false lead, right? Wait, did we score a false lead? Oh, but we score the false lead. We needed the false lead to get to 7. So trashing the false lead didn't matter. I totally forgot we had a false lead. But like we could have used false lead on certain turns to prevent like econ gain if it mattered. I'm not sure that the runner ran last 2 clicks. So it's like if we traded that for a 5-3, it's not good for us. So we can't do anything. Yeah, I think we're adding hoops to jump through. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's not that late. We've only been streaming for an hour and a half. We're going to do another game of this and see how things go. Hey, Tron. From that point on, we're going to do some deck building and we're going to build something kind of weird. This is a bit of news to go over. I think that's cool. We've been out. High silly or low silly? I'm not playing something super competitive. I don't think. So up to you. Kakarembo puts the cards face down. Yo, I drafted at the draft on the weekend. I drafted Kakarembo. Turns out there's an industrial genomics player at the table. It was Sengrin, and he was just looking for it because he didn't think anyone was going to draft it. And I drafted it, and the card won me multiple games. I embraced the Kakarembo, and it was sick. Okay, we have Econ. We have a win condition. We have data loop. That's fine. The high is silly. Yeah, it flips the wrong way. Double Angie using Basalt. Double Angie using Basalt was probably correct, Spark, but we had to do the Angie on his turn, which we forgot to do. We'd have to pull on because you can only use Basalt once per turn. So we'd have to. I like committed to Armed Acid, not doing any of the math because I thought it would get us there, but it's not that good. We're gonna keep this. The high is silly. I don't know what that means. That probably means like R&D pressure. This is probably like the yeah, the R&D pressure deck. The Iru pressure deck. That's worrisome. So Valencho and R&D is fine. It's Planogram. It's getting some money. Cityworks on top of the deck. Doesn't do anything from Archives. Now the Spin Doctor? I guess? We had double Punitive? Okay, we're golden. Valencho and R&D. When you played your Kakarembo, how did you and the opponent handle the Archives info? I was a bit annoying on purpose, but then I was playing against Jeff, so I showed him the cards. So I just said, I'm going to Kakarembo, and I showed him all the face down cards and Archives before I shuffled it. He never ran Archives, so it didn't matter. And I made this weird 50-50 where it was like, he thought I added the Gene Splicer into the remote server for the win, but I actually added the Biovault, and then I shot down like a very good R&D run that he spent a lot of resources on. He was playing Geist. So it was a mixed bag. But I laughed. I'm like, I'm just going to take those. And he's like, show me the cards. I'm like, fine. but I don't not sure if it's necessary. So you played it like you should? Yeah, I played it the way that I don't think the rules support, but you should to not be a chode. Sorry, I'm going to say chud. I said chode. I didn't mean to say chode. I meant to say chud. Okay. Very cool. Hush, very scary. Customized secretary. When you install this is SMC power level. When you install this, reveal the top 5 cards of the stack. So we whiffed on a daily casts and another daily casts. And so now you can install a hosted program playing all costs for a click. So it was functionally a diesel plus a bookmark. Genuinely a cool idea for a card. Also sick Liga art, incredibly sick Liga art. 10 out of 10. Just unfortunately the numbers aren't there. I want more cards like this in the game. I think cards that do some sort of utility are so cool, especially if they are playable. This is not exactly it. This card is really important because back in the day, Bayukin, Netrunner content creator, 2nd place at World Championship, very cool person, made a deck list that was like, can you win the game without using the basic action card? And you need this card. Because back in the day, this was one of the few ways that you could install programs without using the basic action. At least like a bunch of programs. Because play a card is a basic action. So you have to cheat this on the table. I forgot how that happened. Chode also fits. I don't think it does. This is one of the weird things where hosted programs are installed and used and non-customized secretary. No, they're not installed. They're just hosted, right? Cabinessa for the custom secretary. That was how? Oh yeah, it was Cabinessa, 100%. Yeah, you probably saw the movie, the film, the video, the content. Yeah, you just click Cabinessa to install the stuff, and then you had to get them off the secretary. Such a cool deck. Really, really cool idea. And then you need a card that makes you make a run, and I think like Charlatan is one of them. Like there's some really weird ones. Oh, I really don't like that. Please don't touch a Punitive. Come on. Hush always read like a criminal card to me. Not that there's anything wrong with other factions getting a small amount of bleed, so they feel rounded. Yeah, I think Hush does seem like more like a criminal card. I think you're totally right. If you ask me, it's like clearly one of the shaper cards that like for balance, potentially you want to be out of faction, so you actually spend influence on your toolbox options. But I think it's super, super cool. That could have hit him a virus. I think it's really, really cool that it's not shaper. As criminal, I think that's sick. Okay, that fixes that. Oh, we're not in the worst spot. The problem is like we need a we need a Basalt Spire to get that Punitive back because we only have 3 Punitives. We've been really lucky to get our Punitives as quickly as we have. Their hosts have been uninstalled even though the same keyword is used in the same visual appearance. I think there's a big chance custom secretary has different text. Then, so when you install customize, reveal the top 5, you may host any. Wait, does NSG have the same text? Looks like it does. Maybe they, okay. Now we're popping off. This is sick. This is really sick. More imps, more Nyashias. The no basic action deck made runs with Tracker. Oh, you're right, it was Tracker, yeah. Because that was, I think Tracker is like 2 MU maybe? I don't know what's going on here. We don't see any ice, so like that's good. Scoring 2 Divested Trust does nothing for us, but then it means the runner doesn't have them, and that's like kind of cool. I don't know what's going on here. I honestly have no idea what the win condition is. I do think we have to ice up archives. I think an Eru is going to come down because clearly there's like a bunch of brute force R&D pressure. I don't know why the imps are here. But there needs to be some pressure somewhere. Playing their deck face up, yeah. There's a lot of cards on the table. Yeah, I don't know what this is about. There also might be charge synergy because Tron is leaving coalescence counters. Valenchow, when you don't have bad publicity, is actually kind of bad. Because this is a free run. Because we res it, we go down to 8. Oh, we actually, if it fires, we do end the run because the subroutines matter. But giving bad publicity, at least you can't use customized secretary during a run. Oh, never mind. Coalescence. Okay. That's not good. So C2 cards from the Asha, we don't need a Spin Doctor back. Lost to Rashida, that's fine. Double Nyasha, just wait for Amelia? It could be. I think we've seen too much influence on like 2 imps to like think this is really Amelia. Lily Pad's good. Now we need to keep our money up or Valentina doesn't do anything. It's still annoying though. It's like a 4 credit swing, but with bad publicity, it's only a 3 credit swing. Maybe this is why you don't see this out of faction. Or out of outfit. The gain 5 credits on this is something I often forget. Not that I play this card a lot. But it actually makes the punitive a lot, obviously, easier. Okay, Muse is going to get something. Maybe you Fizerum the Valenchao. I don't know if it's necessary. Another Coalescence. Okay, yeah, good stuff. Where's the Coalescence from? It doesn't tell you. Oh, it does. Heap. So this is an old Coalescence. The Breaker Suite actually might be like a Maven or something. Is this still legal? Yeah, it is. Has +1 strength for each installed program. The hostess stuff isn't installed, but like kind of looks like a Maven rig. Where there's just a lot of weird stuff on the table. All right, just creative commission. Angie. So Mavirus Angie is 3 damage. We have no money. Still no money. That's what we need. Now, if that gets stolen, we probably have some good punitive lines. But notice how the money is going in one direction. Not that he's running. That's a really big thing. Like, he's just ignored us. Which, like, that's a big thing with going fast enough, is that he can't afford to ignore us. But when we're on 2 agenda points, Orca from hand. Okay, shit. So definitely some charge synergy here. So the Nyashas and the Coalescences are going to stay around. Mind you, you can't charge this Coalescence because it's empty. But that was from hand Orca. Oh, breaks Winchester for 3 with bad publicity. We still have to do it. We need a top deck and econ card. Crap. Okay. We might have something here. So use Basalt Spire to add a punitive to hand. Divested Trust. We can do another Divested Trust? No, we shouldn't. There's no way. That's fun. In theory, he can steal 6 points and have nothing to show for it. He can steal 6 points this turn and die. If he steals the same Basalt Spire. Yeah, I think so. Come back in. Because he's technically stolen it, and punitive counts for the sum of the printed agenda points on all agendas the runner stole. So it's a 1 in 6. He probably needs to just get his imp on the table, so we're going to try and get the Mavirus on the table. Shit. The other option is like credit gov sub. That's not great. Can we do double punitive? I think we can do double punitive. Jeremiah, how's it going? Cheap views? No. Why? Why are those not banned terms? Hold on. Okay, so if we play this punitive, it costs us 1 credit. So we're on 7. So we need both of them to go through. So that's probably not going to do it. So that's not good. I pass priority. In theory, Tron could get 6 cards in hand though with the simul chip, so like we can't pursue that line regardless. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I did ask for more econ. So I think we need to get Mavirus on the table. We can also get Basalt Spired on top of the Angelique, but I don't think we're worried if this gets stolen. So what we're worried about is the imp. So I think it's the most important we get the Mavirus on the table and we just do credit. The thing is, like, if we purge out the imp, he still has a window to simul chip the imp back. If he does that, I don't think we're too concerned about it. I think we just set this up. Oh, we have too many cards in hand. That's fine. Hammer is broken for 3 cards with bad pub. I don't think we can afford that right now. Time to hire a mod to delete the messages. Is Lee floating the YouTube chat? There's no way for me to destroy it. Because the YouTube chat can I? The thing is, like, if a YouTube chat gets reported, it reports like Restream bot, because that's what Restream bot does. You know what I mean? So just don't click the link. Yeah, exactly. Oxy wants to ban Restream bot. Can you delete the message? Let me see. Yeah, you're right, actually. I think I did it. Thank you. Flux? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So now we're double charging Coalescence. Sick. Toronto like genuinely plays interesting weird Netrunner. Axis. He also plays good consistent. No, I think the bot's still there, right? So like he can still, oh, he used the simul chip. So now if he touches the agenda, we might have something there. But he has 8 credits on Coalescence. The thing is like he has to use these counters before he passes to our turn. Did we ban the bot? It did delete all previous messages. Did I just ban Restream bot? Holy crap. Well, did I do that? Hold on. How? Sorry. Yeah, that's not good. How? It deletes all message history? Okay. But somebody says something on Twitch and it's not on YouTube, so it's not coming. Okay, it's still coming in. Okay, no, it happened. Twitch was just quiet for a minute. No, we're good. But it deleted everything in the VOD. No, it didn't. I still see it. No, it's fine. Okay. We're back. I think we have to push in the remote server to make it look like something. Can we discard Basalt if they run Archives, they just die? Yes. I think we need to try and win the game, though. They could die, but then they could just run R&D with, like, 3 Nyasha and probably win the game. I don't know what the numbers are. We see them. Okay, cool. So it's a bit risky. With the Vested Trust, maybe it's safe. Yeah, maybe it should. But I think we also have to win the game. Because if we don't win the game, Tron just sits back. Like, Tron's not going to run Archives. Okay, thank you. It's still visible. But Claudio, it's definitely something to keep in mind. That you could just throw it out. But then, like, our win conditions Archives, and it's up to Tron to goof and run Archives. Which, like, I don't think he's going to do. There's no reason to run Archives. He'll run Spin Doctor if anything. And then, if he gets on 6 points, which the Vested Trust can interact with, he'll try and Nyasha the win. We're worried about Eero. We're worried about R&D runs. Because now he can, like, trick shot R&D, which we haven't seen any yet. And then see, like, 4 cards. It's not good for us. Yep. 20 cards. Bad publicity is adding up now. This is so bad. Where envy testing? I don't think it has one. Which is unfortunate, because, like, with secretaries, that seems like a good envy testing target. I agree with you. Like, we should have pushed the agenda here. Who's Flux Capacitor? Imp's coming back. Basalt Spire. You're going to want to imp that. You're going to want to imp that. Maybe on 25 credits, you're not going to want to imp that. I'm waiting for Beatrice. Yeah, Tron loves Beatrice. Tron is actually a very big Beatrice gamer. Shout out to Tron making top 16 at EMEA. Or sorry, APAC as well. Wow. Went for it. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So we're actually going to have a fair bit of money here. This is last click. So Tron, the most he can be on is 22 credits, thinking. Now we're technically here on 10 credits because of this interaction. And then 8, so we're on 18. No ways to draw cards clicklessly mid-turn. So we still have to run 2 punitives. It seems really bad. I smell Hushik. I think with Nyasha you wouldn't Hushik. It seems a bit anti-synergistic. We just don't have money to do anything. So we'll Basalt first. We'll just grab some money. Okay. So we need to land 2 punitives. Both of them, which is obviously impossible. So we're just going to jam the Basalt Spire behind Data Loop. Clot. Okay. Armed Acid Protection is quite bad. Acid. No operations, because Punitive was in there. So we can do install events on the Basalt Spire. We have to discard a card. Throwing out the Armed. We actually probably want to throw out the Board Control. The Board Control and Tempered Data Loop is pretty good. Okay, so let's just get our money up, because I think his money's a bit limited. Trash Spin Doctor is fine. We need Ice HQ. And we can put Basalt in the Data Loop server. The next turn we do Advance Armed. We don't know what the top of R&D is. But he needs to produce another breaker. I'm assuming it's Lobisomu, which at least there'll be 7 credits. Or 9. What's Lobisomu even cost? Nobody knows. I think most people think it costs 3 credits, which is not wrong. Yeah. And like, this is a bit of an example of like these sort of decks. Like, this is really silly. I don't know what it's capable of, but these sort of engines are not that hard to make in Runner. Those sort of engines don't exist on corporations. So the idea of going long being a problem, you know, there's a lot of ways where it's a problem. Lobby is 3. Yeah, cost 3. Yeah, correct. All right. So Palangi Orca means that this server cannot be run because you have to Orca the Descent. Palangi's once per turn. So you can break it for 2, 1 with bad pub, and then the data loop will at least connect. Unfortunately, resing this is 9 credits. The Shaper card that skips all your ice cost 8. It used to. All right, going in. Hoping that this is not a thing that ends the run. It does. Hey, Othkarsh, how's it going? New question. Didn't the runner steal the basalt? Why is it no longer in the score area? Great question. So we're playing this Divested Trust. It's a 3-1 agenda from the what's it called? From the Ashen cycle. And it says whenever the runner steals another agenda, you may forfeit this to gain 5 credits and add it to HQ. So it's a counter. It says, oh, you stole it. We can get the win steal ability and pull it back. Very importantly, if the runner ever wins, they technically win the game before Divested Trust fires. So that's not great for us if they steal their 7th plus point. But we basically sacrificed a lot of points to pull those back. Yeah, it's a really niche card that is very, very clearly built for these sort of decks. 3-1s, mind you, don't see a lot of play in Netrunner unless their ability is really busted, and this is probably not even super busted. It's good though. So this is where like running Archives is wrong because you die to Punitive and you flip up cards for armed acid protection. Like, I would love an extract here. Oh, Lat card draw. I totally forgot about Lat. Punitive until Lat's also really hard. Oh, that's fine there. All right, Hedge Fund's more playable than armed, I think. Rashida, she's gone. Now with the 2 divested out, like, I don't think Tron's worried about us scoring the Basalt Spire. The recursion is frustrating, but like, we're still many agendas away from winning the game. Because we have to score 1 pointer and then another 3-pointer or 2 3-pointers, and we'll just see if his engine like falls apart at some point. Clearly he's building to start some sort of pressure. I think it is probably Beatrice. We have to res this. He can get 1 good run here with Palangi Imp Orca. I don't think we're going to board a show until Beatrice comes down. It's a 50% chance we lose a Punitive, but we're going to score a Basalt Spire, so I don't think we care. Charging Nyasha. The Vested did get a fair bit better with Basalt having good on Steel Trigger, which we're currently very close to having to score 9 to win. Yes, yeah. We've used too many of them. Hostile, mind you, is like a very good 2-1 that sees very little play, unfortunately. Would this cost 2 credits? Oh, because it boosted, yeah. Predicted planogram, fine. Aku, how's it going? Janet's running fine. Running great, honestly. Has it been bad this weekend? I know it was rough last week. It was good during the tournament, which is great. 2nd imp. Okay, I think I'll purge that. I don't know the deck bottoms out. We've seen so far 2 simulchips. So I think taking a turn off to purge is not unreasonable. So we could just purge. I think we do. This remote server looks safe. It's a lot of viruses in the deck. Palangi and Imp both get purged out relatively well. So we'll see if a simulchip comes back. I'm worried about an Ashen and like such as a runner play. Oh, you went long, Ashen. Maybe that's healthy. Last simulchip there. So a Palangi can come back that doesn't contest server 2. There's a Lobby, so that at least that will end the turn. So this now breaks barriers and code gates. And anything else. Does Descent matter? No. In theory, if we add the Descent to hand and there's no code gates on the table, that's actually really good because there's no way to charge. So we actually probably should consider moving this to hand and just throwing it out because it only costs Tron 1 and it's a free charge. Now with Flux, that's a free charge for sure as well. And Valenchao is free, but at least a Lobby, you have to break all of Valenchao, which is like 3, 4, 5 credits. So I'm going to just destroy this card. Subliminal. Okay. Angelique. No. Maybe we should have trashed Angie. You should try playing Game Night Glacier. Is that a lot of fun? You having a lot of fun out there, Exu? Actually, what is the name of your character in your icon? It's a Pokemon. It's not a Wobbuffet. It looks like a Wobbuffet, but it's not a Wobbuffet. Running HQ charges 2. Might have to trash Winchester. It only, yeah, charges 2 with the Orca. That's the thing is like, are we going to just be crushed down that all we can play is barriers? We only have 6 barriers on the list. That's kind of hard. We know the top axis is not like, oh, but you see 3. Yeah. I'd like to see how many Nuvem and Dex options we took versus passed at the end. I think we only passed 2. It's Pikachu. Okay. Okay, at least Lobby's not charging because they have to break all of it. Graveler? It's not Graveler. It's Wooper. It is Wooper, isn't it? Alex, how's it going? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Wooper. All right, Divest the Trust off the top. Nothing got trashed. Lat draw. There's an Anji. This is rough, y'all. We have so much work to do. He's so rich as a slow destruction I'm watching. Yeah, we should probably concede. Wait, no, hold on. We have Data Loop boarding control. We shouldn't concede. Nothing beats Data Loop boarding control. Nothing. I don't know if he is on Ashen. Like, we can do an influence count, okay? So let's see. Hush in the bin with the last Simul chip. That's the only thing that beats Data Loop, sort of. So we have to see how the last Simul chip is used. But we're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Could still have an Ashen. Or it could just be on Iru. And I would actually be more surprised by Iru. Blind shoot the Ashen. I think he'll greed one more turn. But I think blind shoot's not wrong. Just get our money up. Because his money is running out. Hedge fund? Yeah. How do you land the traces in this board state? Having more money. And only having to land 1. So now he can't steal 6 points, which is a huge bummer, because that's a big part of our win condition. So running Archives is safe. But if he can't, like, if he runs Data Loop, Angelique, if he doesn't hush it, like, he might only have 2 cards in hand. And then even if he has twice our money, we only have to land 1 trace. Technically, we have to threaten 2 traces, but sometimes it works out like that. It's not going to be easy. Trash and Yasha. So we're going to try and hunt an Ashen. We could even do, like, Angelique, Basalt Spire, Ashen hunting. Only 7 cards left. Daily cast. Looks like he's grading out. Okay. You want to hunt? He draws his last card. Oh, we got it. Angelique. Expend. Boom. Lily pad. It's a Basalt Spire. He's keeping a Simul chip for the Data Loop. We need a second Data Loop there. Do you think we'll Basalt Spire for another Angelique and take a 1 and 4? I think he has to have it. Do we do it? Yeah, Basalted back is like clearly the line. I think I know what's happening. Get him. Boom. Second hush. Okay, there's still 2 influence left over. Trash Angelique. Damn it. No, there's an Angelique in there. There's an Ashen in there. There's 100% an Ashen in there. It's the top card of our R&D. Wait, how is that possible? It is, because 1's in the remote server. Oh, we miss. Thinking. Because Basalt is once per turn, right? Yeah, we could have done it on the end of his turn, maybe. I don't have a third. Shit. Value Punitive. He didn't steal on this turn. He stole 2 turns ago. He didn't run because we have a Subliminal. This is the second time I've seen Angelique do some terrible whiffs. It's a 1 in 5. Like, I'm not going to bet on it. The 1 in 5 into 1 in 4. Like, I still think we're sub 50 on that. Crap. All right, I think that's it. No, Basalt is once per turn. Yeah, we'd have to use it on his turn if we really committed to the line, which maybe we could have. Yeah, one PT. Are we allowed to play this? No, but we have some. Why is it highlighted in yellow? I didn't think it would be. On the other hand, I feel like Azyef had amazingly high hit rate for me. Azyef is good, yeah. I could see that. So do we have any way to clicklessly draw? No. It's just 1 in 4. No, your chances are higher because it's 1 in failing. It's a failing of 4 and 5. It's 1 minus 4 times 5 times 3 out of 4, right? because you have to fail 2 in a row. Score the 5-3 that kills him? We don't have that. There's no 5-3 that kills. It's not restricted by stealing agendas. Oh, you're right. You can always just play Punitive to end-sigs it. That's really funny. Yeah, you technically deal 0 damage. You think he won't know? He'll get stressed? All right. That's such a bummer. It's a 40% chance to hit an Ashen? Yeah, that sounds right. It's a 20 into a 20 into 25. 40 seems about right. All right, if he Ashens, we concede. That was such a bad turn. If we went for the 1 and 3 after the 1 and 5 and the 1 and 4, like maybe we have it. And even then it's gonna be hard. All right, we're out. All right, good game. The next Angie was on top of the deck. I had to hard commit. And even then, I don't think we win. You don't have City Works? It doesn't kill him. He just lets us score it. It doesn't do actually any damage. And he can't imp it, but like we still have so much work to do. He has to hush the data loop, and yeah, he's just rich enough, right? Like he has bad publicity. Yeah, you need to go fast. Why can CD running double data loop City Works? He's running 2 hush and 3 simul chip. It's not gonna do anything. And if it is, it's gonna be another 25, 30-minute game. And I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, scoring 2 City Works is mission impossible. We only have 21 cards left. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, I think so. Thanks for the game. Yeah, these sort of like late game value sieges are like, there's a lot of weird ways to deliver them. Some are probably more first order optimal than, you know, as cool as Customized Secretary is, but like this is the sort of reason why you can't play for whatever turn we're on. Turn 15 and we like still have to score 2 agendas in a remote server. It's not gonna happen. Okay, let's build something weird. We should do some news. Let's do some news really quickly, actually. How many Nuvem activations? I don't know. You'd have to check. I do love calling it a siege. It is genuinely a siege. It becomes less about plays and more about attritional damage. I paid 2 credits to draw 2 cards twice. Play Kevin's Atea. It's so sick. Is it published? I don't know what it is. Game Night Glacier Axu. We need to forget Game Night exists. You gotta make Ashes seem fun. Oh, I don't want to play Jinja. Yo, Kevin smoked me when we played a Mansion Runner. I don't know if it was this list, but I don't like Jinja as a card. Bacteria Program, Flower Sermon. Yeah, it's Jinja. I don't know. Program forward let. Despite this showing, I don't mind Ashen as much as other runner recursion stuff, libraries, DJ Fenders, etc. Oh no, I don't like it. I don't like a reset button. I feel like the rule should be you have 45 cards to figure out how to win the game, not 90. Admittedly, maybe it's unhealthy that we play a game that says like, I'm waiting for you to deck out and do it again. It's just like, you now basically, like, this is exactly the reason why, or one of the reasons it feels like you can't go for a long game, because the runner just has a second deck, right? Like, it's like they're playing a 90 deck, but they don't have the inconsistency of playing a 90 deck, and you have to do it twice. So, I don't know. I feel like there used to be more of a balance between like the, you know, long game multi-axis and the burst multi-axis, and like it all kind of just comes back over and over again. I don't know. I find it a bit like no one's played an Ashen and I've been like, cool. It's always been like, now we have to do all of this again. I don't know. It also feels like the cost of it. Like, I feel like we haven't been in a lot of board states where paying 5 credits for it actually has been the rough part of it. I think the only time that has felt like it's, you know, a real road bump is, admittedly, we were so far behind it. Paying 5 when you're on 40 doesn't really matter. But it's like when you have to do something really inconsistent. Like, I'd argue, yeah, I think labor rates and stuff like that's a bit more problematic. But back in the day when you Ashened, you had to play same old thing. So that was like half their turn just Ashening, and they paid 5 credits. And sure, you could get it out of the hand somehow. We don't have like Salem's Hospitality, but like they just pay for 5 and they draw a new hand. Like, it's not that big of a speed bump unless they're very far behind. Who knows? Are there NBA identities that aren't NEHR plus? Yeah, Asmari re-education combo decks are still pretty competitive, it seems. Provdivost, if you're that sort of person, I think Provdivost kind of feels like Jinja to me. Like, I don't think it's that fun. I think playing Provdivost with NABD Cordon and not playing Traps or like Hyper Wayland Glacier is probably a bit more interesting than it looks. Well, who knows? Hey, Minesweeping. I just won my second ever tournament. Had an absolute blast. I was watching you while practicing. Cheers. Shout out to Eric and Neon Static. Oh, did you go to the event in New Hampshire? Welcome to the game. Enjoy your tournament. Second tournament, huh? Hopefully you had a great time. Hey, Pat, I like the way of putting it. It's an 85 card deck with a consistency of a 45 card deck. Yeah. And like the consistency of losing the Ashen or holding onto the Ashen, as the Corp player, you don't see that downside. Like there's a big chance that like maybe Tron felt a bit restricted on some of his runs because if he touched him a Virus or Angelique, he has a chance of losing the Ashen, and maybe he has genuinely no way to recur it. The problem is you can't tell that. I like it when my like pressure is very obvious. And yeah, maybe there's a chance that holding the Ashen had a cost that we did not experience, but Tron really experienced, and I just wish there was more experiential on both sides. So I don't know. I don't like Jinja, so this is probably cool. And like Jinja is a really cool way to fire a Taya, and you can build 2 servers and build something really gross. That's for sure. I just don't like this card. I don't think it's the numbers on it are whacked. And it's like snowballs more than anything. Hey Eric, just popping back in. I don't have a way to recur it, and I held it for 4 turns. Not much cost this time, but there's certainly games where it hurts, yeah. And like that's the concern with like labor rates, is that in Anarch there's not real cost. You can throw it out, and there's no like remove from game from archives stuff, so that doesn't really happen. It's just like, I don't know, it frustrates me how much recursion there is. What's it be? The Jinja deck was so much fun to play against. Oh yeah, what is the econ in the Jinja deck? I didn't think I paid attention to it. I just saw Jinja and like I was out, unfortunately. Charlotte, 1 Charlotte, no. Regolith, but you got 1 Charlotte cohort. Maybe you're jamming hedge fund. Not a lot of money in this deck. Palisade, let's go. This is a good Rhyme deck. I like Rhyme more than I think I do in Jinja. You want card draw. Like I'm surprised Charlotte's a 1-of. Maybe both servers are busy, but like Charlotte's so good because you're drawing 2 cards a turn and making money, which is exactly what you need from Jinja. I'm kind of surprised about that. It seems more efficient than Regolith, but Regolith has more money now. Maybe that's good. Flower Sermon, yeah, Flower Sermon's a really good way to fire Jinja. It's honestly kind of cool. You need something like this. Rhyme into a Boto is backbreaking on Threat 4. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, Boto is a good card. High barriers are really good right now because it's the one thing that World Tree Ari, and for what it's worth, also Cleaver, Turbine Cleaver as well, don't deal with well. I think right now one of the best cards you can fit in your reg deck is Boomerang. Now, Boomerang into Boto isn't perfect for good reasons. It's not perfect into Brawn either, but like Boomerang is really good right now. Given I played with him on this, and our last turn gets mentioned at the end of the tournament. I haven't read this. We just were opening it. That's cool. Yeah. It's not like they can print a Corp equivalent of Imp or some way to remove cards from game on the Corp side easily. They used to have it, right? Like this used to exist. I just searched Arc Nova. Like there was a card like that said you could remove the whole, like, well, sorry, whatever card you named. There was even a 3-1 agenda that removed the whole heap from the game. Is that good for the game? Probably not. This card also was just frustrating because it was just a blowout. Like back in the day, we had breakers you can install from the heap onto the table. And those could just get blown out if you discarded them, which is just frustrating because it's like you didn't make the bad play and your opponent for 2 influence could play this in any deck. And it's just like, oh, I threw out my 2 paper clips again, NEH. Oh, I lost the Arc Lockdown. It's like, that doesn't seem like it's interesting. I miss Arc so much. I don't know. Yeah, Salem's was the one, and this also doesn't exist. But Salem's was kind of, didn't see play in a healthy way. This card technically fires Steelskin Scarrings, if I'm not mistaken. It used to not fire the Steelskin Scarring equivalent. Oh no, it doesn't fire Steelskin, because Steelskin requires damage, doesn't it? It's only from the deck. Oh no, it doesn't care about the damage. Okay, the proto Steelskin cared about being trashed from meat and net damage. So this card actually saw play as a way to soften runners up who are holding Steelskin Scarrings into damage decks. And sometimes there were higher level plays where like you understand you were playing against a deck that had a power card that they're probably holding in hand, like Apocalypse, and you Salem the Apocalypse. Like sometimes that was the right play, to Salem's Hospitality the Apocalypse. I think the last time I saw Salem's in a competitive deck, it was like a Neurospike deck. And you used it to call Steelskin Scarring or IFAD Worse back in the day, if I'm not mistaken. This Mari scares me because I can just be bad and it's useless. The 4015 is enticing though. Oh no, you can't be bad. Minesweeping. Ready? Call event. Don't change your call. Zamari it's a trap. If you think every turn you have to make a decision, no. You just call event and you forget your ID tax. But don't forget the 2 credits. Just call event. The only change for that, and maybe chat can like suggest some other options, but the only other deck, like if you're playing against a really big, clearly World Tree deck, just call program. But otherwise, just call event and never change it. In fact, this is what the frustrating trap is a lot of times with Asmari decks, is as the way that people play around Asmari, if they can't afford to play around Asmari, because Asmari triggers the first time you play a card of a certain type, is that you should squirrel away your events. And on a turn, you should play 2 to 3 events so that Asmari gains 2 credits, but you get to play 3 cards. So as soon as you say event, 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 and then clearly they're not playing events and you go like, I don't know, program, then they play their 3 events. So like, it's so unfortunate. To me, it feels like DJ Fenris, or sorry, more like Steve Cambridge, in which the designers thought this would be nuanced and interesting and have some cool play patterns of push and pull. But unfortunate brute force is just the answer. So you're better than you think you are, because you can do the same thing everyone else does, which is just call event. Playing against Seb. Oh, Seb's another good one. Yeah. Seb is unfortunately another one of those ones where you just call resource, because obviously you call resource. I just got translate this I just got a Firefox pop-up, translate this page from Portuguese to English. That's really funny. And then I think maybe the other one, as rare as this is against as you can just call hardware. But like 90% of the time you just call event. It's fine. Salem's Hospitality and Scorpios. It like sort of matters, but not really, because like they're not recurring their events, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah, on the program artist on a turn you call program, otherwise event. Yeah, on turn 1 you can maybe call event. Shovel it back every turn with Museum. I played against IG Museum in the draft. Jeff built the IG Museum 24/7 deck. He won the event. It was gross. It was gross. Okay, let's do some news really quickly. I'm just going to open this because we're going to go do a little challenge, which is look through all the NSG cards and highlight which of them are neoprints, because I think a lot of people don't know which ones are neoprints, and I think that's fascinating. We'll just do some news real quickly. I think there's 2 news articles up on Null Single Games website. Firstly, it is EMEA Continentals. They're in person in Bergamo. I think the event's going to slap. A lot of people are traveling in, let alone Italy has like such a great competitive Netrunner scene. So it's going to be fantastic. There's a recap for the APAC Continentals that Axu wrote up. I haven't seen this yet. It just got posted, I think, recently. These write-ups are really cool. I don't know if they have interviews, but they have deck lists. They have all this sort of good stuff. So if you want to see a bunch of different decks, we just played against Tron. Came in 11th. Really well done. But mind you, all these players are Tier's name got attached to that. That's fantastic. I wonder if that was asked or not. Otherwise, this is the big thing. NSG used to be on Patreon. They were making some good Patreon money. This is one of the first things that happened when NSG was announced, and I believe it was 2018. But they're shutting it down, which like is pretty noble from them. They're basically saying the way that they're set up right now, they are sustainable enough that they don't need crowdfunding the way that they used to. So they're shutting down a Patreon in September of 2024. There's some rewards, I believe, that are still owed to some people. There used to be some rewards back in the day that if you supported for a certain amount of time, your likeness showed up on a card. So if I'm not mistaken, Spark of Inspiration has a likeness of a Patreon backer. They're not credited on the card. I'm not sure if it was by decision. Oh, this is Ajar actually, right? So maybe credited. I think that's Ajar. And then like regulatory capture, which is another feat on the table. So there's a whole bunch of cards that actually have likenesses of people who have supported. Yeah, exact same pose. It was really funny that all that happened. But that stuff is shutting down. Some of the rewards were full art, like screensavers and high resolution, not screensavers, desktop backgrounds. I think you can still pick those up. I haven't read through this. I think that's the gist of it. I should probably read through this before I say anything, but shout out to NSG. Not needing to like rely on Patreon is super, super sick. That obviously means they're in a really healthy spot. Their Patreon looked like it was producing good money too. So like the fact that they can walk away from that is hella cool. So huge props to the future of NSG, who are at a point that they're incredibly seems to be financially comfortable. Seeing that money reinvest in the game, mind you, they're not for profit. So that extra money, or the money that they have now, is just there to pay, you know, the people that they work with, artists, and getting events to happen, stuff like that. Their store might not work out exactly at a loss. Like the point is that a lot of their store is like pretty accessible, which is great. They send out messages with the wallpaper links to patrons. Oh, very, very cool. Shutting down their Patreon is either really brave or a sign the game is super healthy. I think it's the latter. I don't think they would turn down money if they needed the money. Most people don't. Who the heck that wrote the text on Mumbet City Hall is tutor and play a card for no additional cost, all in one click, any number of times? It's a longer conversation, for sure. That card is busted. But I've no doubt that they wanted to make assets a bit more healthy, or sorry, a bit more of a win condition, and I don't think in playtesting they realized 22 assets was the thing. Okay, slight tangent. Still want to mind some donations on a coffee, though? Cool. So if you want to throw a little tip to the JNF folks, you can find one here, which is cool. Either monthly or not. We're on Patreon, mind you. If you want to help support the channel, you can find a link usually in the description of YouTube and on Twitch. Everything's appreciated. Lets me have the time to take afternoons off to like hang out and stream like that. Mind you, there's no stream on Thursday night. It's my partner's birthday. There will be a stream just like this on Friday afternoon. Technically, Patreon takes a cut. I think Ko-fi, I don't know what the rates are, so maybe this is actually just better. I've no doubt they'll make less money off Ko-fi than they will off of Patreon, but that's still pretty cool. Ko-fi might not take a cut. That's what Mether is saying. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look into it, but Patreon definitely takes a cut. He said it when I did, yeah. Chat delay. Oh, nice. Very, very cool. All right. I've been talking a lot. I feel in my throat. I would love for NSG to move towards paying all of their employees, especially their writers and team leads. I get the art is more intensive, but I would prefer to be more homogenized. Tron, I hear you. It's like a really big can of worms that I think we could spend a whole episode talking about. It's a really tricky thing, right? Like to say that, you know, working with talented artists, their time is monetized, but everyone's time is monetized. And when it comes to a volunteer organization, some people can't volunteer because they need to spend their time making money. So maybe it's not as, you know, approachable as it could be because people's time is not money. I'm someone who does content stuff and streams and stuff like that. And that stuff is not directly paid. If it was, that would obviously be great for everyone, but it's, yeah, it's a whole thing for sure. And I have no doubt that NSG wants to move towards something that's closer to that. I think coffee is closer to wholesale prices for payment processing. They take a much smaller margin. Okay, very cool. I don't believe coffee takes a cut. I think they need to switch over from buy me a coffee for one-off donations. I need to switch over. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know. That whole conversation, I have heard bits about it. Like I've heard people talking about it. I don't know. I definitely have like opinions about it because of course someone should, but yeah, hopefully at some point that's sustainable. Okay. Gus is going good. Are you traveling? Are you in Italy? Let's build a weird deck. Okay, so the deck I want to build is probably not good. But it's something I want to try out. So, oh wait, we're going to do the reprint thing. Okay, hold on. So we're going to do images only. And the question is, how many of these cards are functional reprints of old ideas and old cards? For newer players, you might not be aware of this, that a lot of the cards are actually reprints or near prints, whatever you want to call it, of existing ideas. So we want to see what the percentage looks like. I think in the earlier sets, that percentage is higher because there's a lot of ground that had to be retread from rotation and was excited to be retread. But for now, if I miss anything, let me know. Right now, the only reprint, near print is Wage Workers, which there was a very important card back in the day called a Jeeves model Biroids. Otherwise, all this stuff is pretty unique. Greasing the Palm is technically, I would say, a near print of Lateral Growth. That one's a bit iffy. I'm not going to say Corporate Hospitality is a reprint of the clearances, but I could see someone arguing that. Fuji seems like a reprint of, like, this is where it gets a bit, you know, you can contest this for sure, because Fuji is similar to Obokata. It's meant to replace Obokata, but it's not Obokata. I'll give it a weak click for that. There's only so many techs you can put on a 5/3 with net damage on it for sure. Atini is meant to be a near print of DNA Tracker, arguably. I don't want to say Charlotte's like an NGO front because it's not. Front Company is kind of meant to be a near print of Replicating Perfection, kind of an idea that was there before. Yeah, I can't add a half click. Cloud Eater is sort of meant to be a near print of Anansi. Again, we're stretching a bit, but we're going to do a bit of work here. Atea, Mindscaping. Adrian is just a near print of Caprice Nase with more text. Fine. Think Tank is TGTBT, but with more text. Stoke, Kingmaking, Balance Coverage, Federal Fundraising. Federal Fundraising is like a DBS equivalent. I'm not going to say that's the case, though. It's like a mixture. It's like a mixture of two cards. It's meant to be a mixture of Daily Business Show and Sensei's Actors Union. So these reprints are sketchy. Yeah, these are a bit sketchy. VSA, I would argue, is a reprint of Turnpike, but like, you can argue that. Capacitor's a kind of a reprint. I think Capacitor's actually meant to be a reprint of Resistor because of the name, so I'm going to give it that. Oppo is a hard-hitting news. YDL is cool. Okay. Okay. Pivot is a reprint of Consulting Visit, but more interesting. Business as Usual is kind of Shimon Kaguya ++. This is kind of a really soft thing. I want to be very clear when we call it like near prints. This is not bad. I think all these near prints are better or more interesting than original counterparts. So like, it's sick. It's just like, there's only so much design space is not a really good sentence because there's such a design space, but it is what it is. Powers That Be is a near print of team sponsorship. I want the price to be a near print of Inject, but technically no, it's not. What else we got here? Audrey is meant to be a new Faust. I think it's different enough to not get a click. I'm gonna give it a click though. Is Isaac a reprint of the grid they pre-planned? A band? Kind of, but not really. Tree line is Firewall, Balance version, Dedication Ceremony. Yeah, I could see that. Monkey Wrench is technically Rook. Not gonna give it for that though. No. Garza is a near print of Hedge Fund. It's a near print of Restructure, actually. Meeting of the Minds. Hermes is a near print of Leela, whatever. Pretty good so far. Yeah, is it Bishop? It's not Rook. One of them was, yeah, I think you're right, it's Bishop. Estebrado. Yeah, Estebrado's meant to be the new inside job. Yeah, F it. So far, so cool. So Fazarum being a reprint of a Femme Fatale is cursed. There's no way that's correct. Joyride, Burner, Spree, Trickshot, Lilypad. These are all very quite unique. There's nothing. Airblades is technically kind of like a near print of the resource from Apex, but I wouldn't say so. Cataloger is a near print of indexing. That's for sure. None of these. I want the Kaisa to get a reprint. Yeah, Ninja. I think the Kaisa technically got near printed in Trojans. They don't move around, and I agree with you. I want them to move around a bit. Coalescence is a near print of Cash. I'm not gonna say Muses. I'm not gonna say any of this stuff is. Biobands is technically meant to be a near print of, I guess, Deuces Wild. Obviously it has different text, but it's like that same idea. And Ashen is a near print of Levy. We're at 21. So actually 1/6. 20, no, out of 130. Yeah, 1/6. Not too bad. How many of those did y'all know? How many of them are surprising? I think we have to go a bit faster. Let's go a bit faster here. None of these. Midnight 3, no. Trias, no. Refuge campaign is technically an Eve campaign of sorts. The numbers are weird. Nightmare Archives, no. Hakarl, no. None of these, no. Thule, no. Big Deal is kind of a near print of like ONR cards. None of these are near prints. This is kind of sick. Whoa, I love Borealis. Do we count Pretty as an R&D interface? No. But I could see why you'd want to think that. I think it's the way that you play it is much more nuanced. I love the mandatory appearance of the count clicker. I use this for editing. It's super important. Bladderwort is like meant to be kind of a bioethics. I guess technically it is, but also I don't know. I don't think so. No, and Bathynomus is like doing its best crick, but it's not. Like none of these are near prints. Mitosis is a near print of what's it called? Mushin no Shin. That's cool. Mavirus is a near print of CVS. What are you counting with it? Like ID ability triggers. So in the last video, the amount of money we made off of it was counted. Checkist is a near print of what's it called? Ghost Branch. No. Ivik is not Wall of Thorns. You're right. I missed that. It is a Wall of Thorns. That's a very good shout out. Backroom is meant to be like an EOI, but I'm not going to count that. Shipment is meant to be psychographics, but more interesting. I think that's sick. Vera could argue Amani. I think they do different things because they work well together. I can see why you'd want to argue that though. Hostile Architecture is a reprint of Hostile Infrastructure. Envelopment is like kind of a reprint of Hive. That is like tenuous, but I'm going to count it. Mescaropa is every medium Wayland Ice. Oh, Vasilis is a Matrix Analyzer. Yeah, you're totally right. I'm going a bit too fast now. I should slow down. Sphegatorus in theory meant to be a reprint of, what's it called? From the original 2012 core set, but I think it's so bad. Endoline is Scorched Earth. Sabotage is hard. Running Hot is a straight reprint. There's a card with this nearly exact same text for the same cost. Steelskin is a reprint of I've Had Worse. Raindrops is one of the coolest cards NSG's ever put out. This card's so cool. Like Begamut's in the vein of Morningstar, but I'm not gonna say it. Yeah, security subcontract. It's just like you more often use, yeah, that's a hard one. Katurga's Deja Vu. I think the way that Deja Vu played out for 2 viruses is, I would argue against it, but I could see why you would argue for it. Because it is, technically. Augustine is a reprint of Noise. Don't at me. Twinning is meant to be a reprint of Turning Wheel. Pinhole Threading is too far away from, what's it called? The political guy to count. None of these are cards that have near print equivalents. Zenith Chip, close. Revolver, kind of close. Chesva is sort of similar. Paul up, yeah. Pinhole's drive-by? I don't think so. The way it plays out is not exactly like drive-by. There's like a lot of cards that do something like that. Poison Vial's E3, yeah, I like that. I think that's fair. Card pays easy mark. I think that makes every 3 credit econ card easy mark, which I think we need to avoid doing that. Chez's Cyberfeeder? I think Chez was the Atom one. Reprise isn't technically a reprint? No. There's nothing like reprise. Like, do you say NFL is like easy mark? That's where it gets tricky. NFL's more like Fall Guy, sort of, but not really. Yeah, multi-threaded, that's the one. Yeah, E3. Backstitching, Asmoon, Info Bounty. Info Bounty is like a new version of sec testing. That's legit. Deep Dive is new. Rigging Up is a reprint and modded. Propeller's meant to be like a near-print of Lady, but it's cooler. Hyperbaric is like a pseudo near-print of Study Guide. Turbine is a near-print of a busted card. Orca is a near-print of Leviathan. Not actually, don't look into that. Not really. Nothing like Stone Ship, nothing like Nuka, Nova, Matryoshka, no. Marrow is Brain Cage. I think then every hand size card is Brain Cage. Marrow being a console and actually having active text, I don't think so. We're at 40. So less so, but mind you, Borealis had more like structured ideas in terms of like, I would think more solid archetypes. So that's not too surprising. What are the numbers on Leviathan? What do you mean you don't like Leviathan? It breaks Fairchild 3 for a lot of money. Crim used to be the money faction? No, you never played Leviathan. Leviathan was never genuinely good. I remembered it being more expensive than 6 credits. 3 for 5 strength, 3 for 3 Crow Gates. You break Fairchild 3 for 6 credits. Yeah, Borealis was a sick set. Most of those on runner cards compared to Corp is interesting. Yeah, maybe. The important part of Marrow text is Brain Cage. Yeah, but then I think you could say, like, I think Brain Cage is a better reprint in whatever the Shaper hand size one is. Like, I'd argue that Hippocampic is a Brain Cage more than Marrow is a Brain Cage. Yeah, I think you could argue that for sure. All right, Gateway. Gateway actually has a bunch. More than you think. So far, so good. Botulus? No. Nothing like Botchus. Buzzsaw's a reprint of Yogg functionally. Leech is a straight reprint of Data Sucker. Mutual Favor is a reprint or reimagining, a new print, we should call it, of Special Order. Dawkins Pass is an HQ interface, but only first time per turn. Penny Shaver is meant to be a new print of somewhere between Desperado and Paragon. Red Team is meant to be a near print, funny enough, of one of the most busted cards in the game. But it's not that good. It's called what is Red Team called? The good one, actually? What is the good Red Team? Cookbook is a non-console. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Cookbook is a Grimoire. That's a good shout out. Yeah, it's a huge shout out. Temujin contracts. Yeah, I think I clicked it. If I didn't, we have to put one in. Yeah, Temujin contract for those who don't know. So the Red Sun cycle, is this Red Sun? No, it's Flashpoint. Yeah, Flashpoint. Flashpoint was just one of the most busted cycles in the history of Netrunner. There was just like the highest highs and some of the lowest lows out of any set. I know you can go watch old Andre talk about it, or younger Andre more accurately talk about it. But imagine this card. You install it, it has 20 credits on it, which is almost the most on a single card in the whole game of Netrunner. And every successful run on the Mark server got 4 credits. So a lot of times the like play pattern was Mark Archives turn 1, run. And so you spent your whole turn to get 8 credits, which is totally fair back then. And then you still had 8 credits waiting on this thing. And then you can play Dirty Laundry with it. Like that's a big problem with Red Team is it takes a click to make the run. Now, Red Team would be pretty good without that, so. Yeah, Temujin's wild. You should play this if you can, yeah, and throw back. Tread Lightly is running Interference. That doubles the res cost though, right? You're not wrong. But there's a bunch of other really rough cards that do something like this. This card saw no play though. So it's weird that I think you're not wrong, but spiritually it feels like outside of the argument of like what of the list because nobody knows the text on running Interference. This does double it. So you're not wrong. See how expensive this is compared to Tread Lightly. Isn't that really funny? This card saw no play though. Never. A lot of people don't know the text on that one. Okay, sorry. Let's keep going. 47 so far. DZ MZ Optimizer is a reprint of Degdeer, lol. Kind of Conduit is a reprint of a medium. Nothing like telework really. Overclock is a stim hack, which is a cursed example, but I'm gonna do it. You could argue that Verbal's like a reprint of Symmetric Visage, but not the way that works out. Nico's a campaign. It's an Adonis, but like cracked. Braun is in theory, like these sort of things are kind of weird. Like I'm not gonna say Ansel's a reprint of Ichi, and then Braun's not a reimagining of Heimdall. They're just big barriers, big code gates, whatever. Telework and Armitage, if you want to count everything, yeah, I don't want to. They're not close enough. They work kind of similar though. The question to me is how many of these cards are rebalances of old cards that ended up transforming them? Some of them did. Some of them not so much. Managar, mind you, is a reprint of, I would say, Ash, and a very like this is the thing, is like Managarm is a more interesting Ash. And Ash was a very solid card. It is the Ash type card we got in this set. Urtica is Junebug. Karuna is meant to be a reimagining of Neural Katana. Anoetic Void is no, I'm not gonna say Anoetic Void. Spin Doctor is the other one. Funhouse is, what's it called? Data Raven. Planogram is 2 cards combined. So it's Beanstalk, but the draw 3 cards on this is, I'm going to say it's an anonymous tip. Don't at me. Public Trail is meant to be a sea source. Pink is vanilla. I don't think so. I think it has enough text. I know with Reality Plus it's the joke, but I'm not going to say it. Yeah, whatever. Pharos is actually kind of like the closest thing numerically to it is Hadrian's Wall. It just doesn't give a tag. I'm going to say it's a Hadrian's Wall. Government Subsidy is a restructure. I feel like Clearinghouse is something. I think it's Ronin, but Ronin still exists, so whatever. Was there ever a retribution effect in the game? I don't think so. Malapert Data Vault is a reimagining of the really bad Wayland operation from the core set. Send a Message is Priority Requisition. Regolith is Government Contracts, I think it's called, something like that. Palisade is meant to be an ice wall, but I'm not going to count that. Or sorry, a wall of static. Hedge fund's hedge fund. Okay, one more set. One more set. We're at 62. Not a bad ratio. Aggressive Negotiation. Yeah, that's the one. All right, ADT is very similar to an existing card. I don't know the name of it. Vacheron is cracked. Mega Priest cracked. Nano Etching, Calvin, Bass. Bass is... There's nothing like Bass, is there? Tie This Pup? No, inherently Pup you can pay through the subroutines. I think they're very different ideas. ADT was ABT? No, there's another one, Stoppable. How's it going, by the way? That is still in the format, which is 4-2 Pick an Ice that goes on remote. I call it's remote enforcement. It wants to be ABT, and maybe, yeah, okay, you can say it's ABT. Offworld is Corporate War. I don't think exactly. I'm not going to count reprints, like Cerebral Overrider is Cerebral Overrider. Drafters are a reimagining of Architect. RLC is a reimagining of GLC, and then a bunch of other cards at the same time. It's a reimagining of it. Whatever, I'll count it. ScapeNet's a reimagining of Foxfire. That's my icon. Yagiuta is imagining of another bad blank Jinteki 3-2, so it's good that we still have those. Yeah, I think it's closer to Sales Team. I think it's much closer to Sales Team. But like blank generic neutral 4-2 that gives you econ is just like a slot that's going to exist in the game. Saisentan is Komainu, but worse. Hyobu in theory is meant to be Caprice. I overadvanced a Brain Chest once. You need to overadvance it twice, Kyle. Good luck. Lathea in theory is meant to be a reprint of Caprice, but the power level was off. I'll count it. Remastered Edition is a genuine reprint of AstroScript Pilot Program. None of these. None of these. There used to be more cards in the game that said play only if the runner stole an agenda on their last turn. So I don't know if Game Over is meant to be mid-seasons. It clearly isn't, but it is what it is. DRM is meant to be, like, DRM functionally is meant to be, what's it called? Fast track. But not the way it plays out. I don't care about it. No. Roughneck is, what's it called? The Dune card. What's the Dune card? Bologna's not a reprint. The closest NV in hand, how's it going, Sisig, was a 4-2 that when scored gave you 4 credits. There's a 4-2 that was neutral that played 4 credits. Melange, yeah, Melange. It's Melange, that's the one. Nothing like SDS. DRM's absolutely fast track? No, because you played fast track to score out in the same turn. It's like the card that gets agendas. Yeah, I'd argue that that's the case, but I don't think it's close enough for me to care. No. Colossus is Colossus. I'm not going to count it. Wall to wall is whatever. Sandbox, no. False Lead is a reprint. CSR campaign is whatever. Rhyme is whatever. Okay. No. No. Yeah, Demolisher, technically there was a card called Skulljack that was like technically the text on Demolisher. Soft count, but I clicked it. Chisel's meant to be a reimagining of Parasite. Stargate's a reimagining of Keyhole. I gotta play Keyhole on the weekend. It was sick. I played Dow with Keyhole. God, it ripped. It ripped so hard. I don't think lockdowns count because they do different things. Like, I don't think there's any lockdown that matches up exactly with the current in a very linear way. I don't think so, at least. Nihilist is meant to be noise, but it doesn't land, so I don't care. No. No. Nice try. No. Nope. 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 Is vulnerability close to improved protein source? Did anyone FA that card? No, they didn't try, did they? But it's just a 4/3. We're talking about cards and ashes. They're near prints. All of NSG cards that are near prints. After image is, well, no, actually after image is pretty different. There was no stealth card that bypassed. Class act being Andy, it's not going to count. The back being, no. It looks like Inside Man. I guess so. These are unique. In the Groove, no. Spec Work, no. Therapy was meant to be a reprint of Larla, but healthy. Now we're on Ashen, so whatever. Simulchip is one of the coolest near prints that NSG's ever done for Clone Chip. Huge success with that. Okay. Mantle, yeah, I think you could argue that. Switchblade Break 2 for stealth, it feels like the reference. Yeah, but bypass is really unique. Jeff, how's it going, by the way? SMC is SMC. Artist is not Kate. Rejig is, what's it called? The Shaper one. Scavenge. Whistleblower is technically like a near print of Film Critic, but like obviously way worse. And DreamNet, you could argue that it's like John Massanori, but that's not the case. So 100, how many, what's the percentage of near prints? Which, like, I want to be very clear, I'm not complaining about that. I think the near prints are really cool when they land, and we're going to see way more, I'm imagining, in Dawn, because all of the fundamental FFG cards that are system update are going to rotate. So that's 130, mind you, plus System Gateway, which is 77. What is the size of the card pool? Plus 128. You can't see my calculator app. I'll read it out. Plus 130. So out of 465 cards, we're at 78% near prints, arguably, which means we're at a ratio of 17%. We thought 10% was like going to be ambitious. That's way higher than we think. And why I'm saying this, I think it's really cool for newer players who haven't played FFG Netrunner to miss how many of these cards are like fundamentally very similar to things. I also want to say, like, besides certain frustrations, like I just don't like Ashen, I think almost all of the new prints or near prints or reprints, whatever you want to say, are more interesting than the FFG versions. What happens if you remove SG? I already forgot all my numbers. I don't know. It would be, why would you want to remove SG? Is there a reason to remove SG? Oh, just like the sets? Okay, no, that's reasonable. So we have to remember it was 77? No, we're 78% near prints. Okay, hold on. So it's 465 minus 77. And it was 78 out of that. If you remove System Gateway, oh, but anyway, we don't know how many, I can't calculate that because I don't know how many of the 78 came from System Gateway. Sorry, I thought I could just remove System Gateway. That doesn't work. Direct Access succeeded being Ken Catnip though, but it turns off Ken. You don't want to do that. Mantle's 100% reprint a cloak. Oh yeah, I missed that one. It is 100% reprint a cloak. I was thinking of like the hardware. So it should be 79 cards. So one more. Jordan, even not liking Ashen, I think it's more interesting than Levy. I think it's way less interesting than Levy. I think that the condition does not matter. One of my favorite things with CCGs is watching cards as they were reimagined over the years. Yes. And that's actually like a really cool thing when it comes to like a rotating, or not a rotating core set, but having some of the win conditions and power cards not in the core set, right? Like I think System Gateways slaps. At the end of the day, are you going to have to deal with Anoetic Managarm seamless launch for the rest of the history of the game? Maybe at some point there'll be a new System Gateway. Yeah, I would see that happening. I wouldn't see it happening the next 3 years, maybe after that. But like the fact that a win condition like Punitive Counter-Strike can come and can go is very cool for the game. The fact that Apocalypse isn't around and is not on the core set, I think is probably cool for the game. So now at some point, you know, Deep Dive won't be around. And I like it when the win conditions and those sort of cards rotate around. And then like some of the core cards are obviously core cards. I'm not too bummed about that, like Managar Manoetic being around forever, but it's neat how you see that. Be like, okay, now we have slots for win conditions. And those changing over time is pretty fascinating. I'm waiting for the mega rotation to look the reprints. What do you mean, Ninja? All right, let's build a rough deck. Okay, so I like Az. We haven't played too much Az in a while. And if you look at the recent set for Liberation, Criminal didn't get a lot of cards. So we'll just do F Criminal, which is kind of what they said. Volunteer, Volunteer, Volunteer. So not a lot of the Criminal cards saw a lot of play, right? That's a bummer. And so we're going to try and like ham fist some of these Criminal cards into a deck. And we're going to play some of the more interesting ones that saw no play. So out of all the Criminal cards, unfortunately, in the last sets, in terms of a competitive high-level play, which I want to be very clear, we focus a bit on this channel, but there's a lot of people enjoying the Criminal cards, playing good casual stuff. Like 2.5 of these see some amount of play. Kurapir is very important. It's the Fractor. Viserum is one of the most best Shaper cards that came in the last set, amongst a lot of really good Shaper cards. And then Hermes. Nothing else really sees a lot of consistent play. Alarm Clock is very good. You see it out of faction. It's good enough in faction for sure. Jade Shinyo, it's its own win condition, which is better. I think it's more competitively viable than a lot of us would like to admit. That's kind of it. And so let's focus on some weird stuff. Let's play Capybara. So we're going to play Az because we're really good at hardware. And Capybara says, whenever you bypass a piece of ice, you may remove this hardware from the game to de-res that ice. Now, there's not that much hardware that bypasses, I don't think. You can build stealth and you can bypass and have that in an Az deck. But I think the card that we also want to try out potentially is Laser Pointer. Because Laser Pointer says whenever you encounter an AP, Destroyer, or Observer ice, you may bypass it, which means we can de-res some of the big ice. Now, the big reason we're coming here is I think there's a chance that Az can actually beat a good PD deck. Maybe we need to draw a bit good. But if we search for like a precision design deck, the problems that it presents, I think Az actually can deal with relatively well. And if we can build a weird deck, we can kind of challenge it on some maybe straightforward lines. So let's look at just like straightforward, super standard PD. This is it. So the things that you have to deal with sooner than later, they can be jamming in the remote server turn after turn after turn because they have seamless launch. The remote server has Anoetic and Mana Garm. Those are hard to deal with. Early Tranquility you want to contest because that's just a lot of free money. And then the ice is really good. Brawn is hard to deal with. MIC is hard to deal with. Period. Gatekeeper's hard to deal with. So I'm assuming that as a standard line in Criminal, we have access to 2 Miss Bones and 2 Pinhole Threading. That's already a really good start in the matchup because, of course, it's a really good start. And also, we're one of the best decks to deal with Boomerang. And I think Boomerang is really good right now. It mostly beats Brawn, way cheaper than they can res it. It mostly beats MIC. It definitely beats Gatekeeper. It means you can face check into Drafter. So having a Boomerang-based list and being able to crack the remote server with Pinhole and Miss Bones might actually do something for us. The big question is how quickly can we set up? And ideally, maybe we can slow the corporation down. Now, you might notice that I don't think any of this ice is any of the subroutines that a Laser Pointer cares about, right? Like AP, Destroyer, or Observer is inherently not any of the ice in this deck. Where's the tab? Uh-oh, hold on. Let's close some tabs just so I don't lose my way that easily. Like, that's none of this. So I think what we can try and playing with is Palangi. The idea is that we Palangi like a Brawn or an MIC, and then we make it one of the subtypes that we care about. We can bypass it. Oh, I need to make sure the timing works. Choose an ice subtype, the ice you are encountering. Oh, it doesn't work, does it? Have I got this far? Whenever you encounter a piece of AP, it doesn't work? Could someone in chat put me out of my misery really quickly? Does this work or does it not work? Oh, please not have the deck idea not survive the first 3 sentences. Doesn't work. All right. We'll see y'all on Friday. We're gonna have a stream Friday afternoon. We can stream on Thursday night. It's my partner's birthday, so wish her happy birthday. But we'll be back on Friday. Ciao. Okay. Spree is only 2 influence though, but what does Spree do? I hate when this happens. Yeah, I know. This has happened before. All right, the deck idea doesn't work. We will not be playing Laser Pointer. We'll be playing Capybara. Viserum is in faction. Yeah, but Viserum doesn't beat Brawn. Patty says hi. Hey, Patty. How's America? How's New York City? Should we swap slots this week? I'm going to be streaming the afternoon, Jeff, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. Like, I'm going to stream the same time I stream, like, noon to, like, 4 or 5. Bachlan Leech, yeah, Bachlan's the other thing we can do. I still think we can do Capybara, but Bachlan seems like way better than the amount of play he sees. Like, the tag is a downside. Maybe we can just lean into Bachlan a bit. But, like, Bachlan is a messed up card if you're aggressive. Does En Passant work with Capybara? Does it care that the ice was rezzed in the past? No, it works. It totally works. The thing is, like, having Capybara, you need bypass, you need the Capybara, and then you need En Passant. Like, for me, that seems fundamentally like a bridge way too far, but it should work. Yeah. Bachlan Seb is cool. I think my biggest problem with Seb decks is that you need a really good reason to be running, and Bachlan is sort of it. Window of Opportunity Saucy is fun too. Yeah, those are good. Window of Opportunity Saucy is really quite good. Regardless, just try and make a meta Cognizant Az deck, because I think Az actually doesn't have the worst PD matchup imaginable, which is kind of cool. I just want En Passant to work somewhere. It's a neat card. I think the best way to lock Manos, I don't think I said hi a long time ago, to make it work is just play, what's it called? Raindrops. Like, people don't res ice into central raindrops because it's strictly wrong to do it. So raindrops En Passant, you don't need to have like a 3-card combo. You just play a good card and then have En Passant in your deck. Want to test against an expert PD pilot? Is it Rotom or is it you? Either of them, I would probably say yes, but I need to get the deck good. I want to try it against PD. I was bummed out this weekend. I didn't play enough Netrunner against good players. I should have played more Netrunner. Not that I played Netrunner against bad players. I just didn't play enough Netrunner. Let's try and build something. Okay, standard. Criminal, Az. Okay, collection, standard. Let's see what we can do. Baddie, of course. So what we want to do is we want to build something that can ideally build PD. If we play against PD and lose terribly, it's going to be a bit embarrassing, but it's fine. So Boomerang. Boomerang's pretty good. Boomerang deals with a lot of the ice. It deals with it relatively quickly. It's not perfect. We still have upgrade woes for sure, but Boomerang is the best. I think Boomerang's really good into the meta right now. So we'll play 3 Boomerang. Other things that we don't want to leave home with is we want to play through 2 copies at least of Pinhole Threading because the upgrades are unfair. And then we want to play 2 copies of Miss Bones. Miss Bones naturally has synergy with our deck because she's a connection, so she comes down even cheaper, but it is what it is. Light the Fire. I don't think Light the Fire is worth it. I don't think if your deck has a consistent way to beat border control, Light the Fire is probably not worth it. Ideally, Pinhole Threading is our way to beat the upgrades, but if the good, and some of this is up to like card draw, but Light the Fire when there's a border control on the remote server, which is usually where the border control goes in the matchup 9 out of 10 times, Light the Fire unfortunately is a bit useless. Now, decks like World Tree that can get the Light the Fire when they need it and also can play Hush with little to no cost, I'm a bit more excited about Light the Fire. I think playing Light the Fire in Anarch also makes sense because it's no influence and it's not a bad card, but I don't think it's the first thing. I think I'd actually rather play a 3rd Pinhole in the deck before Light the Fire. Yeah, Boomerang with Masterwork is classic. Yeah, we're going to play Masterwork for sure. Okay, what else do we want into the matchup? We need to figure out what a Breaker Suite is, which generally do not know what it is. Good thing is that we can also use Pinhole Threading with Chesva, and Chesva is naturally really good with the Masterwork engine for multiple reasons. Technical Writer gone, it's hard to play this much hardware. I don't think it is. Like, I kind of want to try not playing Prognostic Q-Loop. Because I think if we build an Az list that has more events in it, we don't feel that bad about playing Prognostic. Prognostic is like just a hella cool card, that's for sure. But I think actually keeping the mental load of this deck down is actually relevantly, it's relevant. So we could actually just play more good stuff events and then have not play Prognostic. I think Prognostic is tricky and it does work more often than not, but I think it's not unimaginable to replace it with something. What are even the playable hardwares nowadays? Let's look at them. I think we could probably consider one of Alarm Clock. It's pretty good with Az because you want to be running anyways with Masterwork, so you can always just run and bounce. We can try it. This is exactly a luxury card that probably will get cut. Will you run Flip Switch? Yeah, I was going to get the Flip Switch alphabetically very soon, but Capybara actually gets in the way. I think Flip Switch is another card you can consider playing. It's a bit better with Prognostic Q-Loop, but it is a cantrip technically in as much as we'll have enough hardware that we don't need to fight for the cantrip slot. But it means we can face check into Drafter, MIC, we can face check technically into Brawn, into Gatekeeper, and not have it fire. That's actually super valuable. That is really valuable. The weird thing about HB right now is not only is their ice really good for the break cost ratio versus what it costs to res, but the face checks are actually super relevant on certain board states. So having the Flip Switch is kind of worth looking into. AAP is probably better than AWP, weirdly enough. Armed Assets. Oh, Dirty Deeds. You might not be watching live. You'll find this out in roughly 1 hour. I'm so sorry. So how much bypass do we have? Like, can we just play 3 inside jobs and Az and play Capybara as a 2x because it's unique? Yeah, maybe. Honestly, maybe. Let's try that. Deresing a Bronze seems really good into what's it called? Into HB. Single Dawkins Pass. We can be really hardware pilled. Flip Switch, we can be really hardware pilled. We'll put this down as like a bookmark. We might cut it later. Let me not cover the card names. Hermes is not a console because we can't. I'm not going to play a J Chinyu deck. And We've always feels a bit extra. I don't know how good our breakers are. Are we going to be running super cheaply? Maybe not. It's kind of cool with alarm clock, but I don't know. Poison Vial. This is actually kind of cool. If we're playing 3x Boomerang, there's a lot of 3 sub ice, specifically in HB. I'd argue that you don't really need to deal with all subroutines on a Brawn or all subroutines on an MIC. But this Poison Vial means you can actually single click through, it's 1 click to get through every Brawn. This is something that's worth looking at, but we need to make the rest of our Breaker Suite work with Poison Vial. But Poison Vials are really good into HB. Well, it's really good into Brawn. You need to break 1 subroutine on MIC. Do you know what happened to Mina? Too expensive, too slow, and the numbers on it are not even that good. So this is an Amina, cost 7. You can cheat it down with credit kiting, but like, what are your break costs? Magnet's not super popular. You break Magnet for 2, they lose 1. That's okay. But people did actually play this, for sure they did. This was one of the best code gate breakers in the slot. You were breaking Fairchild for 4, they lose 1. That was enough to consider Amina for sure, because no decoder in faction broke code gates well. You break a resed, fresh, what's it called? Gatekeeper for 4. That's like not bad. Art's incredible, yeah, and had an alt art that arguably had even better art. Amina Netrunner alt art. Yeah, Amina did got an OP support. Yeah, the Amina alt art is killer. It's really, really good. Who made this? Hannah Christensen. Very, very good alt art. I like this one even better. The original is still very good. The color in it's quite nice. It was sick against slot machine and Engram Flush. Yeah, it was actually quite good. No, this was very playable. I just think it's too hard to get down. Like the fact that we break MIC for 4 is like not amazing after you install this for 7. And then like Vampire Nasa is 4. That's not terrible, but it costs 7 to get this down. I don't know. You need to, I think, trick this out. I think I played against Not Again, who was playing it in like Tag Me 419 with credit kiting, which is generally the way that it's all played. Is like in the, I don't know, security nexus list, you could get this down cheaply. This card's not that bad. So it's hard. It's hard. I think we need to figure out what our multi-axis is. I think playing a single Awaken plan is fine, maybe. I don't know if we're running HQ that much. Eric used credit kiting and Zaya with it recently. That makes sense, yeah. If you're playing credit kiting, you might as well play it. And then I don't think we want to play Zenith. Zenith's actually not bad. I think Zenith's better than I think it is, because we want to be running Centrals. 14 hardware, we're going to cut half of it. Let's just build the best deck we can. So what events do we want to play? We'd be feeling bad not playing. 3x Bravado. I think we want to play them. Carpe Diem is not terrible when we have Masterwork. We want to run anyways, but if you don't have Mark Synergy, it's a bit ugly. Doof is not that good. Like, I'd argue Doof is the worst it's been in a while, and it's okay against PD, because PD doesn't have that many things it can res to duck. But the big reason why you want to consider 3 Diversion of Funds is that there's not a lot of decks in the format that feel good running 3 copies of Boomerang. So we can Boomerang HQ on turn 1, heaven forbid turn 2, or the opposite, because on turn 1 it's not amazing, and then just say, money please. Or more importantly, not have money, because they often res their HQ ice to duck it. So I'd argue it's okay to try it. I like Sure Gamble. I think Dirty Laundry is also very good when we want to run central servers. We'll play 3 of them and go from there. Is there anything else we really want? I think Falsified is uniquely interesting, trying to pinhole correctly or figuring out if there's an agenda in the remote server so we can use our Boomerang charges, but this feels like a slots issue. We want to play Capybara, so we need to play like 3 inside jobs. Not sure what else says the word bypass on it. We need a win condition. We need to consider to find our breakers, and that's probably enough. We have no card draw, all the influence. We're on 37 cards. Play trick shots. That's a sick idea. Trick shot does not work with Masterwork because it says whenever a run begins. So that is outside this. No, that's actually within a run. So trick shot says you get it for the run. Use can spend host credits during a run. So if I'm not forgetting, when a run begins is actually during a run. If it was something like Earth Station, which says an additional cost to pay a run, you don't have the trick shot credits because it's not during a run. So I actually think it does work. Oh, the flip side of this. It's huge. The additional cost to run a remote server, the runner may pay 6. So you don't have it during the run. Is Estebrado list as more copies of Inside Job? It is, but it's like such a worse card if you ask me. Because it only runs central servers. Hannah Christensen also did Rebirth and Altered Motion. Oh yeah, you can tell the Altered Motion has that vibe. I'm not sure, like the original Rebirth? Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, it's good art. Rip Faint, yeah. Resources. So we definitely want to be playing some nice connections because we installed them cheaper. Asma and Pula, I don't know. No influence spend 666. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Class Act's really good. Install for 3 if we haven't used our ability, and the card draw is just good. We want to have options in hand. Mind you, we haven't added prognostics yet. We'll see if we're even playing them. We probably should. The back is not necessary as much as that classically was an as thing, but back then you played more trash can abilities. Red team and sec testing are actually kind of genuinely interesting. And these might be the sort of slots that you are paying to play your dirty laundries and stuff like that. I would argue if people are teching into World Tree, Ari, on the competitive level, they have a bigger incentive to ice up all central servers relatively quickly. So I'd actually be a bit apprehensive of relying on Red Team, because the same way you play Red Team, they might be accidentally playing around World Tree. So I'm not sure if I'm excited for Red Team, but it is not a bad ability. Backstitching, backstitching is okay. It's a bypass ability, that's okay. I just don't like having control over it. It doesn't feel good. We have no multi-access so far besides our Wake and our DECKLISTS, which we have to deal with that. Yeah, I've never enjoyed backstitching. Right, like Boomerang does what this does. We need this to line up and have a capybara for it to feel really good, where we could just target it with an inside job, potentially on the remote server. I don't know. How good is it to have 3x trick shot? That's a lot of value for, like... In theory, we would want prognostic here too. But this is way too many events. Like, we have to deal with this. So we need a win condition. Like, is 3 trick shots, 2 twinnings enough? Like, is that enough for a win condition? Do we even need twinning? Like, maybe 1 twinning is all we need because we have Wake Implant and DECKLISTS. Yeah, trick shot is sick. En passant, I don't care about en passant too much, I don't think. We still need breakers, so maybe we do Unity because I don't like the other options. We can do 1 Amakua. I think Carmen's also not very good. Maybe we can just get away with playing Mimic. Echelon obviously works there too. And that could be our suite. We need Kurapira. So Mimic is really good into PD. It's really good into Asa. The only thing it doesn't break is on cell. And on cell is okay when we have Poison Vial. So it's fine. You can swap Cordyceps to swap Brawn to the marked server. Yeah, but it doesn't work. Because Cordyceps is when you make a successful run. Like, not even does it work when you make a successful run. We need to be there earlier, so we have to run it, then bypass. Cordyceps is cool. It's 4 influence. Whoa, shit. Okay. We probably need more money. Honestly, we're getting somewhere. We're going to cut this down heavily for sure. So trick shot, sure game with pintle, mutual, 3 inside jobs. Okay, we don't play this. I don't know if we play the dirty laundries. We need to cut this down because we want to play prognostic. So resources, daily cast, misbones, classic twinning. We probably want a daily cast or something. We're definitely missing something fundamental here. I can't think of what. We have no card draw on the deck besides our hardware. So we need card draw on the deck. En passant, inside job is fire. Yeah, but that means you're inside jobbing central servers. That's like pretty ass. Right? Like, are you en passanting the remote server? Maybe. I see nothing wrong with this. So what are we cutting here? Do you need a DECKLISTS? I think it's nice to have a bit more pressure because we're going to be aggressive. Probably not. Poison Vial currently we're not building into too heavily. Like, it doesn't work with any of our breakers inherently. I like the idea of Zenith. So we can cut the Poison Vial. It seems really good into PD. But like, we'd want to rely on this a bit more. Let's cut the flip switch. The Cappy is like probably going to get cut. Like, I think the best thing we can do is cut 3 inside jobs, cut a Capybara, get 5 slots back. We just need card draw. So the card draw we play is like Baya Bands, Blueberry Diesel, but we probably spend our influence on card draw. We need to play prognostic though. So we need to not play 21 events. We just don't have enough money. Hardware card draw? Yeah, but only once per turn. Yeah, Q loop is card draw. I think we do play prog. Okay, this is 51 cards without any card draw besides 3 class act and 3 masterwork. And arguably prog. Now prog needs hardwares and programs, so we need to like keep this 21 events to a minimum. So we probably end up cutting this. How good is trick shot? There's no way it's worth 9 influence. It is a pretty messed up card though. Winnegon's money prediction came true. Was it about not having money? How does this draw? Okay, this is our opening hand. Would we keep this? No. We have a niche combo card. We have a trick shot with no value. Say we install prognostic for 0 trick shot. We can look at the top 2. We can install a boomerang for free. It Is there any time Crim can play less than 3 doofs? Yes, I think most criminals should not be playing Diversion of Funds. I think the only reason why we play Diversion of Funds is because we have 3 boomerangs, and that also might be wrong. But I do think a lot of Crim decks right now are not playing Diversion, or even playing fewer than 3. Like maybe 2 is enough. But cutting 0 all is like probably okay. Okay, this hand is no econ, but the idea is good. We masterwork for 1. They did on Ice HQ, we diversion them. Of course they're going to Ice HQ. The copper bar is dead in hand until we draw alarm clock at the minimum, inside job at the latest. This is why copper bar gets cut. Yikes. Yikes. Bachland has to be better than this. Bachland has to be better than that. Okay. Not good. We need more money. Yeah, I think we go Bachland for sure. It saves us 3 slots. The focus in originally Thanos was to play Palangi, Capybara, Laser Pointer until we realized it doesn't work. And so now we're just trying to play like good stuff criminal that at least is tuned to have, maybe you could argue, the ability to beat PD, because we have a lot of good stuff into PD. Patty says not playing 3 doof is brave. Well, he plays PD. It's good into PD. It's not great into Asa. What else do you have to beat? It's okay against Sports Metal. It's pretty okay. Yeah, Debbie's hard because we don't have enough run events. Like, this is the hand we want, right? Like, we would do Sure Gamble, maybe Miss Bones, Trick Shot to challenge the remote server. Draw Prognostic. Class X soon enough? Yeah, it's okay. Hey, Jairo, how's it going? Glad to catch the stream. We've been off for a bit. Doof is pretty reasonable to Asa. I think Doof, like, they duck a lot and then they just fully opt back. But they're pretty good at ducking. Man, Cheswa Trick Shot just seems like a lot of money and no way to use it. So if we masterwork first, which we would draw the Zenith. So we could Trick Shot, install the Zenith, take a core damage, lose a Cheswa, make a successful run, gain 2, draw 1, run the remote server. Like, it's kind of good. Could have done a laser pointer combo with Egret, but you have to install Egret on face-up cards. Mimic, I must have missed something. I think Mimic is better now than it's ever been. The biggest sentry, the most consistent sentry you're running into right now is Drafter. NBN runs less than 3 cost sentries unless they're running Hydra, which admittedly we have Boomerang, Poison Vial, so we're not too stressed about it. It's not the most elegant. I think Onsell is rare, and then we do have Poison Vial if we want to rely on it. Against Wayland, yeah, outfit, we can hopefully beat some of that with Boomerang. That's a bit tricky for sure, but Boomerang's really good into into that sort of stuff. We'll have problems with border control, that's for sure. But I honestly think you can go pretty far with Mimic. Name a sentry Mimic struggles with. Hammer will be awful. Oh, yeah, Hammer will be really bad. But it's like, you're not installing a Carmen to deal with Hammer. Right? Like, is our play install this for 3 credits and then spend 5 credits to break our first Hammer? No, I don't think so. Like, the best thing we can do... Wait, what is the text on Hammer? Like, can you beat it with Poison Vial? You cannot break more of its subroutines, so you can't even Poison Vial it. Onsell? That's fine. We have Poison Vial, ideally. Winchester is fine. We can Boomerang it and Poison Vial it or Trace it. We have Link. Not great, but not bad. But the thing is, like, all of those answers are things that Echelon doesn't beat. There's just not a lot of 4-strength sentries, and all of them are pretty bad into Echelon. And equally bad, if not worse, into Carmen. Like, that's why I think Az is kind of cool, is that if you can set up the Boomerang Poison Vial a bit more consistently, you don't have to worry about it. Echelon is just, like, the same influence, but I'm pretty sure getting a Mimic down early and just face-checking is better. Yeah, even then, Revolver could be, like, the thing. The problem is, like, we don't have recursion for Revolver. But if you're worried about exactly 4-strength sentries, I would play Revolver. I just think you can get pretty far with Mimic. Not a lot of people are playing Onsell. We also have Bachland if we want to deal with some D-res stuff. It's going to be a while till it gets to 4-strength, but... Yeah, Gyro, I know. So we're missing card draw. Would the deck be better if we cut 3 trick shots and play through a Diesel? Yeah. Counterpoint, Revolver fun? Bisotron. I totally agree with you. Revolver's really cool. The thing is, like, you can't support it unless you have... Like, we'd probably have to play 2 Revolvers. Which maybe that's fine. Maybe 2 Revolvers, we can just start face-checking. And then we Boomerang or set up Amakur for the late game. I just feel like we have so much influence. There has to be something interesting to do in these as lists that, like, will really help it into the matchup. Currently, I think it's card draw. Yeah, trick shot seems really cool. But, like, maybe we can cut 1 trick shot and play, like, a Diesel and a Baya. Because Baya's, like, not bad with double Chesva. Directive always be running, it rotated. This is always be running, right? We added slightly more card draw. It's not amazing. How does this draw? I think the big problem is like we don't have that much money. Like Fermenter's okay. If PD doesn't play Mavirus, Entangler should be fine. They play one Mavirus at a minimum. And then Entangler doesn't beat Brawn. It only beats MIC really well. And I guess like ping 2 to beat Architect is not that bad. Or sorry, Drafter. So anyways, I started blasting GIF. Okay, like if this is our hand, I just want more money on the start. How do we get more money into this? Like, are we actually on our, like, unironically playing Carpe Diem because it has money on it? Huh. What could we cut? We definitely want to play a 45 card deck because we inherently want to get Masterwork as soon as possible. We can probably get away with not playing Dock Loans. We probably can get away with not running Alarm Clock. So what is economy we can play that doesn't take influence? Or if it takes influence, we have to work around it. Like, are we jackpot meta? Like, that doesn't feel good. That can't be it. This is no influence? That's interesting. Yeah, it'd probably be Dirty Laundry, but maybe Carpe Diem. In theory, Carpe Diem works better with our ability. I know we can't control it, but if we make the run, we get the money to use for Masterwork immediately. Originally, we were meant to do a Capybara. Zero hasn't rotated. Zero feels too slow. I don't think I'd be excited to play Zero unless I'm also playing Steelskin and Strike Fund. Maybe a red team does it. I don't know. I think red team is way too slow against PD. Okay, we can try this. Does this look terrible? Let's just give it a couple of chest draws. Okay. Funny enough, we might actually end up playing against Onsel 1.0 in the flesh, which means you might have to legally play Onsel 1.0, which is not great for our deck. Yeah, Capybara is no longer in the list for obvious reasons. Red team is too restrictive and conflicts with stuff like Bravado. Bravado is not hard to make good on most board states, but yeah, it is restrictive, that's for sure. So if this is our opening hand, we'd probably just do Sure Gamble, Miss Bones for 1, Boomerang, run Remote Server. That probably gets us through most stuff. I have to play Onsel 1 now that I see sick can nets. Quest Altar. That's the stained glass one, right? Should I tell Patty to get ready? Kat, if Patty wants to play, yes. But we might need 2 minutes here. Okay, we don't have our engine for a while. There it comes there. Like, I just feel like we need to set up. Like, once we're set up, we're good. So we should put more, like, more of us into setting up. Unity is good. I think 1 Poison Vial is definitely not it. I kind of want 2 Poison Vials. Okay, how do we make Poison Vial work? Like, we need a David ability. Like, Boomerang is the closest we have to it. How do we make it work? Zenith Chip is probably, like, the card draw we need. Do we get anything off the top? No, we don't. Of course we don't. This doesn't look good. What was the last as? Oh, Vandal. Vandal is good. Hold on. Do we play Slap Vandal with the art gallery? Oh, and Ari, yeah, shit. So Slap Vandal is kind of cool in Az. The problem is once it's in his hand, Az loses his ability to interact with it in any sort of meaningful way. Yeah, Urban Art's like not bad. I think it is a connect. No, it's a job. So it does come down for 1 cheaper. Not that you struggle to get your ability to fire on most turns. The issue is like installing the Slap Vandal and then running like kind of sucks. There's no way to make it better. Like if I could put it on the top of my deck, I'd be excited to put it on top of my deck. Because then we could get it with Prognostic for no clicks. So Poison Vial is really good. It's also really good with like Gabali, Concamato, but that's like its own deck. Blueberry Diesel, not terrible. Like I played Blueberry Diesel unironically in Az because inherently you're a bit of a combo deck. Like you need your engine first. Manifest. Gachapon. I don't think I like this deck. Have we not built an Az recently? Hold on, what tab we're here? I feel like we played Az somewhat recently. Oh, this was the stealth one. This was I think Bean Bean's version. Was it Bean Bean? Yeah, it's been a while since we played Az. Has anyone done Az in the recent meta? Okay, this is the tag one. To me, my X-Men. Okay. Let's just look at it. Yeah, Az Seb is the most recent one for sure. So this is an old... Oh, Praxis is actually like cracked in Az. That's for sure. That's really cool. Now this is on Hermes, so like already not the thing I want. And this is a tag version. Yeah, this is also like meeting of the minds to get DJ Fenris. You played Az? Yeah, we did, Dave. We did play Az, but it was actually not Az. It was an Az shell in Sable, and it was a knife deck. So it was actually a Sable deck, but it had the Az engine. So not exactly what I'm trying to prove, but it worked. It was a fun deck. How good is Poison Vial against PD? Good, but not amazing. So let's play 2. 2 Doof maybe? No, against PD Doof is good. I've been trying Hushik Hermes Az, but it's not amazing. I think you need the card draw from Masterwork. Is Bocklin it? I think Poison's a build around. I just think into PD, the fact that you can spend 1 click to beat a Brawn is actually worth something. And 1 click to beat an Uncell is something. I agree it's not beautiful, but I just want to see how good it is without support. It's funny we're building a deck to beat PD and can't run Hermes. Yeah. Well, Hermes is good. It's not bust against PD. The goal of Capybara value is to go like Steve Headlock with Shutdowns Forged. I think so, but if you do that, I'm not convinced you need Capybara. What's the worst card here? It's like Carpe Diem. 2 Poison Vial. Okay, Andre, what are you doing? Oh man, Trick Shot's so good when you draw it, but we have no way to spend the money here. So we'd probably draw Sure Gamble, depending on board state. If we buy it, we draw 2. We can install Prognostic. Its triggers eaten. Then on the following turn, if we Trick Shot, is there any chance we get something off the top rope? We kind of do. That's cool. Loathing, how's it going? You just said Poison Vial. Oh, is the worst card? Yeah. Mimic into Revolver Fenris for Reyna? Reyna is a good Poison Vial target. Now we're talking. Yeah, DJ Fenris into Reyna is super inconsistent, but that is actually a really good use of Poison Vial. That's sick. That's kind of really cool. If that's the case, though, I think we play less Trick Shot. I don't think Trick Shot's that good. I think Trick Shot's kind of mid. Or not Reyna, sorry, Quetzal. F it. Consistency over everything. Yeah, by Reyna you mean Quetzal, yeah, 100%. Okay, getting somewhere. The Bocklin Suspect. This hand sucks. We need money. How do you just get credits in your credit pool when you play Criminal? How do you just get money? I just want money. Trick Shot's kind of mid Andre 2024. In this deck, like none of these hands are like as cash. How do you put cash in your hand? How did you get money in your deck? F Anarch, yeah, I know. The fact that Criminal got no econ cards in a whole cycle is like kind of rough. But like I just don't know how do you like how on turn 1 do you have money? You get the 1 credit run event you just played for his, but it doesn't go into your credit pool. Like none of these cards can we afford to install on turn 1. Like we can't afford to install any of this shit on turn 1. Yeah, like maybe we have to play red team. Yeah, Moshing and Strike Fund. It's Fermenter. Like you just don't functionally have money. Ugh. God, this is frustrating. Great, we're at 50 cards. We're a World Tree deck now. Honestly, World Tree Az will probably be fine. There's just no hardware payoffs. Look, sometimes it do be like that. Like you just have a good card and then you cut it and you play Dirty Laundry. Okay. Paladin. Paladin's not bad. Paladin's actually pretty good, but it's influence. Okay, you can play this hand. Sure gamble. We'd probably just, if we don't have to run, which we probably do credit that, we would get 5 cards. We would bottom, honestly, daily cast maybe? Masterwork gets a draw. Install prognostic. We just bravado whatever's open. We look at 2. We can install the wake, trashing our unity, lose the game. I'm cutting cast for Carpe. I would rather have a hardware program that gives us economy because it gives us prognostic value. But I just don't like the fact that we can't control where Carpe Diem goes. Like you play it and then randomly who knows where it goes. You're right, maybe, but this is a 5 credit econ card that doesn't require interaction, and Dirty Laundry and Red Team. Like, let's try it. Let's just build the weird thing, right? Red Team. Now, Red Team and Dirty Laundry fight, so we can do this. Did we make the deck worse? Yeah, you don't want 3 red. Oh, they're not unique? It kind of is. Isn't Bankroll good here? It is not bad. Bankroll's not bad. I think that's an okay idea. But I think I'd rather do this. How many hardware econ sources exist? I think only consoles. I don't think there's any hardware that gives you money. They're programs. Like Bankroll is not bad. Bankroll actually might do it. Career Fair doesn't really do too much. Like it just hits class act now. With Red Team, it's okay. Playing the weird thing, people are desperately seeking realness. Cyberdelia? Yeah, I guess Cyberdelia. But that's a lot of work. Okay, we're getting better. The hands are getting better. Sure gamble. Install Masterwork, draw. Didn't install hardware, that's fine. We can draw once for a reason to run. Here we'd probably just install Class Act, credit. Draw 4. Okay, now we're cooking. Red Team for 4. We'd make a run. We'd install Chesva, we'd make a run. We'd install Zenith Chip. It would hopefully hit our Masterwork. We would draw a card. Then we're cracked. Asmoon, Amu, Leech can use Asmoon to grab Vial from Fermenter. Asmoon's not terrible. Asmoon's like not awful. I think Fermenter is a bit hard because we have Amakua that wants a purge. Leech is really good. Leech is a good reason to run centrals. Sec testing would be good with Prog and Bankroll. Yeah, maybe Red Team should just be a sec testing. I think you're right about that. It's just easier to play. So how much Red Team comes down on turn 1 for 4 credits, and then you run you're on 3 credits. So it's a 1 credit click for 2 runs. If we played sec testing, you're already credit positive next turn. Coalescence is like 2 influence bar. The problem is like we don't play any of the support package with Coalescence to make it like actually worth anything. Unless we rejig it. And like rejig Poison Vial. Like we need to be, yeah, let's be more ambitious. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's be more ambitious. Red Team doesn't let you run the same server. Yeah, so you're not going to empty it, but it's not different than the other options. Like you run once. You can rerun it. Crap. How realistic is getting more than 1 hit a turn? With Red Team, not super realistic. We had a good idea. Hold on. Asmoon. He said out loud, our good idea is Asmoon. So drawing the Poison Vial is not a priority. Let's be honest about that. Drawing the Amakua is like kind of a priority, but let's be honest about that. This is not better than a draw card. Ideally, your Prog Q deck doesn't have to play Gamble. I think that's a trap. I think having Sure Gamble on turn 1 is one of the best cards in your deck. That not having, like, 17 events for Prognostic Q Loop, like, that's cursed. Like, we probably just don't play Prog. And hope that Masterwork is enough. The thing is, like, Prog is kind of not free value, which is, like, do we just cut Prog? Some hot pursuits you have to play with tag avoidance. Like, you can't just jam it in as a value card. It's generally the consensus. Because then it becomes 2 clicks for, like, 5 credits. It's not that great. Prog Trick Shot is good, yeah, but so goes the Trick Shot. Like this hand. Let's talk about this hand. We would install Red Team for 4, run whatever. It's not that good. We have no card draw. It's not that good, but it gets okay. Is Prog worth the slot if you just use the scry your draws? Not if we can't control our draws. Like, technically, Class Act already scries our draw. Because Prog just lets you give you information. It doesn't let you bottom things, right? So it just gives you information on what you're going to draw into. No matter what, you have to draw your deck. So if you have more shuffle effects. But I'd argue that Prog might actually be wrong for the deck. Or just 1 Prog. Maybe then at that point, you might as well play 0 Progs. So this is why Sure Gamble's good. Sure Gamble, Masterwork, draw. Okay, not great. Probably want to draw again. We want to install hardware, so we run. We install Poison Vial for 3. No, that's bad. We'd wait. Verbal Plasticity. It gets really ugly with prog with card draw. Like, I don't think we want slow draw. Like, that's a really big thing. So cards like this are really good, only pay off once you're like on turn 6, turn 7, and you're flying. We need things like Diesel because we just need to set up. We need to get Masterwork down. We need to get Chesvo down. We need reasons to run. So like we need tempo because we already have greed. This is getting ugly. No, it's getting better. It's definitely getting better. Maybe we just have to hope this works. Okay, this is our hand. We would do Sure Gamble, Boomerang, Bravado, the remote server. Is 3 Miss Bones correct? With our card drop, maybe. That shuffles, whatever. We draw. Next turn, we do Chesva, buy Essentials, draw 2, install a prog for free. We would have a credit to rip it, but no paid ability window to rip it. So we can draw. What do we play red team and verbal? Wildcat Strike? Wildcat Strike is like, yeah, you can't rely on it. Happy face. How's it going, by the way? This is good. This is where like Diesel's good. We're doing somewhere. Like we're doing something. We just don't have Masterwork. Poison Vial seems a bit bad. We're almost there. Let's cut 1 card, and I think we have a deck we can at least try. Wildcat Strike is legit. It's legit, but like, it's fine. It's a Sure Gamble we played an influence on. It's not that bad. Okay, here we can do Sure Gamble, buy a band's Essentials. We can install a Class Act for 2 credits, which is good. We've already drawn, which is a bummer. From here, we could like continue to draw. Then we get 4. We're actually off to the races here. That's not bad. We can do Masterwork for 1, draws a card, install Chesva, send Essentials. 1 doof seems cuttable. Yeah, I think that's true. I think 1 doof is cuttable. Cool. Busted. With Miss Bones, can Mache be a draw support? No. It's 3 influence. It's 3 damn influence. This card is cool. It actually is a tech card. Like having instant speed draw is incredibly valuable in the game. This though, you need like you trash 1 tranquility to get 1 counter, like 1 draw. It's honestly kind of there. Like I think in Shaper you have so many better things to do. I think this card was considered for some like World Tree decks, but it is like a bit of a build around to some extent. I don't think this card is hopeless. It's just like you have Stone Chip, so it's kind of hopeless. Fermenter seems great. Fermenter seems fine. The thing is like we meet our money up a bit up front because we need to get our engine. Okay, let me close a lot of tabs. Oh, I meant to show this out. I'll shut this out again. But if you want to order some of the neon static chips, Eric just uploaded a video, so you can get your orders in. I put my order in. There's no tag chips coming, but these chips are really, really nice. Let me close some tabs. Let's go. Cat, you think Patty wants to play a game? Okay. Does he want to put it up? I'll join. Do you have the chip shipped internationally? Sort of. They ship for like $8 American. International, you have to send Eric a message and he'll look at it. I think he said like email me. So we're going to play against Rotom Appliance. Rotom Appliance was the 2021, I think, world champion. He designed Onsell 1.0, or his likeness is on Onsell 1.0. He is a PD master. So we're getting the boss run immediately. Mind you, he's visiting the States right now, so he is in my time zone. Normally he's in the UK, so we don't run into him too often, but he'll put up a game. Okay, cool. So wait a second. But didn't have a collection of Team Covenant for Metropole Grid. Okay, so we're not actually playing against Cat. We're playing against Rotom. So like, yeah, guy turns out to be pretty good. He's using my account because he's too lazy. Yeah, I get it. Hey, Patrick. Thanks, you too. Okay, so our hand. We have card draw. We have a Boomerang for the remote server. We have Bravado, and we have a Pinhole. So the problem is if we challenge our remote server with like Boomerang into Bravado, we're not going to have the credits to trash most anything in the remote server. It deals with Rashida. Now, Patrick mulliganed So yeah, this is fine. Okay. Pronoun should be he, him for Patrick. And he's off. He mulligan. I think that's fine for us. We'll see how much he respects Doof. Diesel equals keep? I don't know. I'd honestly value a Masterwork more than a Diesel in an opening hand. But you can't complain about Diesel. This is the respect. We can still bravado whatever goes in here. So he's pushing. So he's on 5 credits. So if it's tranquility, we want to see what we want to deal with that. Now, if we Diesel, what's the best opening we can get? It'd be like Diesel Miss Bones. You're playing against Catrick. So if we Diesel here, we can just bravado send it. On 5, it's a really big breakpoint because on 5, it means that he can't res any of the bigger ice. So like MIC is the bad face check, which means in theory, we really want to think these lines through, that Boomerang will get through all ice. The problem is if he doesn't res. So if it is, the most likely play here is that this is, what's it called? Tranquility, which is 4 to trash. So let's try and get some money here. Okay. So if we do Miss Bones, we're down to 4. Which means we can just do Miss Bones Bravado. If we want to get through there, we have to do... The other option is that we just do Miss Bones Pinhole. And I think that's probably better for us. I think it's much better for us. Some virus. Oh, sick. Okay. So he might not have a good hand. So we probably want to go HQ sooner than later here. We don't really have a play here. I don't want to buy a bans because we go too low. I think we just click for a credit. And next turn we do Boomerang Bravado on HQ. Looks like he has a bad start. But maybe he's just like baiting out a pinhole threading. Bravado Bones Pinhole. If we do that though, we can't break any ice. A Gatekeeper here seems good, greasing in their mode server. So now we want to get this down. So now we can do Boomerang Bravado, which is exactly the credits we have. And we can deal with anything. So these are like the cards that we're saying were really important in the matchup. And you see why it is. It makes our early game feel good. So Gatekeeper got used. That means the Boomerang goes back, which is sick. And now we can trash anything in the server. Rashida for 1. Miss Bones, shuffle that back in. Okay, now we'll Diesel because we want a Boomerang back in our hand. We got a Prognostic Q-Loop, which is fine. We can Mutual Favor for a Breaker. We know Gatekeeper is broken for Unity for 2 credits, which is a good place to be in. Next turn, we have installed the hardware. So we need to just keep our money going. Why risk Gatekeeper in the Boomerang? I'm not sure. I don't think I would have. I would have maybe stranded it. So we need to go HQ sooner than later. So ideally we want to get a Boomerang so we can do a diversion. A diversion will slow the game down a fair bit. I don't want to install this. Next turn, this is our only logical install. So we can Mutual Favor for Unity, install it. It puts us down on 4. I think we'll just take a credit here. I don't love it. Yeah, it's just a gear check now. And the Boomerang being in the deck is way more valuable for us. But like that means that he has to jam into the remote server. So he only jams. Like now he puts something behind it. That's why you have to res it. Like you have to burn the Boomerang. If he doesn't put something in here, we're in a good spot. But if he does, like we have a bit of work to do. But now the Doof is really good. Because res ice Doof is usually about 9 credits. Unless he's put a Brawn or an MIC on HQ. Yeah, there you go. So that's good for us. We have a minute here. I don't think we want to prognostic because we'll install with Baya. It eats the trigger, but whatever. We'll touch cards. We're assuming he has about 2 agendas in hand, considering he's gone through 34 and he mulliganed. Oh, Masterwork is sick. Really good. I think that's the logical thing here. Oh, we're good. We're really quite good now. That's the bad one. Okay, so he's respecting diversion. Luckily, we have it. That's a really good steal. Yeah, that's a sick rip for sure. So Amakua beats Gatekeeper really easily. We don't need to show that. Unfortunately, we're running out of money, which is this is where this is really good, that he's double icing HQ, because that's our big swing as we get the diversion off. So Amakua breaks no ice in the deck, naturally. So here it's a lot of work to get into here. Now, we don't want to show our Amakua. I don't think we want to run. I think we just want to get our credits up. Our next turn, our install is Prognostic Q-Loop. We can Mutual Favor for a Mimic. This is why Mimic is good, because we can just like face check with the Mimic and not worry about anything, but it's very, very expensive. So I honestly don't think we do much here. Like, we probably throw out the Waken Plant because it's not that good. We could draw once. Like, this is suspect. Yeah, we probably should draw a bit and install our cards. The Wake seems bad into 2 ice. Masterwork Prognosis with Cheza feels like an adjacent version of World Tree. Yeah, but it's fair. You're playing from the top of your deck. You're not choosing whatever card and installing it -3, and that's a 3-card setup. Like, I think that's where the creative deck should be interesting. This is an agenda for sure. He has a Seamless in hand, so we probably should have played into this setup. If that's the case, we can we can do a couple things. Drafter here is a bit annoying because it brings back economy, but we can just send a diversion HQ and force some reses. If he reses a lot of stuff, we can just Amaku and run this, but this is very likely an agenda in hand because we've gone through a lot of cards. The other options, we can prognostic to draw. We could do this first. Make a call in the face down ice. Yeah. We're just hoping that he doesn't have enough money. So the question is, do we do first or do we prog first? I think we just doof. If he reses an MIC, he's down on 2 credits, so he need double seamless to score out. So we could do prog to... No, we need doof Amaku install server 1, so we'll just doof. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. If it's ever really bad, we can play prognostic and just try and get a boomerang from the top of the deck. It's 1 in 10. But we just need to force him to res ice here so that we can Amaku or run server 1. We can make a call, but none of the ice here we break relatively well. Like, we just need him to spend some money. If he lets the diversion through, like, Drafter doesn't stop it. And then at least the hedge fund will be useless. It's very fun listening to your commentary and Patrick Grum in the background. Okay, that's sick. That's sick. So we'll let that fire. This is why we play Poison Vial. So we don't click through this. If we click through this, he's on 2 credits. Actually thinking, this is super interesting. Because if we click through this, the inner subroutine, the first subroutine doesn't matter. And then he can't res 2 credit ice on HQ, so we drop him down to 0. If we do that, his play is just credit, 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 which is not brilliant. But it's what he has to do. The best top deck would be like a lateral. Sorry, Greasing he can't even play. Hey, Cable Carnage, how's it going? Bummer that you weren't able to be around on the weekend. But I reckon you're pretty far away. So we could double click through this and take the money away. The other option here is that we could just do Amakua and then just run server 1. I think that's higher because if server 1's a Rashida, that's the worst case for us. Audrey's playing my clone. Yeah, I'm playing against Patrick right now. So it's either between like slowing the game down. I think I'm going to double click through this and try and go with the HQ pressure and get the 2 credits off of him. Because otherwise I think he just has to click for credits and we can still do the play next turn. We're a bit burnt out by Gatekeeper and Drafter, but like we still get in. So I'm going to double click through this. But it might be right just to bounce and run server 1. I think server 1's not going to go anywhere. We get blown out by exactly Rashida. And we've already seen 1 Rashida, so I don't care. Like, taking the Axis is actually not that bad compared to 2 credits, but if he's on 0 credits, like, Poison Vial beats Bronze so well. And this has to be an ablative or nothing, yeah. I'm going to take the credits. Because now his turn is expected to just credit, credit, credit. And then even if we force the res on server 1, like, he can't score out. He could do credit, like, seamless advance, but, like, no, he can't even do that. So this has to be Rashida. We see it's not. If it's a Tranquility, this is actually kind of not great. Yeah, good. So we just time walked a bit. So I think we just do Amakura run server 1. Do we sure gamble first? This drops us to 6. We spend 2 on the Gatekeeper. We have missed bones. No, I think we just run it. Actually, no, that puts us on 4 because we break. Yeah, we should have done this first. Whatever. We just want to do the last click. So Drafter is a problem. We can always panic. All you. Oh, sorry, no. Prognostic. Top 2 stack. Boomerang and Bravado. It's off the top. Oh, man. Okay. All you. So we have a Boomerang on the top. We were actually entirely safe. So no further action. We have the Amakua. Again, this was pre-res, but if not, there would be a Boomerang there. Yeah, it was an agenda. Sick. We're on game point. Why does it matter what order you put Amakua versus gamble? It doesn't. The order, the problem was like, do we sure gamble first or do we run server 1? I didn't want to run server 1 because we're expected to be on 4 credits and then we can't play the gamble, but the order of these 2 doesn't matter. That's correct. So now we think there's an agenda in HQ. The Brawn we can deal with relatively soon. We haven't installed the hardware, so we're going to do it with Masterwork and we're going to install the Poison Ball drawing the Boomerang. And we're just going to get an access here. So now we have this in hand, which is super powerful. And this now breaks Brawn, so we can get another diversion, slow the game down. Seamless off the top deck. We're assuming there's a Seamless in hand because of the way the off-world is pushed. But we're in a pretty good spot. We just now need to make accesses which respect Ikoa. That one didn't. But I think there's an Ikoa in HQ. So far things are playing out that the cards that we said are good into the matchup are very obviously good into the matchup. Oh, click 6. So he has Seamless in hand. Another agenda, maybe another agenda. This feels like a low roll for PD. No upgrades so far, no Tranquility so far. It's not a great draw. That's for sure. So we don't have a class act. R&D is unknown. HQ we can do click, credit, credit. We can install a Boomerang on HQ. We want a diversion. We cut a diversion. Oh man, we cut a diversion. We should know the top card of the deck. It is a Bravado. Let's run HQ. No, we run HQ here, we win. It's very likely we run HQ and win. Oh wait, we don't have enough to steal Ikwa. Shit. Oh, that's a mistake. Yeah, we're 1 credit short of Ikwa. Gonna feel bad. It's very likely there's an Ikwa in hand. Oh, sorry. Whoops. 46 cards is legal. You really want to avoid it in a combo deck like this. We knew that we didn't know the top of the deck, but we're gonna do this first. Pinhole Class Act. Okay, that's good. Shouldn't you prog first to see if you can install a boom from the top? We had one in hand. It's unlikely because it's 2 and 28, and we'd rather draw first and then see the next 2 cards. Because if we see the cards and then we just like draw them, we wasted the look action. So now we know the next 2, which is a bit more valuable, I think. We're 1 credit short. I vibes the math. That could be wrong. Poison Vial is really good into Brawn. Don't access the Ikwa. We want to access the Ikwa. He shouldn't res this. He does res it. Wow, okay. I didn't think he would. I think strangling the Boomerang is good here. But now he's on back to 3 credits. Okay, the 1 card we knew. We make a lot of money from that. It shuffles, so actually the order didn't matter. That's annoying. Amaku on 2. Let's just touch the top of the deck to get Amaku on 3, because then we can contest HQ the following turn. Oh, sorry. Did I pay credit? Trank is off the top. That's a better draw for us. Running this costs 2 credits. But now we think we know seamless Trank. Yeah, I totally forget about the shuffle. You feel really smart knowing the top of the deck and then you shuffle. Okay, assuming that's a Trank, so we have to consider running that. It's not super safe. This is a Gatekeeper. It saves his hand, but puts agendas into R&D. So we can always run it. We can run R&D, but that's probably a Trank. It might be a bluff because he knows that we know that there's a Trank, and we know that he's a seamless. So this actually has some pressure on it. We can mutual favor, but like, I'm not sure. We can't res any of the 6-costers, so Drafter's the worst case. I forget the top of the deck like me. I would take notes, but you can also put your cards back on your deck sideways to know, to at least remember that you should have known what they were. Worst case is Drafter. But then he's down on 2 credits. So I think we just rip it. Let's draw once for a Boomerang. That's actually okay. Let's deal with the Trank. Keeps us busy. Sorry, Masterwork, no trigger. Oh, we actually should have done that in the other order. Because we could install the Masterwork. Kurapira into Chesva. So we have a Fractor here. Oh, yeah. I think we did the order wrong. Putting cards sideways in the tournament? Yeah, it is. You're allowed to technically put them on top of your deck in an order that you remember. So I think this is the Trank. We need to keep our money up. Luckily, red team run R&D is really good. Yeah, it's a Trank. Okay, so we're going to have full information of what's on the top of the deck. Keep saying yes to that. Gatekeeper's off the top. Okay. Amaku at 4 is hard. So we know Gatekeeper seamless, we're guessing, considering the off-world push. And we think there's 2 agendas in hand. He's in a hard spot here. Now he broke lock. Hedge fund, so that's probably what he broke lock. Ice on R&D, we're assuming it's a Gatekeeper. So now we have red team on archives. We probably want to draw hardware first. Oh, we knew that. Wait, we know the next card too. What am I doing? What is it? It's a Chesva. Okay. So we can draw the Chesva and just have a setup turn here. So we can draw the Chesva, install the Chesva, run archives. I think that's fine. So we can run archives. We can use Masterwork to install this Masterwork. It's a legal target. Draws a card. We have a Mimic. It's a Poison Vial to miss Bones. Okay, not very good. We have no shuffle effect coming up. But Amaku will soon be at 6. Oh, fuck. I can't believe I've done that. There's a virus in there. I know. That's fine. Oh, that's a huge mistake. Whatever, we had to do it. Mavirus Andre, I know. Bummer. All right, he has a window here. We know the top of the deck is not useful for us, so we don't have boomerangs. We technically have all our breakers. Chat told you, yeah, but there's a chat delay. For what it's worth, we could have jacked out. And like jacking out was probably correct. because it doesn't cost red team to do anything, and we still got our value. So I think this is an agenda. Defensive upgrade was top deck, so it's seamless in hand. So this is where he breaks forward. That virus hit was like game ruining. So what can we do? We can run HQ. We can click through the Brawn. We have the Mimic. And that's a bad miss. So this goes down to 4. We run HQ with Drafter. We click through this. We break this for 2. Chesva makes us cheaper too. So we probably want to be farming HQ in bit. We think it's too seamless as hand, and that's definitely an agenda. What upgrade we honestly can't tell. He would jam anything he has. Managarm is annoying. But we need to build our Amakua back. So I think Managarm, a Mimic just sending it is good. Top of the deck is Poison Vial, which is good because we can just, well, we don't really want to Chesva it. So we can red team Archives. It gets a Poison Vial down, which draws a Class Act. Or sorry, Miss Bones. We can just run this and see what happens. If it's an MIC, he spends 6 on it, he goes down to 4. We lose most of our turn. He didn't res this before, though. Okay. Gatekeeper is 2. So the worst blowout here is that this is the Drafter. And that's not even that bad. Like, he needs us to be a Brawn or an MIC. MIC would be the best case. So if we get down our Unity, it comes in at 2 strength. So we can do 1, 2, and then just Poison Vial. So it's actually probably right that we red team Archives. We mutual favor for Unity. We shuffle our deck because we don't want to draw it. And we can use Chesva to get the Poison Vial from the top deck. I think that's pretty fair. Now, if this is a Drafter, it's pretty bad for us. At least there's no defensive upgrades in Archives, but I think that's the play. So you run Archives. Yeah, we know what these are. Poison Vial, Miss Bones. So then we'll Prognostic, Chesva, install Poison Vial. It's not unique. Draws a card. So now the shuffle doesn't matter. Yeah, the red team's actually pretty good. So then we'll mutual favor, Unity, install it. And then we can run the remote server. We don't have 2 clicks, but it respects Ikoa. So the only thing that gets us here is Drafter. If we install the Mimic, we don't have enough money to threaten Managarm. But here we can threaten Ikoa in the remote server. There's a chance he has to jam an Ikoa here, considering we got 2 of the good agendas. It's an MIC. Okay. That's what we played around. So he can still trash the MIC, but this is what we played around. So we'll match strength, and then we'll, I don't think, doesn't matter which one we break. Oh, now we can't beat Managarm, but it drops him to 2 credits, which means he would have to seamless. Break. Excuse me? It won't let me break? Test? It won't let me break. Yeah, it looks like a bug. Maybe we boosted the wrong window. I don't think so. Probably because we hit Poison Vial. So which one we break doesn't matter. In theory, actually, we can only break 1 and then just lose 2 clicks. But then he can trash the MIC. We're not going to beat Managarm anyways. Forcing him to res Managarm seems important. So we will Poison Violet. I don't think it matters which Poison Vial we take counters off of. I had to duck for a minute. I love Azdex. What's the hook on this one? Just good stuff. Built there to beat MIC. Or built there. It's built to beat PD, which is like the deck in the format right now. So if he reses the Managarm, goes down to 2, we're okay. If he trashes the MIC, we're happy with it. We can trash anything else. It's Managarm, okay. So we'll end the run. Now we can red team R&D. We know this is a Gatekeeper. And he now needs to double seamless to score out. Drafter, okay. All right. So could we have done that turn to beat Managarm? Maybe. He has to double seamless. Hopefully it's not the off-world office. It looks like it's the off-world office. Yeah. Shit. Okay. So he's on 7. This is a Gatekeeper. This server cost us, it's going to be a bit cheaper once we get down our next breaker. How do you know it's Gatekeeper? Just from lock. Yeah, our guess is a Gatekeeper because we think his hand is seamless, another agenda, and now another seamless. So we pretty much know what his hand is. Oh, it's Drafter seamless agenda or Drafter seamless. I think it's Drafter seamless unknown. So if it's Gatekeeper, we have to boost to 3 to 5 to 6. So we should get a breaker down first. How many pinholes remaining? 1. We shuffled it in. We don't know where it is. We haven't got a class act yet. So we're doing okay. We probably draw once here. We have a good reason to run Archives that purges Amakua, which is a bit of a bummer. We also can run HQ here, but our odds are at best 1 in 4. So we'll only do that if we draw a Bravado. Okay. We might just take a turn off to install this and click for 2. Installs for 3. It leaves us on 4 credits. Fine. Great. Bankroll's good. Anoetic is going to be a problem. Animations are nice, yeah. They're new, right? They must be new. Okay, so now R&D HQ is totally different. Okay, this is where things are slipping away. Okay, so we're assuming it's anoetic. Probably anoetic. We don't know the order. So here, how do we get into this? Spin Doctor in the outermost is not that big of a deal. We know there's maybe 2 seamless in hand. There might be another agenda in hand. We think this is a 3-credit res. Most agendas are scored at for 3 credits. We probably want to play the sure gamble here. We have a Zenith chip. Problem with the Zenith chip and a Kurapura and a Mimic is we can't just send it. But I'm pretty sure we only need to install our Kurapura to deal with ablative, so it's actually not that important. Because we can just like probably Amakua through most ablatives. Could also be a virus in there, which we don't want to really count on. So what can we do here? We can credit sure gamble, which seems like a pretty slow start. There's 3 boomerangs and 17, so the chance of top decking one is pretty high. This is where we don't have enough money in the deck. We probably have to get our bankroll down. So we do credit, sure gamble, bankroll run. That's pretty bad. Because if it's a drafter and then fires last click, it's kind of disastrous. Ablative last click is also pretty bad. We're pretty sure we know this is a gatekeeper, which if he reses goes down to 4, we have to boost, break, and at least break through one of them. Which with Chesva's not the worst. And then we can even poison by the last one if we need to. You know, be nice here, trick shot. Yeah, it'd be really good actually. It would be really, really quite good. Overclock's also not bad with Az for sure. Boomerangs. I think we just do credit gamble. Run. Losing the Mimic would be really quite bad. Now the other option is what does it take to contest this? How bad is Gatekeeper Fire? It's not the end of the world. Him not having the money is probably more important for us, but we need to get our money up. So I think we do this. Are we feeling lucky? Like, do we Zenith chip and do the 1 in 6? Like, if we lose our Mimic, drafters kind of suck. We can Amakua them. Yeah, let's just send it. That's fine. I think that's actually fine. We don't need this. Hey, Juice Guy. We're playing against Rotom, one of the best PD players. He's visiting. Look at top 2 cards stack, find us a boomerang. Red team into bankroll. Okay, bummer. All you. No hardware in hand 2 sucks. Well, actually, hold on. We should have just installed that during the run. Why did we spend a click on that? Oh, why did we lost a click? We should have just installed that during the run with Masterwork. That's not very good. So it's like we clicked for a credit. We also are not respecting Ikua here. This is all very, very bad. Yeah, the Ikuas we can't steal. We got to focus. Okay, so Gatekeepers end the run. Draw 3. We don't want to draw 3 because Anoetic matters. He's doing reparation for bringing down my J-Net winner. I think we can afford to fully break this. So we want to keep the poison vials for something more important. If we see an Ikua here, I'll be really upset. Hagen. Okay. Amakua at 3 is important. Discard down to 4 cards. I do forget that sometimes it'd be like that. Okay. 3 boomerangs and 15. He's going to score another one here. Oh, Rashida. So we know server 1, which upgrade is the upgrade. If it is a Tranquility, he might res it. But now going HQ is super important. We have 2 Bravados and 15, 3 boomerangs. We know the top of the deck. We didn't shuffle. Which is red team bankroll. Red team's in hand. Consider spending the poison vials more freely. We're going to need them for bronze, though, because we lost your Kurapura. Is this a stab deck? No, it's just good stuff. We haven't got any of our multi-axis. That's a good thing about Trick Shot. Like, we haven't drawn our twinning yet. But our play is probably, if nothing big happens here, is we pinhole server 1, this upgrade, and we push. He has 2 seamlesses, so if he has an Ikua, he's just going to push it. And then, like, the only thing we can't break is drafter really easily. Frank, that's sick. At least now what's bad for us is we don't know the order of which is the upgrade, which is the agenda. Generally, you put the upgrade first to see what you draw. I think we pinhole that. It's our last pinhole, though. It's actually really expensive. I think we do bankroll pinhole. Bankroll boomerang. Okay, boomerang coming up is good. Doesn't really need to threaten the Spin Doctor. I don't think he will. He does. Nope, this is neat. I saw movement. Another Managarm. I guess we're here. We're going to trash it. Installing the other bankroll? Oh, I don't think it's worth it because we're going to use the Chesvic credits on the Managarm. If we weren't, yeah, maybe. We don't know what this is. Could be the ablative. If we don't trash, we actually don't get an Amakua counter. I need to remember that. But now we know it's 2 Managarm, so he doesn't have the Anoetic. Oh, he got bones from Managarm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We probably should have. Our MU would be full, but we probably should have. Yeah, we've missed bones. So unfortunately, red team doesn't work. Did we scuff the turn? Boomerang's in hand. I think we scuffed the turn. We can run R&D. What's the bad thing? If it's Drafter, we'd have to commit the Boomerang from hand. We don't know the top of the deck at all. No, it's another Boomerang on the top of the deck, right? Oh no, because we drew those 2 with Class Act. Oh man, yeah, our economy just isn't there. I would have still used Ches if you weren't installing. Yeah, we might still run HQ here. Like we might run HQ, click through Brawn. The thing is, like, we're trying to deal with Amaku gets Drafter. Oh yeah, it does. It's just very expensive. Well, this is 2 Ches. Yeah, we should just run it. I think you're right. No. Clear the remote server. We can't afford to. We can't pay for Managarm. And we can't break MIC that cheaply. Like, ideally, we break Amaku at MIC for 1 credit. All you. It's a Hagen. We knew that. Oh, fuck. The deck is on Hagen. We knew this. Why are you playing so sloppy when the stakes are so high, Andre? It's a Hagen. It's at 4 strength. We threw out a Fractor because most lists are only on Ablative and Brawn. Boomerang it? Yeah, we could top deck a Boomerang. It's like our only option here. Because we're going to lose the chest for credits anyways. Yeah. So we'll prognostic, I think. There's nothing else we can do here. That's bad. Okay, at least we have Diversion. Next turn we can Diversion, run HQ. Okay, so now we can run Archives. Fire other prog? Holy shit, you can do that? Yeah, you can do that. That's really funny. That's fine. You can do the new prog. It has a relatively 1 in 6 chance. Honestly, that'd be fire. We'll try and pay attention if there would have been a Boomerang in top. But yeah, you can actually do both of them. Okay, thinking. So that's not good. We knew that Hagen was in hand. How did I miss that? So what do we know about hand? 2 Seamless Launch, and he's looking for something to jam. So we probably want to Diversion HQ click through this. It means we need to have Mimic down. If we install Mimic, we go into 1 credit. That's pretty bad, but that's all we need to do. Prog is the first time to see the top, but ability once per turn counts on the copy of Prog, not the idea of Prog. Yeah, so you could fire it. I think we just credit. Well, we might as well run Archives because it's better than credit because we're going to have to crack the bankroll, I think. It's about the same. Money's just not good. Maybe contesting Spin Doctor is good here because I think he'll have a window to be able to use the Spin Doctor to shuffle away any agenda flood. That being said, like, HQ seems pretty good. If we had Kurapir there, like, it costs us a lot to break a Hagen. So I think at the end, the fact that it just costs a Boomerang to run R&D and 2 credits is maybe fine. The issue is we have no multi-access, so we're waiting to draw our twinning. In our 12 cards, we have 2 Bravado, 2 Boomerang, a twinning. This is an issue. Getting rig shot by PD. I think Hagen is pretty good right now. Okay, it's a World Tree. This is really good into World Tree. It's very annoying. And it doesn't get Fizarimed. It's very good into World Tree. Okay, so even if we Diversion, yeah, Diversion's good enough. Our Hagen stock's going up with World Tree around 100%. You said it, yeah. Okay, we need to start playing perfectly because you need to play perfectly to beat Rotom. So we can do Diversion. That'll drop us to 3, 2 clicks, and 3 credits. 4 credits. We install the Boomerang on the Drafter. That costs us 1 credit. We click through Brawn. Now he would have to duck it. It's relatively good. We get the Zenith draw. I think it's what we do here. So we'll do the Masterwork first because we're always going to draw. Oops. Oh man, we would love a third diversion in this matchup. You Boomer Brawn the Mimic break? No, because we have to install the Mimic. It's really expensive. This only costs us a click. Ooh, Fenris. Ooh, Fenris is cool. What are the G mods? It's Lou, it's Quetzal, and that's it. We have Class X Sure Gamble, but we're gonna shuffle, so whatever. So we'll click through this. We'll Poison Vial the rest. DJ Quetzal is really good for Brawn. It saves us a click a turn. That's like not awful. But it's the idea that we're playing Poison Vial because we have Quetzal. Low Sub Sable, yeah, but we can't change to criminals. But that's good at least to know. On 0 shuffle. We drew the Class X Zenith. It's kind of cool. So here we probably just get our money up. Unfortunately, Red Team Run Archives doesn't work. Can we run server 1? It's a bit expensive. We break 1 on Mimic, so we have to get the Mimic down sooner than later. Because we just need enough programs. The problem is like this is always going to be 2 boosts. Otherwise, we have to boost. DJ Seb with Hot Pursuit? Oh yeah, Seb, right. I think if you do that, you have to build the whole deck around it. So this server, we know what it costs. We can't beat Managarm. So I think we just credit up. Or maybe we draw. I think we draw for the diversion. Or we draw for a bravado. We can throw out the D. Yeah, we just need a draw. Oh, there it is. That's good. So here he doesn't really have a turn. Best case, he has an upgrade to put in server 1. He doesn't. But on 3 credits, he's threatening to score out. We play 2 doofs, which is the best we can ask for. A third doof here would be really good. You can get into HQ easy. We can, but we have to respect. Oh yeah, we can, Steve. We have to respect Ikwa. He has an Ikwa in hand. So we cut the Docklands Pass, which is honestly unfortunate. So the best we can do is install Twinning, run HQ. We can install Twinning, install DJ Fenris, which is 6 credits or 5 credits. Then we could Quetzal through Brawn, Poison Violet. We have to break Drafter. So we have to probably install the Mimic. The other option is we Red Team Archives and see how things go. I think that's a better start. Undo click. We have to get this down. We can't win. Boomerang Masterwork. Okay, that's really important. Boomerang Masterwork, super important. We're going to draw one of those. So now here, we're not going to use our ability, so we should boost the Chesva. Boost the Unity one. To get a Twinning charge. Wow! Order of triggers. So we have a Boomerang in hand, a Virus, okay. The issue is like we're definitely respecting here. What can we do? Because when they click in 3 cards on DJ, when you can just click Brawn? Yeah, it's dicey. It's definitely dicey. The thing is Quetzal beats Hagen. Which is kind of unique. Now we can run HQ and see 2 cards. The problem is like we're playing around Ikawa. And so we just want to set that up next turn. If we Red Team HQ, we've installed a thing. So this costs 1. We break Gatekeeper for 2. So it gets a bit expensive. Like we just don't have enough money. With Bankroll, we're getting somewhere. So we can see 2 cards on R&D, but I think we want to flush 2 cards from HQ. So again, if we run R&D here, we install the Boomerang for 3 credits. Drops us to 2 credits. We break Gatekeeper for 2 credits. One of them is saved with Chesva. We get 3 credits back. We see a single card. We get a Bankroll. I don't think that's a good use of Boomerang when we can Boomerang the Drafter next turn and see 3 cards. Yeah, I don't think that's a good use. That's a good top deck. We still have 2 Bravados, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, 1 Bravado. Okay, Seamless. Worst case scenario is he does double Seamless and jams. Yeah, that's the worst case. Do you have Cupulation? No. We'd rather play Docklands Pass than Cupulation. So he looks at the top 5. So if he installs an agenda, he'll have to tell us because he can't res it. Otherwise, he can just get a good ice. The question is where it is. It's an Ether MIC. Really cool. Seamless launches back in hand. So we're assuming he has 2 Seamless and then an install in here is the game on 3 credits because he can do Seamless, Seamless Advance. Okay, cool. So this is probably our last turn. So the MIC server is actually really expensive because we only have one breaker. This costs us very little. This costs us a click. This costs us just a boomerang. And then we can flush 3 from R&D. If we can make him lose 1 credit, we can win the game. But we're playing around that he has 2 Seamlesses in hand, and this is the Ikwa. Which means we have to figure out where we want to run. We could see 2 from HQ, 2 from the top of R&D. He'll shuffle with Spin Doctor to make that a bit worse. If that's the case, draw for Doof. We only have 2 Doof in the deck. If we had Doof, we'd be in a really good position. We would at least rewind a turn. We have more money than we think we do because of bankroll. But this is looking like the last turn. It also could just be Rashida if he doesn't have it. The fact that he double Seamless to add 1 Seamless back. Oh, he only has 1 Seamless. So this is not double Seamless. He knows R&D from ADT. Yeah, you're right. So he'll know to shuffle. So I think we go HQ and C3 here. Because he only has a single Seamless. So this is not the game. This is more likely a Rashida? Yeah, 2 are in archives. I thought he added it back. He added 1 back. What did he add back? Seamless. What? There's already 1 in the bin? Run spin first. It's not great because he knows if he needs to shuffle or not. Like if he needs to shuffle, he'll shuffle. If he doesn't need to shuffle, he doesn't shuffle. Because he knows the next 4 cards in R&D. Both the gens were double Seamless. Oh, I'm not paying attention. Okay, that's not good. So we can do... I think we just run HQ. And C3. I'm not sure what DJ Fenders gets us, but I think we do sure gamble. If we boomerang, sorry, if we mimic, R&D will pop spin only if he knows it will pop spin. Yeah, if there's an Ikwa on the remote server, but I think his draw has been so bad, Dan, that he might have another in hand. Because his early games like kind of sucked, and he hasn't filtered with Spin Doctor. So there have to be an Ikwa here and an Ikwa here. So we could play for another turn. Like it looks like we have another turn here. So we can swipe 3 from HQ and then next turn swipe 2 on R&D, which means I think we just do sure gamble boomerang, like sure gamble run HQ C3. We red team it, of course. I think that's fine, but I think he might have another in HQ. Masterwork first. HQ's a dead zone. I don't think so. I think his draw's been so bad that it's not dead. We want another boomerang in hand off of this. Sick. We have Bravado into Diesel, but we're going to be shuffling, so it doesn't matter. Do we need to click that subroutine? It doesn't save anything because it's 1 for 2, yeah. Like, I kind of agree that there might not be things here, but I think his draw has been so bad that there's probably something in here. Even if it's a 2-pointer that has an impact. Like, he could have seen a 2-pointer on top of R&D and thought it didn't matter. Use the poison? Yeah, for sure we did. We'll see 3. Right. Bankroll, red team. Zenith we should do first. Drafter. Greasing. Seamless. Shit. Okay. Now, bravadoing R&D last click doesn't matter. So now I think we check Spin Doctor. So now he knows the next 3 cards on R&D. One of them is in hand. He has a single Seamless, so he has to at least advance this once. It looks like it's not a Rashida unless he wanted to break lock. But now the best we can do is see 2 known cards on R&D. We have to figure out how to see 1 deeper. I don't think we're possible. So like we could maybe run back. It's unlikely. This is hard. We could run back with DJ Fenris into Quetzal if we find a trashable and go back. But it might be hard to respect Ikwa there. Greasing. Shit. He might have had it in hand. Advance once. Yeah, okay. So now the Ikwa is on the table. Very cool. So he knows the next 3 on R&D. We know the hand is Seamless, Drafter. That's all we know. So the best is we can see 2 known cards on the D. This is impossible for us to contest. 2 MICs into an Ikwa into a Managarm is way too hard. I think he had it in hand and we whiffed. He did have it. I think we should have believed for... Oh, no, it was there. Never mind. So we don't know what that upgrade was. Yeah, that was the old card, so it wasn't there. Okay, so what's the best we can do? The best we can do is see 2 cards. There's 1 in HQ we don't know. We know draft or seamless. If we contest this, we break this for a lot. We break this for a lot. We break this for 2. Yeah, send it R&D. The thing is, like, he knows what those 2 cards are. Like, if we get on 1 more twinning counter, we'd actually have something. Maybe we thought that would whiff. We should have seen 2 so we can see 3 here. Bankroll, send it to server 1. The new card might be the Anoetic, and he can fire it exactly once. So say that we gain our, like, we have technically here a bunch of credits. We have 17 credits. We run the MIC. We have to boost twice. So 3 times. We have to boost to 2 to 3 to 4. So this costs 4 credits. This costs 4 credits. If we install the Mimic, it saves us 2 credits. It's not worth it, I don't think. So this is 4/4. We could boomerang one of them. We don't know what this is. We're expecting this to be the border control. We haven't seen enough influence. This is probably the border control. This is probably Anoetic. Guessing this is border control Anoetic, the server is beyond approach. Because we just can't deal with Managarm Anoetic, let alone run this twice, let alone deal with Iqua and 2 MICs. Like, we run first click or not at all. And this looks like a border control. So if that's the case, we have to run R&D, and the best we can do is C2. If that whiffs, we can run HQ once. We can always DJ Fedris Quetzal. But I think the best we have here is run R&D and hope. He knows the next 2 cards, though. So it's not very good. But, like, we can't get the seamless out of hand. I think it's more likely, like, I think the value here is the 1 unknown card in HQ. But we have to see 2 on R&D. Mind you, with this agenda, he can't reorder the cards. He knows them, yeah, but he can't shuffle. Arguably, he would have shuffled, but he could have bluffed. Like the Spin Doctor not shuffle, he could have bluffed. If that's the case, though, like, it feels really bad. But I think we just bravado R&D. I think we bravado R&D C2 run HQ for 1. I think it's the best we have. Masterwork. He knows these cards. Seems like a long shot. It is. It 100% is a long shot. We needed that. Buy Band's Masterwork. Take your chance on the remote. It's impossible. Like, if we don't run first click, you can't beat MIC Iqua. Let alone it's probably Anoetic. We've seen 2 Managarms already, so it's very likely Anoetic. It might not be a 3rd Mavirus. You can't stack 2 Tranks, and this looks like a border control, so I don't think we can run the remote server. Yeah, the remote server is messed up. We can't do it. Wait, we force a shuffle with Gatekeeper. We let this fire, right? Well, how do you mess up a Gatekeeper? You can let Gatekeeper fire. Yeah, Gatekeeper on R&D is not good. Because we just let 1 subroutine fire. And then he has to draw at least, he has to at least shuffle. Yeah, we let the first sub fire. We actually have something here. Now, if he has an agenda, he adds it to HQ and we can run that. But now he has to shuffle. At a minimum. He knows the cards he's going to draw, so if he draws 2, like, we actually might just get a single axis here and then run HQ and C2. We're slightly soft on multi-axis in this deck. But if he doesn't want to draw, which he knows the cards on top of the deck, he's forced to shuffle. Yeah, Gatekeeper gets really weird in the late game. So no matter what, we will see. It's shuffled, right? Imagine you hit the wake. Yeah, I know. The wake would have been really good. I think we should have counted on the wake. I think I forgot how good we are at dealing with that stuff. Okay. So we'll see 2 in here and hope. He might have actually have the Iqua the last in the hand, but we'll take our odds. Well, that's interesting. So trashing this means we can actually go back if we trash 2 cards. We have so much money that I think we can trash that. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So is this deck on double Anoetic? R&D sees a new card. So what's our lines here? Our lines are run R&D, C1 new card. We've seen 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's only 2 more agendas in the game. Unlikely to be an HQ, because we know draft are seamless. So this could be the last agenda. He didn't draw any. I'm actually not too aware of what that would possibly mean. So we can just boomerang and run this back. We'll see a new card. Buy a Bands is actually fine, because we can draw cards and get another boomerang to contest HQ. I think that's fine. Run RD if HQ is whiff. Yeah, that's the plan. God, ads is so much fun. HQ into R&D, I'd rather do the other way, because if we find trashables, we can go a bit deeper. This biobands, we wanted to find boomerangs. And this is, again, like, our core period didn't matter that much. Like, we're not breaking Hagen. We won't let this. We'll break all of this. Oh, this could have been a red team. I don't think money matters. I think card draw matters. So now we install DJ Fenris so we can Quetzal Braun and save a click. I mean, I'll keep going. Why not let him shuffle? Because he could draw. If we knew the top deck, we would shuffle. Okay, still thinking. All right, we're still going. We're still cooking. We're still cooking. Here we can red team R&D. We can Quetzal. We can break Hagen. We can crack the bankroll and not actually use a poison vial. I don't think it matters because this is the last turn. And we can see a new card. The biggest thing is at all costs, we need to respect the Iqua, which could be an R&D. The odds of running HQ is 1 in 3. The odds on R&D, assuming there's one agenda in there, is only 1 in 9. 2 in 9 if there's 2 agendas in there. That's similar odds. Patrick might be cursing Gatekeeper a bit here. Yeah, I imagine so. So I think we do red team R&D. The question, hey, Maddie, is whether we boomerang the Hagen or whether we just Quetzal it. I think we Quetzal it, and then we boomerang HQ. Have to crank bankroll. Yeah, we can do it at instant speed, though. Like, we can just let Hagen fire and Quetzal through it. It saves the poison vial, but I don't think the poison vial matters. You access 3 cards? What? You may not be able to red team? You don't think so? Oh, we have to crack bankroll. Okay, thinking. I think the play here is that we run the Hagen with the red team. We're on 3 credits. Oh, of HQ, there's only 1 card we're missing. There's 1 unknown in hand. It's drafted to seamless. That could be the agenda. Based off of how the game is playing, I'm guessing that's the agenda. Oh, we can't run R&D because we've already, sorry, we can't red team. We've already run it. That's what you mean. Okay. I thought you meant we can't afford it. He did not discard after Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor we trashed. He did not use it for any filtering. So I think we run the Hagen. I think we boomerang from hand. Man, I don't think it matters. I think we Quetzal the Hagen. If we save the poison vial, it means we can go back. No, it just doesn't matter. Everything does something similar. No matter where we run R&D, the question is whether we install the boomerang. If we install the boomerang, we don't draw. We can't run R&D with red team. We need to get in here with 2 credits. So if we run the Hagen, I'm so cooked. Master Rig Boomerang, I don't think we need to. If we Master Rig Boomerang, because we have to respect Iqua, right? So we Master Rig Boomerang, we're down to 0 credits. We still can crack the bankroll, no problem. The Hagen we get through, the Gatekeeper we'd have to break for 2. We're on 5 credits, we see a single card. The other reason is like, then if that whiffs the questions we do run HQ, then we would Quetzal. We need the Boomerang to deal with the Drafter, so we don't Boomerang for sure. We just Quetzal this. Wait, holy shit, then we can't run the Braun. We can always let Drafter fire last click, but then he installs the agenda on the table. Let alone get if he needs the second seamless, which we know he doesn't. So how do we deal with that? We boomerang the Hagen. I just run R&D twice. Yeah, I don't think it matters what we do here. I think we just Quetzal it. Run R&D, install no. We'll take all the credits here. I don't think we need more than 10 credits. We can just use a poison vial. It's fine. Quetzal. Excuse me. Won't let me. 50-minute game, yeah. And not played perfectly for me, that's for sure. But like, I'll take a final boss. Shit. It won't let me encounter. I can't. Maybe because I hit Quetzal. I think it's because I hit Quetzal. There, nailed it. Okay, so apparently if you click on cards sooner than later, it's a problem. So we'll end the run. We'll trash the bankroll. We'll let the sub fire. We could poison vial it. Oh, we should have poison vialed it, actually. It's strictly wrong. Yeah, because we could have got another credit here. That's strictly wrong. We were not going to use 2 poison Vial charges. I think what we're doing is not correct. We could have had another credit here. Yeah, Quetzal poison was shit. Because now we have to run HQ. Which we are 1 click short. Because Braun, we can boomerang, but then Drafter fires. If he has an agenda, run R&D again and shuffle? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. That's the cool play. R&D, install a hardware, boomerang, install a piece of ice, continue counter, break, break. We can't see Lakua. There's one more ADT, which we know is probably not on their remote server. We're playing as if it's not on their remote server. Dan, you should not be helping the other side, says Patty. So he doesn't want to draw, he shuffles. No. Ah, good game. Oh, I wanted to win that so bad. That's obvious. Who's Patty? All I see is cat. Ah, good game. What was the unknown in hand? I think it's in there. The top deck went straight into the remote server. We didn't play that perfectly, but it gets close. We needed more multi-access for sure. Spin dough. Oh, neat. Cool, cool, cool. So there's still only 1 Ikua in R&D and 1 ADT. So we'd have to hit the 1 and 9 there on R&D to win. So you found the best line. All right, cool. Just couldn't touch enough. We needed the twinning sooner, and we needed to keep the wake. I trashed that wake. Wake way too soon. Didn't believe in my ability to get in to HQ. I knew that there was a Hagen on the table. I think that was a pretty bad mistake. Yeah, we knew that we drew that, saw the Hagen, so we knew that this should have happened. That shouldn't have happened. The Hagen, like if we had the Amakua, it doesn't actually change the late game so much. It more changes the pressure we can put on this server, because like MIC's now become 1 credit. We know there's probably only 1 virus. Yeah, the turtle was relevant. Luckily, we're at the bottom of the deck where they can just like boomerang spam, but we wanted a turtle for sure. Great keeper. Cut all the gatekeepers as the bad eyes. Yeah. I was convinced you were holding another agenda. Considering the early game. I'm only on 2 doofs, which, yeah. Yeah, a 3rd doof also would have an impact on the game. But hey, that's our first iteration. I think we got lucky that he didn't have a good start. The upgrades did get out of hand. Like, I don't know, do you play 3 pinel threading? With Chesva, it gets a bit better. I honestly think it might not be absurd. Wasn't sure. Yeah, the Amaku into Mavirus thing was definitely a mistake, but it wasn't the worst mistake I made that game. Do you think this deck should have Amelia? No. The deck already is so combo-based that, like, you can... Yeah. It's, like, the only reasonable target. And goes somewhere with poison. Vial. Cool. Thanks for the game, eh? Ask because combos off Prog hardware discount. We don't see 3 cards that often. It doesn't combo off Prog because it's a resource. Like, it is kind of rough. I don't think so. I think you need to build into that deck, right? Like, you need legwork, you need charge synergy. I don't think we have it. So much multi-access is not how I would describe this deck. Yeah, I wouldn't. DECKLISTS doesn't do it. Like, you still have to see 3 cards. Like, that's really difficult. It just doesn't line up that well. Didn't know if you got 3 access from Wake or Twinning. We got 1 Twinning that saw 3 all game. Okay, so what have we learned? We have learned the deck actually has legs into like PD. Like it does do a lot of unfair attack angles. I think the poison vials actually were like kind of hella sick. Boomerangs are obviously very, very good. Pinel's really good. Miss Bones is really good. We're not proving anything new there, that's for sure. But like the good stuff is really good into PD and it's easy to tech into that. How bad is this against other stuff? I don't know. Wake Implant we should have believed in. Zenith Chip was actually kind of really solid. It cost us a Kurapira, but I don't think installing the Kurapira was good. Mimic, would it have been better if the Mimic exactly was 1 gun? Yeah, I think actually we could save an influence and instead of Mimic play Revolver, and you realize we don't use it that often. I think we actually can shave an influence off of this. Yeah, Boomerang Poison Bell seems good. What other multi-access? I think if we wanted more multi-access, you could play Dawkins Pass, but that might not do it. What can we do for 1 influence? Revolver probably is fine. The red teams actually felt okay. But the big problem is we don't have upfront economy. Like, we don't feel like we're in control. 3 doof seems right. So what is the worst cards? Baya seems mid. Like, I don't like Baya that much. The bankrolls were okay. I should have put on sell back in, Patty, after seeing the deck list. Yeah, we'll just click through it. I actually don't think you want to. I don't think you want the, like, with Poison Vial, I think we're okay, is with on sell, is all I'm saying. But yeah, Mimic you'll beat every day. I don't see how this beats NBN given money was on a razor's edge. NBN's not real. There's like 5 NBN decks at a tournament. And if we're on like 2 missed bones, maybe. We could play flip switch if we care about tags, but I don't think it's that bad, right? Like if it's the rush as Mari kill combo decks, we have boomerangs. That's good. We probably don't have an amazing mid to late. Well, we have an okay mid to late game into like Glacier as Mari, but that deck doesn't seem that viable against World Tree. Third Baya for the last influence. I don't love Baya that much. I don't like Baya that much. It's only really good once you have a Chesva out. What do we cut 2 cards? Do we need our breakers? Is Mutual Favor actually good? It was good in that game. We actually played Mutual Favor. Like, do we play more Amakuas? Chesva Baya Prog Masterwork is an engine. It's good, yeah. But it's like, I don't want it in my opening hand. Like, Baya, 3x Baya means you want it in your opening hand. I'm not convinced we want Baya in our opening hand. I don't think we can go down to 3 credits to install a card. Cut 2 Baya for a trick shot. Do we play Overclock? Do we play Into the Depths? Could cut a Class Act. Class Act is really good for 3 credits. I don't think we want to cut card draw. All my Crim influence cards are 1. Yeah, like Stone Chip Chart Room maybe. Yeah, I like card draw a lot in the deck. I just want money. I don't think we've... Overclock's hard. Okay, so this is the problem why you don't ever see Overclock in Criminal, is that it's only good on a board state where you have things to use it on, which means either breakers or masterwork with targets in hand. On average, our most expensive masterwork target is 2 credits with a boomerang. So that's not fantastic, because then you don't actually end up using the overclock money on that. Now, that being said, you can use it to run a remote server once your icebreakers are set up, but like, it's hard. It's like exactly why we don't also see Concerto. Like, is Concerto better than an overclock? On average, maybe. You should put Ashen in here. Actually, I don't think so. We could. It's like, is this overclock better than Concerto? The most expensive card in our deck is like 5 credits. It's not that good, but it draws a card. This is the sort of card that you can Concerto archives and like feel okay about it because you're doing your draw engine stuff anyways. Concerto's more conditional, 100% it is. But we need more money than we need anything else. Right? Okay, actually with red team, Concerto gets a bit better. Diogen posted a Crim only deck and said Concerto is better than expected. Yeah, but it's a Crim only list. Concerto is going to be better than expected. Like, is Concerto better than Carpe Diem? Is Carpe Diem better than Overclock? I'd argue that Carpe Diem is better than Overclock, even not knowing your mark. Man, cutting cards is hard. Okay, let's say what is untouchable. Twinning is untouchable. Class Act, we can maybe cut 1. Red team is very touchable, unfortunately. Miss Bones is untouchable. DJ Fenders is arguably touchable. Boomerang is amazing. Masterwork is amazing. Poison Vial is what we're doing. Prog as a 2 of was actually okay into the deck. It wasn't amazing. Why not casts? We could play casts. It's just sleepy. I think we want to do something a bit faster, but it's totally playable. I honestly think Prognostic, was it that good for us in this game? Was Prognostic that good? How often did Prognostic fire? DJ Fenris is downright bad here. I think DJ Fenris as a way to deal with barriers is not awful. Mosh all your cards away and do the boomerang Q loop thing. The thing is like moshing's 3 influence. Yeah, moshing is way too much influence. But I think if moshing was less influence, you would see it in a lot of factions. Prog cheats out so much of your deck, but you saw in the last game, it didn't actually cheat out that much physically. Careerfair and Earthrise, yeah, but then we already have slot issues. Like, we can't add more cards. And if you're adding those, it makes Prognostic even worse. Like, with 20 events, there's a big chance Prognostic is wrong. Cubon's not as good as I don't think a Chesva and a Bankroll. And then we have an MU issue. Brian, you click poison, everything else is gear check. Career is fine with it. Boto, you want a boomerang. We'll keep it in mind. I don't know. Adam, because I can't do dumpster the whole server? Sorry? Oh, because I can? It doesn't dumpster it. Kind of does. Wait, actually, this card is good. Oh no, if successful, it doesn't actually dumpster the server. Like the problem with because I can is that the run is not successful until you pay for Managar Manoetic, so it's not successful. I think. Wait, what's the Managarm timing? It's breach, right? It's not a successful server on Managarm, so it doesn't actually work. Light the fire, like, hey, Kat, did Patty have a border control on the remote server? Like, this is not a successful server run, so it doesn't actually work. It's unfortunate. It's not good, just funny. It honestly could be good. If it said on the breach step shuffle, it would be actually pretty good. No, okay. It wasn't border control. I still think the remote server we couldn't have done. Like, maybe we cut the 3 Baya bands and we just play a trick shot. I didn't think you could have got in. No, I don't think we could have gotten in. Amaku and 4, obviously, maybe. Even if we had another breaker, I think the chance is no. But like MICs, we have to boost so much. If we didn't have to boost for MIC, we could have maybe done something. But we had to boost. Shit. Okay. How bad is 47? It seems pretty bad. Career fair could be nice for expensive resources. Hey, Ren, how's it going? It's very good with all our resources, besides bones. Is this better? Wait, how do we spend 1 to 2 influence? I honestly think Career Fair is a nice opening card. It means we can install all of these relatively well. Like maybe 2 Career Fair is better than Card Bay. I could believe it. Like we could cut 1 bands and play a 2 influence card we're happy about. Cut DJ in both Bayas and add Trick. We actually can add Trick by just cutting Fenris. I just don't like... Wait a second. Paladin Puemo? Paladin Puemo seems fine. I don't like adding 1 card like this. Dr. Nuka's too. Oh, Dr. Nuka's actually not bad. It's a bit slow, but it's actually the kind of burst draw you want because you want cards in hand. Yeah. Yeah, Ads reduces Nuka for free. Nuka's not bad. Yeah, I could see liking Nuka a fair bit. It's also good with Career Fair. Let's try that. We've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. Let's do 1 more game. I'm like... The name of the stream doesn't make sense because Dazzler was meant to be another thing. Wheels maybe? Wheels is actually pretty good into that matchup. I could see Wheels being pretty good, especially with Bankroll. Oh, is this the deck list of the that we made the write-up? That we did a video on? Hey. I think we have a good matchup into that. Okay, I know every card in this deck. We have Career Fair Red Team. We should play around Public Trail. This hand is like all the money. Has no card draw. But Lucille went for the mulligan. We'll keep this. We're very good at dealing with Charlotte. Oops, all money. I think we could consider mulliganing this, but like I want to see what it feels like. The double Career Fair is really good. Like our best top deck is Class Act. Yeah, I appreciate it. You've been streaming for a while, finished all afternoon work meetings, you're still here. Yeah, I'm getting really hungry. And I think I burned a lot of calories facing with Patrick, but all right. So we know what the Advanceable Ice can be. Hedge fund. Okay, wow, open R&D is good for this combo. We're gonna draw once. Okay. It's a good start. I'm gonna probably, we can run back if we see something nice here. Public Trail, so it's there. So our options are probably just to keep 4 cards in hand. So I'm gonna draw. Okay, oops, all money is 100% correct. So we know there's a Public Trail. Public Trail to trash Red Team is like way too much money for her. Doesn't look like she has a good start. So we just want to get our boomerangs and our card draw. I'm so happy that she's just playing Econ because we only need so much economy to beat this, but we just need a Class Act. That's good. I think Boomerang Run HQ, Bravado Boomerang Run HQ, she might strand it, so we actually probably should keep our Boomerang for the remote server because she should be pushing out soon enough. So we'll just Red Team R&D. If we draw, we're on 7. We do Red Team R&D, gamble. Or ideally we Class Act something. Is the bankroll better? We discard a card here. Career Fair is like the worst card in our hand, but it's actually kind of better than Sure Gamble. We need money because of Public Trail. So we can red team R&D for an access and play Sure Gamble. It's actually probably fine. This is a good match for DJ Fenris because we beat Quetzal. Quetzal's good. Yeah, whatever. We'll touch cards. That's the best card to touch. That is the best card to touch by a mile. So let's play safely. Oh, that's cool. What are we throwing out here? It's probably bankroll. We have enough money. What if it's logjam? We click through one and poison vial the rest. Or we boomerang poison vial. Like, that's why poison vial is actually kind of good. Ignore me? No. No. That's a good question. Install advance. So there's no install advance we care about. If it's Charlotte, we deal with it. Let's draw once for a thing. Okay. There's definitely agendas in hand. I played this Public Trail BTL the other day and I felt very happy about my Public Trail into Trash Library accounts of 12 credits. If you can afford it, you can afford it. That's for sure. We're doing nothing. We need card draw here. So we're assuming it's a Charlotte. There's no traps in the deck. It's advanced. It's not an Angelique. That's fine. Card draw is more important. It looks like she doesn't have ice in hand, so we should just boomerang run HQ. I just want to keep the boomerang for the next server. Oh, if it's a logjam, we lose the boomerang. Okay, so we should get a poison vial. We should draw probably and discard. Nuka for 0 is fine. That means the Career Fair is a bit better. Bravado is fine. I'm throwing out the Sure Gamble. We also did not make a successful run for Public Trail. This is a weird start. We probably should have mulliganed into Masterwork. I think it's more important than Sure Gamble. So you need another ice here. This looks like something that's going to keep us out. So we need top deck Poison Vial. If we do Boomerang Bravado, we might not get in. Okay, at least that's something. So we'll force a res here. It needs to be a 3 subroutine thing. So there's 1 Logjam, 2 Pharos, or some combination. Everything else we beat. Border Control we can beat. We can run back. And then we'll just Career Fair Class Act. Oh, looks like it's another Charlotte. Sick. That's fine. Now our Boomerang is here, which is not that bad. We're on 4 cards in hand, 16 credits, and now we're off the races. We made a successful run because the server exists. Money. So all we know that she has is a copy of Public Trail, I think. And that was probably nice that it took her a couple of turns to draw into. So if she Public Trails with this many cards in hand, like we'll just take the dag. If she trashes one of these, we don't care that much. A Revolver is a more sensible way to deal with Hammer. Diversion's like, this is where having 3 diversions not great. So unfortunately we have no engine pieces. If we Nuka, we're up to like 11 cards in hand. That's obviously not great. We could red team archives, install class act, like just take a sleepy turn. The face check onto HQ is like worst case is the worst case by a mile here is if we ever face check into Hammer. So we probably want to get the Revolver down because we break it for 2 credits. So I think we should figure out what's on HQ. Let's just do Revolver Bravado HQ. There's no barrier that hurts us. There's no sentry that we don't break for 2 credits. And then we can install class. I guess Winchester, great. Hey, yo, have you seen this? This is the text on Winchester. You see how it is? Have you seen the new Winchester text? It's so much better. They added the conditional text to the end where it belongs. I think that's so cool. I haven't seen, like, I haven't gone through to check the formatting differences between the sets. This is 3 bullets. We have hardware. We have a program. That gets expensive, actually. We could trace through it. Bummer. So we're going to use our bullets pretty quickly. The original was called Lady Killer, which is a name I didn't love, so I evened it out. Oh, Nick! Here, you made a sort of side comment about why I called it Slayer Lads, specifically when I gendered it. There's good reason. Oh, yeah, the original was also it was a misname, too. I didn't get that. That's cool. Thanks for posting the list. Yeah, the outfit deck, that makes sense. The Angeliques. Okay, end of line Public Trails in hand. We could have installed Chesva first, actually. That might have been correct. I think we just install this for 3. Money is okay. Red teaming archives is pretty low value, but I don't think there's much else we're doing on this last click, so we're just gonna do it. Fellas remover. All right, we got a Masterwork. We have a Zenith. Doing a core damage to this matchup is a bit dicey, so I think we're just gonna keep everything else. Diversion actually was the worst card in the hand. We definitely shouldn't bottom the doof. I think we're gonna get Public Trail. Oh, with this many cards in hand, that might be silly. Let's see. I don't think we care if she scores that out, though. As do you kill her? That's much better. Thank you, Nick. So we can run this. We're assuming this outermost ends the run. We're looking at Hordem, tree line, boarding control, and then some of the big stuff. We can't deal with any of that. We can do Chesva, we can buy a band's archives, install the masterwork, and just ignore this. Because if she scores this out, I don't think we mind too much. To run it, we have to force the outermost res. We actually want to force a bit of her ice to be rezzed. Because this might be a 7 credit res. No poison vials is a bit of a bummer. Okay, let's just set up. We should run HQ a bit. It's expensive. We need to boomerang this. This is draw 3 cards. Nice. So the Masterwork also draws a card. Oh my god, we have way too many cards. We cut Prognostic Q-Loop! This deck doesn't have bad publicity, but we have way too many cards in hand now. So what's the best thing we can do here? If she scores out, I don't think we mind. We need to get poisoned to deal with the Winchester, because now Winchester only costs us 2 credits and a bullet. That's obviously like an upgrade. We haven't used our Chesva credits, because I installed the cheapest thing, so we definitely... Well, we probably shouldn't have installed that. We can mutual favor here, I think, for the Kurapira and just start. Oh, Amaku is really good. The deck has Noma Virus. Oh, I think we might have scuffed the ordering. Mute run? Excuse me? Remind me, Project Alice is a 3. It's a 3-2. It's a 3-2. It's a really good 3-2. Okay, we'll just throw out 2 doofs. Her money's not in. Like, it does end. Do we need another Chesva? Do we need the Class Act? We actually are... We still have Nuka and a bunch of Diesels. I don't think we need all of that. We probably could have thrown out a red team. But now we're just going to throw in Archives, red team, Amakua, Chesva. And get into HQ, hopefully, for 3 credits eventually. If she scores this out, that's okay. No, she doesn't have to. Once it gets to higher counts of cards in hand, we have to just make sure we always have enough money in hand, enough cards in hand. I think 2x poison doofs is how you make the money. I do think that we should have maybe kept the 2 doofs, because double doof is going to be a problem for her. I was like thinking this deck had too much money, but like she's played 3 hedge funds, 2 Charlottes. Like the money does get reasonable. That's a good ice. That's a really good ice. Could be anything. Triple advance is a problem if we're dealing with Hordem. If we want Amakua, we can still border control it. So let's find a boomerang. We should run HQ here. We know Public Trail, we know End of Line, that's all we know. Let's get a Wake or a Docklands first. There's a Wake. There's a Miss Bones. There's a Zenith Chip. Ooh, these are good cards. So I think we do Twinning. Do we do Diversion here? So we do Twinning, we go down to 10. We do Diversion, we go down to 9. So 8, 7, 6. We discard a card. We can discard Miss Bones. That seems fine. Get the Twinning charge, which is what's important. Solid piece of hardware? Yeah, sure. This was a bit luxurious, that install. Saw poison with Masterwork? Yeah. The doof is not that good. That didn't register. That was pretty good. Nothing's registering. Oops. I almost threw the gun away. Yeah, Revolver's a really good target for Poison Vial. I'm glad that we are not playing Mimic. How do you get all those icons in your Jinteki log? How do you have the cards that have titles on the board? It's the same answer, Chris. How's it going? I use a plugin for Firefox. It's free. Somebody named Rocky, she makes it. It's called Cyberfeeder. It gives you all these abilities to make your JNet a bit more visually pleasing. If you search Cyberfeeder, that name in the top left corner, an old Netrunner card, Firefox Netrunner, you'll find it. It's free. It's kind of incredible. Match strength of Winchester. Break. Done 1 vial. Yeah, it's tight. It's really good. Really good. She does great stuff. She's constantly updating it. So like a bunch of these animations, all that sort of stuff is that sort of stuff. So this gets us some money. We'll throw out the bones. We're building our multi-access now so we can sweep HQ, sweep our R&D, and try and lock the deck. It only works in Firefox, no Chrome. Yeah, it's the reason I have FF installed. It's the reason a lot of Netrunner players are now playing using Firefox. Score it out is fine. She discards a card here. So now we lose to 3-2 in the remote server into Fast Advanced Audacity. So we can still lose. We have to put the pressure on because we can't just sit back. So this hand, can we use Wake and Plant on this hand? How many times we can break Winchester? Eventually it'll boomerang. So I think we're going to start with the Wake and Plant. The Wake and Plant needs to miss the Diesel. That's fine. Both those are good. So red team HQ C3. Worth its weight in gold just for the U-Access XXX notes. Yeah, the notes are really good. Choice, all that sort of stuff is really, 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 really good. So we know there's a poison vial on the bottom of our deck. So we'll run HQ with a red team. More poison. The second boomerang might matter because you could strand this. We're going to be shuffling soon, so it's not like the order matters too much. But more poison is attached to more revolver, so one of them is going to run out sooner than later. So we'll see 3 here. We know 2 cards from hand. If you click on the wrong order, it just bricks. That's really unfortunate. I need to do this in the right order. So you have to not click on Poison Vial. Clicking on Poison Vial bricks the interaction. The fact that this costs nothing to run is sick. Yeah. I've been finding that if I click my non-breaking paid actions, it messes up the run. I haven't seen this before. So we've only boosted, so we have to break first. Eventually we can trace this if we think money's good. I rather would have a doof here. Like a second doof would be really good. I think we definitely bottomed, or we threw out a doof, I think. Yeah, we have one more diversion. So we'll see 3. Red team. Public trade, we knew that. End of line, we knew that. 2 end of lines, okay. So now we should maybe run R&D. Hammer's really bad. Discussing Cyberfeeder might summon Rahi. I was talking to her earlier today. She's working on some features. Wasn't better installing Wake mid-run for click compression? Yeah, it was. It honestly was. So, we need to keep cards up in hand. We haven't drawn yet, so Class Act is pretty good. I think we could boomerang R&D. I don't want to lose this boomerang. I think we'll get it back. I think we can Diesel here. Okay, we can throw that out. So now we want to just see the top card of R&D. So we'll probably Bravado R&D install the boomerang. The only thing that eats us is Hammer, and we revolver it. She might not res this, which actually could be correct. That would actually eat 2 boomerangs. We might be overextending here. There's Rahi. When I started making it, I asked Jeff about it. Visual enhancements and note-taking features were deemed legal back then. Yeah. Oh, good res. Okay, so this is cool. We have to use the revolver on it, so now it's empty. We can still boomerang one of them just to get the boomerang back in the deck. So we'll get that. So trash one resource, a piece of hardware. We don't want that to happen. But unfortunately, you can only break one subroutine with a non-killer. So we're going to kill it. And then we'll throw it, I think. I think we'll throw it. There's no reason for us to keep this around, right? Perfect value. Oh, we have Wake. Oh my god, yeah, we have Wake. Okay. Okay, boarding control off the top. Shuffle that back. Nice. 14 credits, 4 cards in hand. We could die to Angelique Public Trail end of line, which means we just have to pay 8. Hammer's so good. Hammer's so good. This deck is on 3 Hammer, 1 Winchester, and it's just so good. Really could have done with that Oakton. Yeah, that's a perfect top deck. Gun Vial beats 1 more time. Oh, you're right. We're out of ammo. We could have kept it and thrown it and Poison Vialed. Yeah, that might have been an overextension. Okay. So this is advanced, so we know what this is. We don't know what this is. If we run this, we can put a boomerang on that, but we need to make a successful run. So the breakpoints are 4 to 5. Thinking. You have boomerangs now? Yeah, but boomerang hammer is not great. Like, we eventually run out of gas. Turtle's a new killer. It is, but Turtle doesn't beat hammer because it's not a killer. Like, we definitely shouldn't have trashed it. We should have just taken... Nah, I don't know. This is actually a hard ice suite for us to deal with. Kurapira farming is something. Just win. Okay. So we could run HQ with the red team. Install this for... Yeah, we could run HQ. We can probably trace and not use the Poison Vial. If she scores on an Alice, though, we lose. Because then she has Alice with a counter. It's unlikely to be the last chart. disgusting. I just belched into the microphone. Sorry about that. If we face check this could be a hammer. If it is, it doesn't end the run. You can boom poison Winchester. We need to keep our poison. I think we would just face check server 2 and hope. So far, we haven't missed the prognostic, which is kind of unfortunate. We just need to force some reses. Like if it's 3 credits on average to res most of the ice in the game, in the deck, excuse me, because most of it's like Hortum gain 1, tree line gain 1. 4 credits to res the other one. So let's try and get some information. We can always run this back with a boomerang, but boomerang, poison vials, like we need to figure out what this ice is. No action. It's a tree line? Yeah, it's tree line or Hortum. It's the most likely. There's only 1 boomerang in our 12 cards. We've got through our deck relatively fast. Nuka was good. But like these 2 sentries on centrals is really, really good. We know we can always boomerang archives, but the problem is that like she doesn't res, so we just want to force the res. Any advanceable card has not a bad face check. So worst case scenario, we run archives. We just need to have a reason to make that seem bad. Amaku would be the reason that that's bad. Yeah, if she reses this, we run archives like 3 times. No further action. Okay. So this could be a border control. Could be a hammer. Border control. Whoa, we break border control. Surprised? We have Ari at home. It's different than Ari. It is cool. Okay. Do you have to respect Hortum 3 advance? No, Boomerang beats Hortum 3 advance. And we still have a Unity in the deck, which doesn't break Hortum well. No action. This is an agenda, my friends. She now can't res Pharaohs. Oh, that's game I messed up. Yeah. I think she missed the Amaku on 1 counter. Looks like that's game. That's an Atlas. Yeah, missed Alma. That makes sense. That border control res was surprising. A bummer. Want to run the turn back? We can rewind turn. Yeah. Let's go. So she's going to res a Pharaohs or something. So our first click was run the remote server? Yeah. So give us a Pharaohs, give us a border control. We got more information, so like this is not good for her, but like she won't lose the game, which is good. Pharaohs, okay. So that means if we border control the Pharaohs, we still have it. We still win the game, so it's fine. So we let this fire. So the thing is, obviously we know this is a border control. We're pretty sure this is an agenda. But because I know the deck list so well, there is no ice in the deck that ends the run that costs less than that costs 3 credits or fewer. So we can just boomerang this and run. And we're likely to win anyways. Oh, sorry. So it doesn't change the outcome because she's 1 credit short of resing boarding control. In fact, it's actually right to run archives. Yeah, whatever. So in theory, it's right to run archives, install the boomerang by running charging Amakua. But we'll do it this way. Oh, hard way. Yeah. If she had 4 credits, this line's not tenable, so then we would just force her to res everything. We could poison Vial this, but we'll be fine. GG. Hi. Have you been playing the deck? 2 points in archives too. Oh, no. Yeah, there's 2 points in archives. So she's holding the kill combo in hand. She discarded 1 card. So I think she drew a very, unfortunately. It was a mulligan, so it probably went from bad to still bad. Okay, which is something this deck has done a few times on me. So I would have to check how the beginning of the turn went, right? Like you definitely ice up HQ. How quickly was R&D iced up? Because I would just jam the remote server. Against Criminal, you have to ice up HQ, but I wouldn't ice all this up. I would just ice the remote server and start jamming. Like I think the second ice was on R&D, but I would just put the second ice on here, even if it's a hammer, and start jamming Charlotte behind it, because you can't lose a free Charlotte. Let me save replay and look at it. Which is sometimes the deck has done. I'm wondering if it can use a decent or cheap ETR hand fixing. I just jam, which I know is, it's a rough sentence to hear. But I'll look at the replay. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at a replay on this one. I don't look at replays enough. Because we're going to be able to see it from her hand size. Cool, cool, cool. You can save replay through a chat command. That's super handy. Yes. To me, it's a bit weird because it doesn't require consent. So like you can see your opponent's hand. I kind of think that's strange. But if you don't save replay in lobby, you can save replay as a command. I'm gonna dive into the replay, see what I can see. Maybe that'll help to okay, cool, cool. You don't, yeah, you don't have to do up front. It's strange. Let's talk about this. Okay, cool. Let me know when you're in. So we can go to stats, view log. Wait, how do you watch a replay? Did I not save the replay? Lucille, good game. How did I not save the replay? It's here. View log. Wait, launch replay. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's talk about it. So this hand is butt. I don't think you keep this hand, that's for sure. So let's talk about what we do. So we're playing against Az. I'm on 3 doof against Criminally Respect doof. The mulligan here makes full sense. Okay, this hand we have City Works, that's not great, and we have no ice. This is the hand that we have, so it is what it is. You draw into Hedge Fund. Okay, that's unfortunate. Not much you can do about that. I draw once here. Great. Winchester on HQ is kind of perfect early, and then we just play the Hedge Fund. Phenomenal. We're on track. Okay, the criminal does some stuff, puts pressure on, whatever. Public Trail. Here, you just do install Advanced Event City Works. I think you install Advanced Event City Works. Because what you're saying is the criminal can't touch this while still having enough cards in hand to beat Public Trail end of line. I think that's a hard play, but install Advanced Event City Works puts you on 9 credits, and then they have to touch this, take 4 damage, still have 8 credits, and still be Public Trail end of line. It's not the line that you want to play. I think you could draw here and hope to get an ice. I think the deck is on like more ice than you generally have in a 44 card deck, so draw here for an ice is totally fair. That's a bummer, but I think there's actually a chance that install Advanced Event City Works is kind of okay. You had red team, you could beat PT. Yeah, you could. It would do massive damage, and I'd actually lose good cards in hand, right? Like, worst case scenario, I'm on 10 credits, then I run it, I'm down to 2 cards in hand, or like, it's tricky. It's not that easy. Without a red team on the table, I think it's a bit easier. So we play the Hedge Fund, we play the Hedge Fund. Getting your money up is okay there. I think you can draw once and throw out a Hedge Fund because we don't need 17 credits. You just need to get an ice on the table. I think where it's going to really change, so I'm drawing up here. City Works on the top is obviously terrible for you. And then we have a hammer. So this is where I think it changes. So you have the win in hand. You know what you want to do in hand. The bummer is you have the City Works project, which is like the worst agenda that you could have in your opening hand. But here, icing up R&D, I think you put the game in the remote server. As soon as you put Charlotte Advance on iced, like I know what it is because I know the deck list. But as soon as you put it behind a single piece of ice, I have to run it. If I run a hammer with a boomerang, like it's kind of ugly. I'll break one subroutine, the one that matters, which is trash a resource. I'll lose the red team, but you just have to force me to spend resources. So if you do hammer Charlotte Advance, I have to consider running it. And I cannot, this deck inherently cannot deal with hammer that well because the text on it is very good on almost all board states. And I only have 1 killer in the whole list. So I don't think you ice R&D. I think you're playing from behind here that you have to start making plays. And then I still have to trash a Charlotte. Yeah, I think you push behind this ice. And I think like it's unfortunately at the City Works project, and I do think you ice HQ, especially with a Winchester criminal. But more often than not, I'll avoid icing R&D for as long as possible and just push in a remote server. The deck only has 8 agendas; it's only 7 agendas, and I'll just push there. Charlotte Advance, I don't think is great. I think you definitely draw once here and hopefully get an ice because I know what Charlotte Advance is. It costs a click from me, it costs 2 clicks from you, and all it gives you is money. And you definitely don't want money on this board state. The bad part about Charlotte too is if you crack it, like I can't Public Trail. I think if anything, you force me to trash Charlotte for 2 credits and risk Public Trail. It's not a real thing, but I think you having 3 more credits on the board state and me having 2 fewer credits is about average, but then there's no successful run trigger, stuff like that. Was there a window to maybe Public Trail the red team a turn sooner? That also was like an opportunity. Like it might have been right here to do Public Trail trash red team. And that denies me a lot of money. Luckily my hand had a lot of money, but that's also a line you could consider when there's not a better play. I thought about letting you take Charlotte. That's why I paused a bit. Okay, yeah, you considered it for sure. It depends on how much money I had, but I think that's like a very interesting line as you force them to trash Charlotte. So let's see how long it takes to draw something good. Because like clearly here we're losing because we don't have a good hand. So I want to spend more time drawing and like less time playing 3 hedge funds. Right? Like sometimes it's easy to play that, but that was 2 clicks. I think we could have drawn there. So we draw border control. This is great. You want to do border control Charlotte Advance. I'll probably still check it. So boomerang on the border control, we run it. Here, yeah, not resing the border control, I think it's like, it's kind of weird. If I res the border control, you now have a remote server that I have to deal with and I need to produce a tool. You don't crack the border control, that's for sure. But this is the sort of thing that like happened in the last match we played against Rotom. It's like, this strains the boomerang, which is like kind of nice. But at the end of the day now, you don't have a play in this remote server. If you want to win the game, you need to use this remote server. So I think you need to force the boomerang away. Just so this remote server next turn you could do install Advanced CityWorks. Again, the biggest problem is like CityWorks as your first agenda is hella cursed because I don't really care about it. But I think you need to force the boomerang out here. Just because it's the way that I contest this remote server and keep it on lock. If we drew instead of like sharding last turn, we actually have a border control and we're closer to a two-way server, which is where you want to be. Yeah, I think you need to res this because you're not going to burn the border control for a bit. So draw once, draw again. Pharos on remote server is totally fair. And that's why we want the no boomerang here. Revolver's down. This puts pressure on HQ. Pretty good. Half the revolver. Sees end of line. That's really good for you. I didn't think you were that flooded. And then it's just touch things. Have a lot of cards in hand. Having a lot of cards in hand means that you don't want to push the CityWorks. I think here you push the Atlas. Pharos into border control is like nearly bulletproof. Right? Like this one agenda, I don't care to steal. If I can steal it with 9 cards in hand, I will gladly steal it. But Atlas with the counteract has a huge impact on the game. Because now on certain turns you can do public trail, end the line if I don't have cards in hand. I just think you want to always push the Atlas first. Yeah, but now you're good. The problem is like if the border control was popped, now you have 2 barriers and I need to produce 2 answers. Now here, I only have to produce 1 answer. Admittedly, it would be a boomerang, so like it's not that great for me because if I boomerang the Pharos, I'm not boomerang the border control. But yeah, I think you want to push the Atlas first here. Yeah. The Atlas is really good. Even if you double advance the Atlas, it's really good. I know it's an agenda, but like obviously seeing my hand, I can't deal with this. Pharos is really hard to deal with. And that's like the big thing with this deck is like, it's not can I get in, it's can I get in and respect all your combo in hand. And I don't think I can get in and respect your combo in hand. Wanted the 3-pointer out of hand. I hear you. But the big thing with the CityWorks project is you're not actually scared of the 3-pointer. Once you have the runner has stolen the 3-pointer, they win in 3 agenda steals. So this CityWorks project is just as bad as every other agenda that you can steal. So it's not like I steal a 3-pointer and I win in 2 agenda steals. So me stealing the CityWorks project is actually like kind of fine. Obviously it doesn't have text from HQ, and then for you need to score out another fewer agenda. But I don't think it's actually that bad that you want to push it. I think you need tempo here when you're playing from behind. So you go for the tempo card, which is this one. Maybe it's a bit awkward because this is face up. Like I think you could argue both ways, but generally the way that I push, I just want to get the agenda on the table that impacts the board game state because I won't run this. I have no reason to run this. Your central ice is so good into revolver. Said my breakers get an Amakua. I'm gonna run archives. You ice up archives with a Hordem. That's pretty good. I think you want to do that. And then you advance the Pharos once. Advancing the Pharos once is like kind of the problem I have with this deck. And it's something I didn't talk about. I actually re-recorded the intro for the deck. Is that advancing the Pharos gives information and it gives you very little. Advancing the Pharos is only good if you triple advance the Pharos. The first advancement, all it betrays is information. I now know this is an advanceable ice, and if you pay attention to the final turn, if you watch the VOD, knowing this is advanceable ice gave me a lot of read into what I need to crack this remote server. Now, that's sometimes good, sometimes bad. If I thought this was maybe a border control, maybe I don't face check the way I do. Like it does give information, and triple advancing the Pharos, unfortunately, into this matchup that's playing boomerangs is not actually worth that much. So I think here you're much better advancing the CityWorks to the 3rd counter, and even not advancing the Hordem, get it to 4 counters, because that means next turn you can advance, score, install Atlas Advance. Like these 2 cards, which these both advancements just gained you 1 credit apiece, cost you a full turn when you need to jam out, right? Because Hordem with 1 advancement doesn't matter, gives me information. Pharos with 1 advancement doesn't matter, gives you information. Where this could have been in 4 counters, then next turn you do score, install Advanced Atlas, and then you're on game point with an Atlas counter in 3 turns. Like if you do Advance here, you're actually winning, I think, in 3 turns. Because you score Atlas, install Advance, score Atlas, and then you can ideally Audacity to close the game out. You just want to be as aggressive as possible at all costs. I was hoping if it got out of hand your agenda mats and assumed I had no more in hand and leave it alone. You're right, though. I did see this and thought, oh, you don't have any agendas in hand. Also, with 2 Charlottes out, I know most things you advance you have to run. But yeah, you just want to keep pushing at all speed. You gotta, like, you need to play the modernism line as opposed to, like, this is the conventional Netrunner line, which is good. I think you're playing that clean. But this deck, you just say, F it. Can you get in? Can you have enough cards in hand? I need to close the game as soon as possible. And from there, I think we know how it went. This diversion's not that good. I just want to get a cheap twinning charge. I think you dropping down to, like, what is it, 15 credits is like a bit annoying because you still have to res this ice. It's not that great. And second Atlas draw is exactly why you want to keep scoring this out, because now you take a turn where you do nothing. It's always so good to make a play where I have to react with it. I have to think, what do I do about this? And these sort of turns where you just score out a 5-3 that doesn't impact board state, like Imagine you could put a Rashida in the remote server, let alone an Atlas Advance. It's a really, really big deal. Throwing out the Atlas there, I think you throw out the second end of line. You can never play the second end of line. And I will eventually run archives once I put an Amakua down, let alone I have red team, right? Like this will happen no matter what. And like the second end of line almost never matters with public trail. Maybe Pharaohs with Boomerang gives a tag somehow. Like that can be interesting. At least with the Waken plan, you're happier to have that out of hand. And I think from here you just push, which is totally fine. It's like you need to do it. Resing the hammer is annoying for me. It puts you on low credits, but that's okay. You function on low credits. That's a really unfortunate rip considering how many agendas you've already seen. Like you did draw hotter than you'd want to. So here you can do Alice Advance. You can put the board control on server 2. Just having ice, even if it's not resed, makes it hard for Amakua, or sorry, for Boomerang. Amakua on 1 is a problem for sure. Through Alice because Archives was way safer than HQ, especially if I advance it. I wanted to go on Hope for spin. I think with Amakua and red team, Archives is never safe. Like my play here is always run Archives to force you to res because I know an advanced card is not going to do any damage to me and it's going to cost you at least 3 credits. And I'm always going to do it. Winchester is actually really hard to deal with. Like I'm on 1 poison vial. Amakua doesn't deal with it well. Boomerang gets to use it. Like this is actually relatively safe. And I've been whiffing on HQ. And if you're jamming and I've seen this many points, I think HQ is actually safer than you think it is. It's hard for me to get good accesses on centrals with these 2 eyes. And then unfortunately here, Amakua on 1 is a huge difference. Like if this whiffed, mind you, I would just run Archives, force a res, put you down to fewer credits you can't score out. Like that's my play pattern from here. But yeah, good game. I think just jamming is exactly it. I think you had a chance to get out of this. Your draw was not good. And I think it's hard to play from that spot. I think the HQ ice was perfect. But then you just push from there. Good game. So this is neat. It's good that you hit the combo early, and I did have to respect it. I don't think it actually constricted my play patterns that much, but I was always making sure I could respect this, which is something you have to keep in mind. Because I can't go super aggro because I know if I do, I lose. So you can make plays that only lose to super aggro. And I think we had a couple turns back ago where we had plays that were only lose to super aggro, and you beat super aggro, usually. I think the early awful draws have me playing on tilt a bit. Should have been more aggressive. Yeah, when you tilt, like when you draw bad, just keep drawing. Like that's the beautiful thing about Netrunner. Those 2 hedge funds, they eventually did matter. But like if you have a bad hand, just get a better hand. Like the Charlotte was not great for 2 clicks when if we draw, we got 2 ice and then we have a remote server. So yeah, you need the anti-tilt calming is definitely very important to be like, okay, I just need a better hand, get a better hand. You don't always have to play a bad hand. You can just get a better hand. Okay, I think that's it for today. My throat kind of hurts. I talked a lot. It's a 5-hour stream, but hey, it's good to be back. So huge thank you again to some nice folks out there for supporting the channel. I want to shout out, recent Patreon was Niall. Thank you for joining the Patreon team on the daily cast tier. Mind you, we're totally supported from Patreon. We get a bit of YouTube money from ads and stuff like that. But if you were interested in supporting Métropole Grid, you can find the link below. We're on Patreon. There's a bunch of different tiers. Mind you, this is just the Sure Gamble and the Degree Meal tiers. I think you could make whatever. You can make your own tier. Like, I think you can do whatever you want in terms of like that, but it's always incredibly appreciated. We're gonna be recording tomorrow. We're gonna be trying really tunneling through that, what's it called, through the alphabet series. That takes a lot of time for sure. Mind you, this weekend there's some really good Netrunner stuff to watch already, which is going to be the EMEA Continentals. So I wouldn't expect a video till the earliest Monday because you have enough Netrunner to catch up on. We're not going to be streaming on Thursday, that's for sure. It is my partner's birthday. Wish her happy birthday on Thursday. But we'll be back Friday afternoon, same time slot as this. So for me on the East Coast, it's a Friday afternoon, but we'll be back. First time joining the stream. Thank you for the stream, David. Welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for hanging out. I think the rings disappear. You see that? I need to fix that. The rings just suddenly disappear. I know what's going on, but that happens there at the end of the Patreon. That's on me. Have a good one all. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back again. Enjoy. Good luck if you're going out to EMEA. Say hi to all the nice folks there in Bergamo. And you want to follow twitch.tv/nullsignalnetrunner to get a little notification when they go live. I know Etienne, she's running the stream. She's like looked into OBS and she's figuring all of that stuff out on her own. So I'm super stoked for it to like, it's going to be a killer event. I can't be more excited for the weekend. Take care, all. We'll see you on Friday.